January 20th, 2012. The quiet of a New Zealand morning is suddenly torn apart. Helicopters roar overhead. Armored vehicles stop abruptly at the gate. Kim.com stands alone inside a safe room, his heart pounding, cold sweat forming despite the sealed walls. At this moment, he is not thinking about mega upload, not about hundreds of millions of dollars, not even about his reputation. In his mind, there is only the image of his pregnant wife and his children, still too young to understand what is happening. Outside the thick steel door, armed officers have surrounded the entire property. There is no way out. On the floor, within arm's reach, lies a short-barreled shotgun. For a brief moment, Kim stares at it, not because he wants to fight, but because he knows that stepping outside means everything is over. The empire, the power, the image of being untouchable that he spent years building will disappear. Kim takes a deep breath. He thinks of his family. He thinks of the consequences of one wrong choice. Then he lowers his gaze, his hand falling away from the weapon. He knows he has lost, not to the police, but to the very game he once believed he could control until the end. Before the world knew the name Kim.com, there was only a boy named Kim Schmitz growing up in isolation. In a small town in Germany, Kim was different from the other kids. Overweight, withdrawn, his eyes always searching for a place to escape reality. At school, Kim did not belong. He was not athletic, not popular, not surrounded by friends. Conversations in the schoolyard made him feel like an outsider looking in. But when he returned home, shut his bedroom door, and turned on his computer, Kim entered a completely different world. A world where no one judged his appearance, no one mocked his awkwardness. Only lines of code, systems governed by logic, cold and fair. The computer became Kim's safest refuge, the one place where he could control everything using his own mind. When Kim discovered that every system had weaknesses, that walls thought to be unbreakable could be bypassed, a new feeling emerged: control. For Kim, hacking was not about money, it was about power. For the first time in his life, he felt intelligent, capable, important. In a real world that ignored him, Kim learned that by understanding systems deeply enough, he could control what existed on the other side of the screen. And from that moment, a dangerous belief quietly began to form. That order was not fixed. That power belonged to those who understood the system better than everyone else. When Kim Schmitz began attracting the attention of authorities, it did not shock him. It felt inevitable. His first arrests came while he was still young, when the line between curiosity and crime was blurry. He was questioned, taken to court, confronted by figures of authority he had only seen in books or on television. But then something unexpected happened. Instead of harsh punishment, Kim received suspended sentences. Instead of prison doors closing, he walked free with his liberty mostly intact. Judges described his actions as youthful foolishness, a mistake that could be forgiven. To the system, it was a minor case. But to Kim, it left a deep mark. He realized that the law was not as rigid as it appeared, that if you were smart enough, confident enough, and knew how to present yourself, consequences could be negotiated. Each time Kim escaped serious punishment, he did not grow more afraid. He grew more confident. He felt that he understood the system better, how it worked, where it bent. Slowly, a quiet but dangerous belief took hold in his mind, that the law was not an unbreakable wall, but a structure that could be shaped, that the line between right and wrong was not absolute, but depended on how you stood before it. These early encounters with justice did not stop Kim. They taught him he could go further, and that lesson, planted early, would return years later when the scale of the game became far larger, and the system Kim believed he could control decided it would not bend again. After facing the law multiple times, Kim Schmitz understood that if he wanted to move forward, he could not carry his old name with him. He needed reinvention. A new identity, large enough to bury the past, flashy enough to open a different future. That was when Kim.com was born. Not just a name, but a statement. A surname tied directly to the internet, to the exploding digital era. Kim left Europe behind. He left old records, suspicious glances, and the constant feeling of being watched. He moved from place to place, searching for a fresh starting point where the past would no longer weigh him down. In Kim's mind, this was not running away, it was starting over. He convinced himself that he was wiser now, more mature, that his previous mistakes were merely stepping stones. Kim.com no longer wanted to be seen as a rebellious hacker. He wanted to become a tech entrepreneur, a symbol of internet freedom. By changing his name, his environment, and the way he presented himself to the world, Kim believed he could control his own narrative, that if he started far enough away, different enough, he could write a new version of himself. One where rules were no longer barriers, but obstacles standing behind ambition. The idea for Mega Upload did not come from a sudden flash of genius, but from a simple observation. The internet was booming, yet sharing files was slow, complicated, and limited. Kim saw a massive gap, a place where anyone could upload, store, and share data through a single simple link. When Mega Upload launched, it instantly matched the needs of the moment. No technical knowledge required, no complex accounts, just a few clicks. Its convenience spread at an explosive pace. Users shared links with each other, forums, emails, personal blogs filled with Mega Upload URLs. In a short time, the user base grew exponentially. Millions, then tens of millions of visits per day. Servers ran non-stop. Data flowed in from every corner of the world. Music, movies, software, documents, all moving at speeds even Kim did not anticipate. Revenue surged through advertising and premium subscriptions. The numbers on Kim's dashboards kept climbing, and each one reinforced a familiar feeling. Control. The sense of standing above a system that millions of people depended on daily. Mega Upload was no longer a project. It had become part of the internet itself. And in Kim's mind, something that large could not be touched. He began to believe he was not just running a service, but holding invisible power. Power that made laws feel slow, governments hesitant. Success came too fast to allow self-doubt. Instead, it whispered a dangerous message, that he had gone too far to be stopped. That Kim.com was, once again, untouchable. Money from Mega Upload poured in so fast that Kim.com lost his sense of proportion. Tens of millions of dollars a year, then more, appearing like clockwork. Kim began living the life he believed he deserved. Massive estates, towering fences, iron gates like fortresses, supercars lined up in his garages, each one not just transportation, but a declaration of power. Lavish parties stretched deep into the night. Lights, music, alcohol, celebrities. Kim stood at the center of every scene, laughing loudly, speaking boldly, absorbing attention. In this world, he was no longer the lonely boy from Germany. He saw himself as an internet icon, someone representing digital freedom. Kim spoke of himself as if he were a movement, a force of nature. Wealth did more than buy comfort. It nurtured a dangerous belief that everything was under control, that rules existed for slower people. That success itself was proof of being right. In this intoxication of power, Kim stopped noticing warning signs. He became accustomed to winning, to crossing lines without consequence, and that familiarity blinded him. Success was no longer the result of good choices. It became armor, a shield that made Kim believe he had reached a place where no one, not even governments, would dare to touch him. The mega song was not entertainment. For Kim.com, it was a public declaration that he was no longer afraid. When the video dropped, famous faces appeared. Lyrics praising Mega Upload echoed like mockery toward the entertainment industry. Kim did not see provocation. He saw victory. In his mind, he was not a villain. He viewed himself as a digital age Robin Hood, taking power from massive corporations and giving it back to the public. Media quickly split into camps. Some praised Kim as a symbol of internet freedom, a man bold enough to challenge Hollywood. Others labeled him a tech pirate. Debates erupted everywhere, on television, in newspapers, across social media. Kim appeared more frequently in public, answering interviews with near arrogance. He believed public opinion favored him. What he failed to realize was that the noise had crossed an invisible line. Hollywood's anger was one thing, but now the attention of the US government had been triggered. When a foreign individual openly challenged copyright enforcement, generated hundreds of millions in revenue, and gained massive public support, the issue became political. It became about power. Behind closed doors, meetings began. Files were reopened, names were underlined. Kim.com continued smiling in front of cameras, unaware that the wheels of a much larger machine had begun turning. From that moment forward, there was only one direction left, straight into a confrontation with no escape. While Kim.com enjoyed his spotlight, a quiet alliance was forming across the ocean. Hollywood moved beyond anger into action. Film studios, record labels, copyright lawyers knocked on doors in Washington. The FBI and the Department of Justice listened, first under pressure, then with growing concern as they grasped the true scale of the operation. SOPA collapsed under public backlash, and Kim celebrated it as a personal victory. He believed the internet had chosen his side, that governments were forced to retreat. But Kim could not see what was happening in the shadows. When laws failed publicly, the strategy simply changed. No more loud debates, no public threats, only private meetings, internal emails, files growing thicker by the day. Kim.com's name appeared again and again in classified reports. Transactions, servers, money flows were dissected with clinical precision. This was no longer about copyright. It became about power, about a single individual pushing beyond what the system could tolerate. Meanwhile, Kim remained comfortable in his sense of safety. Parties continued. Tweets kept coming. He mistook silence for surrender. What he did not realize was that this silence was preparation. And when the storm arrived, it would come without warning. January 19th, 2012. The internet woke up to the unthinkable. Mega Upload was gone. A site once familiar to millions now displayed a stark notice from US authorities. Almost simultaneously, Mega Upload servers across multiple countries were seized. Data locked down. Funds frozen. A system that never slept fell silent. Coordinated raids unfolded like a military operation. For investigators, it was the decisive blow. For users, pure shock. But for Kim.com, the moment passed in darkness. That night, Kim slept in his mansion, believing everything remained under control. He did not hear servers shutting down, did not see data centers being sealed, did not know his empire was collapsing layer by layer. He remained trapped in the illusion of safety that had followed him since earlier escapes from the law. He believed that if something went wrong, he would have time to react. This time, the system did not knock. It turned off the lights. And when Kim opened his eyes the next morning, the world he knew no longer existed. At dawn, on January 20th, 2012, silence around Kim.com's mansion shattered. Helicopters circled above. Boots thundered across the property. Gates were breached. Armed officers poured in from all sides. His family woke in terror. His pregnant wife was restrained. His children cried in confusion. Kim ran upstairs, locking himself inside the safe room he once believed symbolized control. The steel door closed, but safety did not follow. His heart raced. His breath grew heavy. Every sound outside echoed loudly. In that small space, his empire meant nothing. Only raw fear remained. When officers breached the safe room, Kim did not resist. He stood still, eyes hollow. At the same time, across the world, his assets were frozen. Accounts closed. Cars, homes, servers seized. In a matter of hours, Kim.com lost not just his wealth, but the illusion of power that had protected him for years. For the first time, he understood absolute helplessness. No system left to control, no rules left to bend. Just a man standing in the ruins of his own ambitio. After the raid, Kim.com was no longer an untouchable internet king. He was detained, labeled a flight risk, placed in a reality far removed from luxury. The early days of confinement were heavy, forcing Kim to confront life without control. Then cracks began to appear. His lawyers uncovered serious procedural errors. Search warrants were overly broad. Data was illegally copied and transferred overseas. Technical details became lifelines. Kim was released on bail, reunited with his family, but not truly free. From hunted man, he turned to legal counterattack. Courtrooms replaced helicopters. Paperwork replaced guns. Public opinion fractured. Some saw Kim as a victim of government overreach. Others viewed him as a profiteer delaying justice. Kim returned to public view, less flamboyant but still defiant, speaking of freedom and fairness. Yet beneath the words lay a simple truth. This fight was no longer about mega upload. It was about reclaiming identity in a world where Kim.com no longer controlled his fate. To this day, Kim.com has not been extradited to the United States. His legal battle, stretching over a decade, has transformed his case into a symbol of the digital age. He no longer lives in extreme luxury, nor stands at the peak of internet power, but he remains in a gray zone. To some, Kim.com is a criminal who built an empire on broken rules. To others, he is proof that technology moves faster than law, and individuals can be crushed when they challenge massive systems. The real question is not whether Kim was right or wrong. It is what happens when power shifts from governments and corporations to individuals who understand systems better than anyone else. In the digital era, the line between innovation and crime, freedom and control, hero and villain, has never been thinner. Kim.com crossed that line and paid a price that is still unfolding. But this story does not end with Kim. When hackers stopped challenging Hollywood and began trading identities, lives, and personal data, the consequences become far more dangerous. If you want to understand what happens when the underground no longer shares movies, but shares you, the next story begins there. Genesis Market, where identity becomes currency and the game grows far more dangerous.
At 2:57 a.m. on January 26, 2018, Tokyo was asleep. Office lights were off. The streets were so quiet, it felt like nothing important could possibly be happening. But somewhere inside Coincheck's systems, a door opened. Not with force. Not with explosions. Just a connection being established, quietly and precisely. A hot wallet, connected to the internet. Always ready to move funds quickly, conveniently, in time with the market. And inside that wallet, not a few million, not a few dozen million, but more than $500 million. One single coin. NEM. All sitting in one place. If you stop for a second and really think about that, the first feeling is not anger. It is confusion. How could anyone leave that much money there? How could there be no second layer of protection? How could no one ask what would happen if, just one day, someone managed to get inside? But that moment was no longer hypothetical. The money began to leave. Not frantically, not chaotically, just numbers changing, line by line. And on the other side of the screen, there were likely ordinary people as well, sitting there watching that flow of money move out, without needing to run, without needing to break anything, just knowing that the system had placed the trust of far too many people into a single point. Here, it becomes hard to say where the technical failure ends and the human failure begins. Was it ignorance or complacency? Was it immature technology? Or was it our willingness to trust something we did not fully understand yet? No one answered that question at 2:57 that morning. And even now, that question still hangs in the air. Coincheck did not realize immediately. Or perhaps they did, but could not yet grasp what was happening. By the time the first signs appeared, the money was already moving. It began to split. Fast, decisive. From a single wallet, the flow shattered into multiple directions. 92 million, 100 million, 50 million, 30 million. Numbers jumping rapidly, as if someone had yanked a net and everything tore apart at once. Hours later, Coincheck spoke up. A short statement, careful, vague, asking users not to deposit more funds. But on a blockchain, time does not wait. Transactions had already been written. They could not be reversed. They could not be called back. The community began to stir. Tweets multiplied. Screenshots spread. People watched the money move in real time. And when humans see money leaving and realize they cannot stop it, fear spreads faster than any rumor. The media moved quickly. Heavy headlines, comparisons, exaggeration. The largest hack in history. $500 million in one night. Trust began to crack. Questions poured in. Who is responsible? Can the money be recovered? What happens to the users? The market responded in the most familiar way. NEM's price collapsed. No need to wait for conclusions. No need to wait for investigations. Panic alone was enough. Those who woke up a few hours later looked at the charts and understood that something terrible had happened.
Lock down the Fusion inbox immediately.
Amid all that noise, there was one detail most people missed. The money was not standing still waiting for journalists to write about it. It had already traveled much farther. After the initial shock, the people inside the system reacted by instinct. The NEM Foundation stepped in. They tagged the stolen funds, a way of telling the entire network that this money was dirty, that it carried a problem. Exchanges were warned. Japanese police opened an investigation. Everything looked procedural, by the book, exactly how a system is supposed to respond to an attack. And at that moment, many people felt relief. They believed the story was essentially over. Tagged money cannot be used. Money that cannot reach exchanges cannot be converted. And money that cannot be converted is just dead numbers sitting on a blockchain. End of the road. But that is how people who see money as an object think. Hackers see money as behavior, as flow, as human psychology. While the world believed the door had been shut, somewhere else someone was sitting back, observing calmly. No panic, no rush. They understood that technology can lock funds, but humans always leave gaps. And at that exact moment, when everyone believed the money had been neutralized, a different idea began to take shape. Not how to escape, but how to make others open the path willingly. This is where the story turns. It is no longer a technical hack. It becomes a psychological game. Just days after the hack, something strange appeared. Not a press release, not a threat, but a message written directly onto the blockchain. An on-chain message, short, calm, containing a link to the dark web. And the message itself was almost absurdly simple. NEM at a 15% discount. No explanation, no apology, no attempt to hide. The hackers were not running. They were inviting. The site behind that link was an exchange created by the hackers themselves. One single purpose. You send Bitcoin. They send you stolen NEM. They keep 15%. A fee openly named. A haircut. The rest is yours. What you do with the money after that is not their concern. At first, only a few people dared to try. They were cautious, suspicious. They thought it might be a trap. But nothing happened. No calls, no arrests, no police at the door. Just money arriving in wallets. And when people realized they could profit simply by looking the other way, everything accelerated. Transactions multiplied. One person told another. inside private chats and closed groups. It stopped feeling like a crime and started feeling like an opportunity. A system glitch. A loophole. A game where the fastest wins. Hundreds of ordinary people voluntarily became links in the largest money laundering operation in crypto history. No coercion, no deception, just one familiar thought. If I do not do it, someone else will. Law stood on one side, profit on the other. And in that moment, greed beat law. The hackers did not need to hide their identities. They did not need new malware. They only needed to understand something deeply human. When the money is big enough and the risk feels vague enough, there will always be people willing to step over the line. And right here, the hack stops being a story about a faceless group. It becomes a mirror reflecting the most uncomfortable part of this market. People, in just 43 days. No more, no less. All of the stolen NEM was converted. When the dust finally settled, what remained was no longer the original token, but around 14,000 Bitcoin. A number that alone makes you pause for a moment. But the story does not stop at the number. What matters is how that money moved. Not chaotically, not randomly. The flow began to tighten, like water running through many small streams and slowly merging into main channels. Hundreds of intermediary addresses. Then dozens. Then only a handful of large, clearly visible wallets. Among them, two stood out early. RCDN and F4WK. Not names, not organizations, just cold strings of characters. But behind them passed thousands of Bitcoin. When you look at the on-chain data, it no longer feels like listening to a story. It feels like reading a case file. Every transaction has a timestamp, an amount, a direction. Lines connecting one wallet to another form a map of an underground city. Thicker lines mean more money. Thinner ones mark small test transfers. Everything is there, public, unhidden, and it is that openness that becomes disturbing. No effort to blur the trail, no signs of urgency. Money leaves one wallet, enters another, then pauses, as if someone is watching every step, patient enough to never need to run. At this point, the story stops looking like a hack. It starts to resemble long-term fund management. Calm, structured, intentional. And if you stare at those numbers long enough, a strange feeling emerges. The feeling that the people on the other side are not fugitives, but actors who know exactly where they are, where their money is, and have no reason to hurry. Then the money reaches the place it should never comfortably appear. Centralized exchanges. The only gates that turn crypto into real cash. Places that require documents, identity, IP addresses, login logs. Places where even a single large transaction should trigger alarms. Bitcoin from the consolidated wallets flows in, not once, but repeatedly, in waves, with clear dates, clear amounts. Every step leaves a trace. If you are an outsider, the instinctive reaction is simple. This is the end. This is where the arrests happen. This is where the case closes. But it does not happen. There are no arrest reports, no handcuffs, no official conclusions, only prolonged silence. The exchanges continue operating. Transactions continue being processed. No public blocking. No explanations. Time passes, a year, 2 years, more. The story fades from headlines. New participants enter the market having never heard of it. Old ones grow used to forgetting. But if you return to the data and look closely, something deeply uncomfortable appears. The system we trust to be airtight has allowed an enormous amount of money to pass through, slowly, calmly. No hiding, no masks, no need to break anything else. And that calmness is what finally raises the question. Maybe the problem is not the blockchain, not the hackers, but the gaps everyone assumes someone else will fill. There is no conclusion, no official answer, only a lingering sense that somewhere between law, technology, and human behavior, something did not work the way we believed it did. Time keeps moving. The market crashes and recovers, cycles repeat like tides. Old players leave, new ones arrive. For most people, the CoinCheck story belongs to the past. But money does not disappear with memory. If you follow the data in the years that come after, especially from 2022 to 2024, you will see wallets that are still alive. Not loud, not frequent, but steady.
Why now?
One
Why
wallet,
this
dormant for
specific
years,
wallet? And why, after all
suddenly
this time,
becomes
are there
active
still no
again.
arrests?
326 Bitcoin move out. The previous movement was months earlier. Before that, a year. Each transfer spaced far enough apart to avoid attention, as if someone is patiently waiting for the right moment. If you rewind to 2019, that amount of Bitcoin was worth only a few $1,000,000. A large sum, but not enough to shake the market. Today, that same amount has grown beyond what most people can easily imagine. Without doing anything. Without risking anything. Just waiting. And it is not the only wallet. At the end of 2023, another transaction appears. Nearly 3,000 Bitcoin move in silence. Funds that had slept since 2021 awaken in a completely different market. If you place the two moments side by side, the difference is almost absurd. Same money, same origin, but value belonging to two entirely different worlds. To an outsider, these are just numbers. But looked at more deeply, they feel very human. Waiting, patience, the belief that time will eventually be on your side. While everything else changes, the money remains, preserved, ready to be moved at any moment. At this point, the story is no longer about a hack that happened long ago. It feels like a clock that keeps ticking, reminding us that time may erase human attention, but for money, especially money on a blockchain, there is no concept of death. Only silence. And waiting. Looking again at the period from 2022 to 2024, it becomes impossible to ignore. Those wallets did not disappear. They simply stayed quiet. Years passed with almost no movement, as if time itself had swallowed them. Then suddenly, one day, a transaction appears. 326 Bitcoin leave a wallet. No noise, no rush. Months of silence before it. A year of silence before that. A rhythm so slow you might miss it entirely. But when you place that number into context, the feeling shifts. In the early years after the hack, that amount of Bitcoin was only worth a few $1,000,000. Significant, but not shocking. Today, the same amount exceeds what most people can even conceptualize. And that is just one wallet. At the end of 2023, another transaction takes place. Nearly 3,000 Bitcoin move in silence. Funds that had rested since 2021, waiting through crashes, through panic, through the moment when it seemed everyone had forgotten. If you compare the two moments, the difference is not only price. It is time. Patience. The belief that if you wait long enough, all eyes will eventually turn away. Human memory fades quickly. But money, especially money on a blockchain, does not lose value with time. It accumulates it. Those wallets sit like quiet punctuation marks in history. Saying nothing. Explaining nothing. Yet every time they move, they repeat a cold truth. Time may pass. Markets may change. But money does not die. It only waits to be called at the right moment. Crypto is hitting new all-time highs. Green numbers flood the screens. Stories of overnight success spread across the internet. People talk about the future, about financial freedom, about opportunities that only come once in a lifetime. And in the middle of that euphoria, I found myself thinking about an old story. One that very few people still talk about. Not because it was small, but because it was too big. More than $500 million vanished in a single night. No gunshots. No dramatic chase. No one led away in handcuffs in front of flashing cameras. Everything happened quietly, cleanly, almost too clean. We were told that blockchain is transparent, that nothing can be hidden. We were told that large sums of money cannot disappear for long. And yet this story sits there, like a crack in that shared belief. Time passed, the market collapsed and then exploded again. Old participants left, new ones entered. And through all those cycles of forgetting and remembering, that money never disappeared. It was never frozen, never buried. It simply stayed quiet, moving from one place to another. Slowly, patiently, as if waiting for the right moment. And the most unsettling part is that, even now, the money is still moving. In 2012, Tokyo. Not in a gleaming glass tower, not in a boardroom full of investors, this story began in a very ordinary way. Two people, Koichiro Wada and Yuki Etsuka. Two software engineers living at a time when Bitcoin was still something strange and unfamiliar. They were not talking about changing the world. They saw a simple, human problem. People in Japan were starting to hear about Bitcoin, but they did not know where to buy it, how to store it, how to trade it. And so Ripu Press was born. A basic service, even a rough one, but good enough for early adopters to place their trust in it. Ripu Press was not a billion-dollar dream. It was more like a small shop opening just as the street started to get busy. Then the market grew. More users arrived. Money began to flow through lines of code that felt almost lifeless. Ripu Press became Coincheck, not out of ambition, but because it was no longer an experiment. Coincheck had become a place where other people deposited their money. Real money. Savings, effort, hope, belonging to millions. And that is a fragile moment. When a startup is no longer only responsible for itself, but begins to carry the assets of others. No one crowned them a corporation. No one named them guardians of the system. They simply grew very fast, in an industry even younger than they were. And in that growth, certain things changed quietly, without anyone really noticing.
July 15th, 2020, an ordinary afternoon. People were still holding their phones, still scrolling, still laughing, still believing the world was running in its familiar order. No bombs falling, no sirens, no screams in the streets, only lines of text appearing on screens. And then, one by one, people began to sense that something was wrong. The most powerful voices on the planet, the people whose single sentence could shake markets, suddenly no longer controlled their own words. They were still online. Their accounts were still there. Their names were still there. But the power was no longer in their hands. The feeling spread fast, like a cold wave running down the spine. If even those at the very top could be stripped of control in silence, then what was really protecting the rest of the world? And while you were still staring at your screen, still thinking you were just an observer, somewhere an invisible door had opened, and control was quietly changing hands. It did not stop at one name. It spread, slowly but steadily, like pieces being pulled from a board. Elon Musk, the man whose tweets alone could shake the tech market, was the first to fall. Then Jeff Bezos, the symbol of absolute wealth and power, once considered the richest man on Earth. Then Bill Gates, a face tied to the computers of billions for decades. Before anyone could understand what was happening, the name Apple appeared, a company long seen as a fortress, where security was treated almost like religion. And then it crossed beyond technology. Barack Obama, a former president who once held the power of a nation. Joe Biden, on his way to becoming the next president. Political power was no longer standing aside. Warren Buffett, the embodiment of financial wisdom and stability. Kanye West, a cultural icon whose influence travels faster than any headline. Michael Bloomberg, a man who understands the power of data and media better than most. Even things that seemed invisible began to collapse. Twitter's own support account, the place people turned to when something went wrong, was no longer safe. Then Binance, Gemini, Coinbase, names that hold the money of millions across the world. Layer by layer, from technology, money, politics, culture, to the very systems behind them, everything shared the same realization. No one was outside this, no one was above it, and only then did people truly understand. This was no longer an incident. This was a moment where power was being taken away, right in front of the entire world. The initial shock quickly turned into panic. Markets began to shake in ways no one could predict. A single rumor was enough to send stocks plunging, enough to make billions vanish in minutes. People who were used to controlling risk, used to calculating every percentage point, suddenly felt they were standing before something beyond their understanding. Newsrooms fell into chaos. Editors shouted into phones. Reporters refreshed updates by the second. Headlines changed again and again because no one knew what would come next. Each new update made the air heavier, as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting for the next blow. In the shadows of closed rooms, security agencies began forming their darkest theories. The CIA and other intelligence bodies suspected a hostile nation, a silent attack aimed at the stability of the entire system. No one said it out loud, but everyone thought it. If the most powerful accounts could be controlled, then what was the next line to be crossed? If the target was not just money, then what was really under attack was trust, order, the sense of safety the world had clung to for so long. And that question, more than any breaking news, is what made fear spread so fast. Then the curtain was pulled back, and the most terrifying assumptions collapsed one by one. Not a hostile nation, not a secret organization with hundreds of people behind it, no hidden command center, no military control room. What stood behind the chaos that kept the world awake was something almost impossible to believe. A 17-year-old boy living in Florida. No suit, no authority, no status, just a small apartment. The glow of a screen reflecting off a very young face. A can of Red Bull beside the keyboard. A video game paused on another screen. While the outside world trembled in fear, inside that room, everything was disturbingly quiet. No shouting, no sense of triumph, just steady mouse clicks, familiar motions of a child raised by the internet. And that was the moment people froze. Because if the power of the entire world could be shifted from a room like that, then the most fragile thing was not technology at all. It was the trust people placed in it every single day. Before becoming the name that terrified the world, that boy was simply a child growing up in a broken home. His parents divorced when he was young, and a house that once felt familiar became empty and silent. His mother worked 2 jobs, leaving early in the morning and returning after dark, exhausted, with no energy left to ask questions or listen. The dinners where someone sat across the table slowly disappeared. In that space, loneliness grew, quietly but relentlessly. No one truly saw him. No one asked what he was thinking or how he felt. Then the internet appeared like a door into another world. There, he was no longer a silent child in a dark room. There, people heard him. They noticed his words, his actions. For the first time, he felt that he existed, that he mattered. And that is where the story becomes uncomfortable. Because it is hard to look at everything that followed and see only a villain, when behind it all is still the image of a lonely child, simply searching for a place to be seen and acknowledged. It did not begin with massive hacks or million-dollar figures. It began small, almost harmless, in a world that looked like nothing more than a game. Minecraft, for most people, was a place to build and relax, but for him, it was a real economy. There were trades, markets, rare items that not everyone could get. A cape, a small cosmetic item, became a symbol of status. If you had one, people looked at you differently. And he realized something very early. If you control what others desire, you control them. The first scam happened quietly. A deal, a promise, a small transaction, money sent. The item never delivered. No screaming, no police at the door, no immediate consequences. Just a strange feeling creeping in, a faster heartbeat, a sharper focus, and most of all, the feeling of being feared and respected by names on the other side of the screen. At that moment, money stopped being money. It became proof that he could control other people. Each success made the feeling stronger. Each time pushed the boundary a little further. From that moment on, he was no longer just playing a game. He was learning how to manipulate, how to stand above others in a world where rules were blurry. Power, no matter how small, once tasted, is very hard to let go of. Everything shifted the moment he was dragged into the light. Videos exposing him, posts calling out his name, cold lines of text pointing to him as the one behind the scams. The respect vanished instantly, replaced by shame, anger, the feeling of being stripped naked in front of thousands of strangers. He was no longer the one in control. He became the target. Then came the ban. Accounts locked. The door that once made him feel visible was slammed shut without explanation. In that world, being banned meant being erased, pushed back into invisibility. And that moment broke something inside him. No more curiosity, no more experimentation. Only one thought remained, clear and cold. If this world was willing to humiliate me in front of everyone, then I will never let anyone have power over me again. What started as a search for validation turned into retaliation. Not for money, not for fun, but to reclaim control that had been taken from him. From that moment, the last line of childhood disappeared. What replaced it was not maturity, but a quiet and dangerous resolve, fueled by anger and betrayal. From there, he entered a darker, more real world. OG Users was not just a forum, but an underground market where identities were traded like commodities. Usernames were no longer harmless labels, they were assets. A short, rare name could be worth tens of thousands of dollars. People did not buy them for vanity, but for the power attached to them. He learned the rules quickly. To control an account, you did not need to break a system. You just needed to break the person behind it. SIM swapping became the perfect weapon. One phone call, a few personal details, a confident voice. That was all it took for someone's phone number to belong to him. And when the phone was gone, everything else followed. Email, social media, bank accounts, crypto wallets.
Look,
everything a person had built online over years could disappear in minutes. At that point, the game was over. This was no longer small tricks inside a game. This was real life, with real people watching pieces of their lives vanish in panic, without understanding what was happening. The sense of power returned, heavier and colder than before. No laughter, only the terrifying silence of victims on the other end of the line. And in that moment, he realized a truth that makes anyone shiver. Give me your phone, and I have your entire life. The peak before Twitter came when he was no longer satisfied with stealing accounts or identities. This time it was real money, real fear, a real person on the other side. Greg Bennett, a crypto investor, was sitting in his office when his phone suddenly lost signal. He assumed it was a technical issue. Minutes later, his email would not log in. His password no longer worked. When Greg opened his crypto wallet, he saw what no one ever wants to see. $1 million leaving his account, transaction by transaction, right in front of him, slow and unstoppable. A crushing sense of helplessness set in. He knew he was being robbed, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. Then, before he could recover, an email arrived. Not a system alert, a direct message, short, cold, aimed straight at the deepest fear any person has. We have information about your family. We know where you live. If you want peace, send more money. That was the moment the final line was crossed. This was no longer theft. This was intimidation, using fear to force obedience. The most frightening part was not the amount already taken, but the fact that even after taking so much, he did not stop. Greed does not fade with money. It grows when you realize you can control another person's fear. From that point on, the road back was almost gone. Eventually, the door closed. He was arrested. The small apartment fell silent. Screens went dark. The clicks stopped. For many, that should have been the end. But the story turned again. When the case file was opened, the system noticed one decisive detail. He was still a minor. One word in the eyes of the law, and everything changed. Serious crimes, uncountable damage, suddenly placed next to an impossible question. Should a child be punished like an adult criminal, or given a chance to return? The result was a plea deal. He confessed, and in return, received a far lighter sentence. No long trial, no punishment as severe as people expected. And what made many fall silent was this. After everything, he was allowed to keep most of the money. Millions of dollars resting safely inside a legal agreement. No gunshots, no escape, no chase, just cold legal language, applied correctly. And that moment planted an uncomfortable question in people's minds. If the system is gentle the first time, what is it teaching a child? That boundaries can be tested, that consequences can be negotiated, or that sometimes the law does not stop evil. It simply arrives later to clean up what is already broken. The real climax was never about complex code. It was about a deeply human weakness. He did not break the system with genius engineering. He exploited trust. Social engineering, the art of manipulating belief and confidence, became the key to the largest door of all. A phone call that sounded professional, a voice that carried authority, a few internal terms spoken at the right time. On the other end, employees believed they were doing the right thing, protecting the company, keeping systems safe. And in that instant, control was handed over. When he reached the most powerful internal tool, known as God mode, almost all limits vanished. No victim passwords needed, no approvals required. With a few actions, any account could be taken over. Names that represented power, wealth, politics, and the trust of millions became equally fragile. This was no longer about one company being breached. It was the moment the world realized that the system it relied on stood on very thin ground. In the hands of a boy, from a small room, existed the power to crash markets, ignite panic, even trigger consequences no one could fully imagine. And the most frightening part was not what he did, but what he did not need to do. He never had to break technology. All it took was people trusting the wrong voice, and the world was already on the edge. The greatest tragedy of this story is not how far he went, but how small he saw the power he held. In that moment, he touched something very few humans ever do. Almost unlimited control. The ability to shake markets, ignite chaos, even rewrite global trust with a few actions. Yet instead of understanding its scale, he returned to the same narrow path he knew. A simple scam, a cheap promise. A wallet receiving only about $120,000. That number feels absurd when placed next to the magnitude of the power in his hands. It is the moment where anger fades, replaced by regret. Regret for a mind that could have gone far, but remained trapped in early games. Regret for a child so used to small victories that he failed to see the ocean in front of him. His mind was still in Minecraft, where power was measured by rare items and immediate fear, never learning to look one step ahead. That immaturity turned everything into a quiet tragedy. Not because he lacked intelligence, but because he never had the chance to grow enough to understand that some opportunities appear only once. And when they are missed, what remains is not victory, but a void nothing can fill. The morning begins just like any other. The office is the same, the familiar white lights, the old desk with a few small scratches you have never bothered to notice. A cup of coffee sits by your right hand, still warm. It smells so familiar, it almost disappears. The computer screen lights up, a messy desktop filled with unfinished work folders. Nothing special, nothing alarming. Everything feels stable in a way that makes you believe today will pass like any normal day. But something is different. Very quietly, very deeply. You have just been promoted. After years of waiting, countless late nights, moments when you wondered whether your effort was ever truly seen. Not a loud celebration, just a warm feeling slowly spreading in your chest. A small but genuine pride. You sit a little straighter, breathe a little lighter, believing you are stepping into a new phase. A new day, a safe day, a day that looks exactly like yours. A promotion is not just a line in an email. It feels like a delayed nod from life itself, acknowledging that those years of effort were real. The evenings you stayed late when the office lights were already dimmed. The mornings you arrived earlier than everyone else, quietly turning on your computer, quietly finishing your tasks. And this morning, sitting there, that feeling returns, gentle but enough to soften you. You allow yourself to breathe slower, to smile a little longer at the screen. You reread the congratulations, noticing your name spoken with a little more respect. In that moment, you lower your guard. You stop doubting. Because when people are happy, they trust more. They trust the system, the environment around them, the belief that everything is moving in the right direction. The narrator does not raise their voice now, only whispers, as if sitting beside you, saying that the moments when we feel acknowledged and safe are often when our defenses are thinnest. And you do not realize that this comfort is opening a very small gap, just wide enough for everything to begin shifting. Your inbox starts filling faster than usual. Messages of congratulations, emails from colleagues, names you see on your screen every single day. The content is ordinary, polite phrases, encouragement, compliments just enough to make the morning feel lighter. Everything feels logical, perfectly fitting a day marked by a promotion. Then, among the familiar messages, another email appears. It does not stand out, does not feel urgent. The subject line is friendly, as if written just for you. No exaggerated curiosity, no sense of warning. The domain is familiar, identical to the internal emails you receive every day. Clean layout, properly formatted, nothing that makes you pause for more than a second. In that moment, your mind automatically concludes that this is simply another message of goodwill, another small gesture among many. And when everything feels familiar, people rarely question it. You do not sense danger. You only see something ordinary waiting to be opened. You click the link almost instinctively. No deep thought, no hesitation. The browser opens, a small loading circle spinning slowly on the screen, as if it is trying to load something completely normal. A few seconds pass, then a few more. The page freezes, no content appears, no error message, just a quiet blank space. You glance at the clock, assume the network is slow, something so common in an office it barely registers. You exhale softly, close the tab, return to your unfinished work. No virus alerts, no red warnings, no strange sounds or frightening messages. Everything is quiet enough to be forgotten almost immediately. And right there, the narrator lowers their voice and speaks slowly. That the most dangerous moment is not when a computer screams that something is wrong. The most dangerous moment is when nothing happens at all, when you believe it is over, when you keep working, keep living, while somewhere, something has just silently begun. But the truth is that none of this started with that click. It began much earlier, long before this peaceful morning. Somewhere, an invisible gaze had been watching you in silence. Familiar habits, regular working hours, the same logins repeated day after day. All of it had been noted, patiently and carefully. The promotion was not the cause, it was simply the perfect timing. A moment when you were trusted more, granted more access, more responsibility, more doors you had never touched before. The narrator no longer tells the story, but leans closer, speaking softly into your ear. You were not the final target. You were a passage. A very human, very reasonable path into a much larger, deeper system. And when that final door opened, it did not open by force, but through the trust you had just been given. While you sit there, typing familiar lines of work, something else unfolds in parallel, unnoticed. Your login credentials, passwords used for years, internal data tied to your new responsibilities, even bank information you thought was private, are being copied quietly. Nothing disappears. No folders are emptied. Everything remains exactly where it was, in the same order, as if untouched. Yet elsewhere, an identical copy now exists. It leaves your machine slowly, discreetly, like a breath slipping away without a trace. The narrator lowers their voice, pressing each word gently. That the most frightening feeling is not loss, but not knowing you have been taken from. You continue working, believing everything is under control, while the most important pieces of your digital life quietly drift away. The computer in front of you continues to function perfectly. The cursor moves smoothly, windows open on time, familiar files remain intact. You keep working, replying to emails, editing documents, planning the days ahead in your new role. There is no reason to doubt, because everything is operating exactly as it always has. But from that moment on, the machine is no longer only yours. Somewhere, it has been woven into another plan, a current you cannot see. Control, which you believed was absolute, begins slipping away without warning. The narrator speaks very softly, almost like a confession. That true fear does not come from machines breaking down, but from everything running normally while you are no longer the only one behind the controls. Whatever is inside your machine is not in a hurry. It does not rush to destroy, nor does it leave signs to draw attention. It hides deep, quietly, like a new habit forming. Every startup, every system run, it learns to blend into the familiar rhythm. No errors, no slowdown, no unusual moments. You work, you trust, and that trust feeds its existence. The narrator slows their pace, steady, pressing each breath. That some threats are not designed to attack, but to wait. To wait until systems depend on each other the most. To wait until damage, when it comes, no longer stays within one machine, but spreads beyond anyone's control. March 20th, 2 in the afternoon, a time chosen with chilling precision. Not an estimate, not a vague day, but a specific moment set long ago. Inside the system, no one sees it. No warnings, no notes, no signals revealing that a clock is silently counting down. People keep working, attending meetings, thinking about their afternoon plans. The narrator lowers their voice, stretching each beat, that some moments are born to happen, whether expected or not. A moment where no amount of caution can turn things back. When the clock reaches its mark, everything moves together, not because of one person's mistake, but because the gears were assembled long before. And when fate knocks, it does not wait for an invitation. From your machine, everything begins to spread without leaving footprints. The malware slips through the internal network like a shared habit, from one machine to another, gentle and patient. No alarms sound, no security alerts are sent. Dashboards stay green, graphs remain stable, everything appears normal. Employees keep working, technical teams keep meeting, systems continue exchanging data as they do every day. The narrator slows down, choosing each word. That some threats do not invade through violence, but through familiarity. Like a disease without symptoms, the body keeps functioning, life keeps moving, until one day it is everywhere. And by then, the starting point no longer matters, only the consequences waiting to surface. At the exact appointed moment, everything halts together. Tens of thousands of computers stop, almost in the same breath. Bright screens suddenly go dark, replaced by a cold emptiness. In banks, employees lift their heads from keyboards, not yet understanding what has happened. In newsrooms, anchors stare at unresponsive screens. In hospitals, the sound of typing stops as familiar support systems vanish within seconds. No explosions, no smoke, only silence spreading rapidly. The narrator lowers their voice, steady but heavy, that the first climax does not arrive with chaos, but with a synchronized blackout that pulls an entire modern society out of its familiar rhythm in a single instant. Minutes later, the silence reaches beyond closed rooms. People stand before ATMs, entering their codes again and again, but the screen does not respond. In cafes, offices, small apartments, televisions are turned on by habit, only to reveal no broadcasts. Phones light up in hands, but bring no answers. No one knows what is happening. No one knows what to trust. The narrator gently pulls the emotion downward, as if walking among a confused crowd. That unease spreads faster than malware, because it touches something deeply human, the loss of direction. In a single afternoon, a modern society realizes how dependent it is on technology, and how small and hollow people feel when technology falls silent. Imagine a familiar room. Everything is there: furniture, walls, windows, but when you step inside and flip the switch, no light appears. Not because the bulb is broken, but because the switch itself was destroyed. The MBR in a computer is the same. It is the first switch, deciding whether everything behind it can wake up. When you press the power button, the MBR speaks first, guiding the system where to begin. And when it is erased or damaged, the machine becomes mute. No operating system, no data recovery, no simple way back. The narrator pauses briefly, then speaks slower. That only in that moment do people understand what helplessness truly feels like. Everything so complex and advanced ultimately depends on something that small. When the first switch no longer works, everything behind it, no matter how valuable, becomes meaningless. To understand why the fall hurts so deeply, you have to turn back time. After the war, South Korea was a devastated nation. Cities in ruins, farmland abandoned, people surviving on scarce days and incomplete meals. Education levels were low, the economy nearly paralyzed, the future blurred like a road without an end. In that reality, the desire to rise was not a choice, but a necessity for survival. The nation resembled a person after a brutal fall, hurt but unwilling to stay down. People worked not just to live better, but to prove they could stand again. Factories were built, roads expanded, generations grew up believing that only forward movement offered hope. The narrator speaks slowly, deeply, touching collective memory. That from poverty and scarcity, South Korea learned to run fast, very fast, and that hunger for progress became the heartbeat of an entire nation. From those ruins, South Korea launched a sprint few countries dared attempt. Chaebol emerged, powerful family conglomerates tasked with pulling the economy forward. Factories multiplied, goods flowed non-stop, and ships carried the name of South Korea across the world. Exports became pride, industrialization a lifeline. In just decades, incomes rose, cities lit up, and South Korea became a symbol of rapid development. But when people run too fast, some things are left unseen. The narrator slows slightly, voice lowering. That speed creates miracles, but also silent gaps. Vulnerabilities left unpatched, systems built hastily for growth, gradually becoming weaknesses. And in those gaps, risks waited quietly, needing only the right moment to appear. As the internet spread, it did more than connect machines. It connected the rhythm of an entire nation. Banks moved transactions online, media broadcast non-stop, governments digitized records, data, operations. Life became faster, more convenient, so easy that people stopped noticing how much they relied on it. Every morning, people checked accounts, read news, worked, all within familiar gestures. The narrator lowers their voice, slow and clear. That convenience carries a quiet cost. When everything is online, everything depends on the same foundation. And when that foundation fails, not one sector shakes, but the entire system trembles. The internet, once a symbol of progress, reveals another face. A shared vulnerability where even a small crack can spread across society. On the other side of the peninsula, North Korea lives in a very different reality. Isolated by politics, constrained by sanctions, poverty shapes daily life into something narrow and closed. They cannot race industrialization, expand trade, or match the cost of traditional military power. Their world moves slower, darker, more limited. Yet within that isolation, one thing remains connected: observation. The narrator speaks evenly, opening another perspective. That North Korea watched South Korea's path closely. They saw speed, dependency, strengths, and fractures. When you cannot outrun an opponent, you learn where they stumble, and in prolonged silence, those lessons were stored, waiting for a day to be applied in ways no one expected. In that context, cyber warfare emerged as a different path. No tanks, no missiles, no parades of power. Just people, computers, and time. Far cheaper than traditional war, yet deeply effective. These attacks are hard to trace, hard to prove, and require no formal declaration. The narrator lowers their voice, stating a cold truth: that in the modern world, a keyboard on a desk can cause damage comparable to bombs on a battlefield. No explosions, no smoke, but consequences that spread deep and long. As war moves into digital space, the line between peace and conflict blurs, and people, no matter how far from the front lines, can be pulled into it with a single, gentle press of the Enter key. At the center of this defense stands the NIS, South Korea's National Intelligence Service. On paper, they are tasked with protecting the nation from growing invisible threats. Reality is harsher. Cybersecurity budgets lag behind the pace of digitization. Skilled personnel are scarce, a few experts carrying the weight of too many systems. Internally, the NIS faces another battle, a crisis of trust. Controversies, scandals, political pressure weaken public confidence. The narrator speaks slowly, voice heavy. That when a nation runs too fast, its guardians are forced to chase in exhaustion. Cybersecurity, which demands long and quiet preparation, grows slower than the systems it must defend. And in that gap, vulnerabilities widen, wide enough for a patient adversary to slip through unnoticed. As confusion still lingers, another scene appears on public screens. Some websites are suddenly defaced. Strange images, chaotic text, declarations of responsibility displayed like challenges. A self-proclaimed hacker group claims the act as protest, as a message to authorities. News spreads fast, attention shifts to these new names. The narrator remains calm, but weighted. That in moments of chaos, people cling to the first explanation offered, and that creates a thick layer of smoke, blocking vision. While eyes fixate on loud surface messages, the true actors gain time to retreat, erase traces, mislead both the public and the investigation unfolding quietly. As the smoke clears, the investigation deepens. Experts sit together, patiently analyzing lines of malicious code, IP addresses, fragments of leftover infrastructure. No drama, no sudden breakthroughs, just long hours of comparison and fatigue. Slowly, familiar details emerge. Code seen in past attacks. Connection methods recorded years earlier. Small, scattered clues, but together they tell one story. The narrator speaks slowly and firmly, assembling pieces on a table. That no attack is ever entirely new. The hand behind it carries habits. And when pieces align, the blurred picture sharpens, revealing a familiar shadow long present in the dark. When those pieces align, Dark Soul no longer stands alone. It connects to an older, quieter name, Operation Troy. The code shows evolution over time, not for noise, but adaptation, sophistication, invisibility. It began with surveillance, information gathering, silent listening. Then malware evolved, not only to enter, but to remain, to learn systems from within. The narrator lowers their voice, guiding viewers through layers of meaning. That this was not a sudden strike, nor a random act. The targets extended beyond civilians or economics, reaching deep into military and national security structures. Dark Soul was only the visible eruption, what the public saw. Behind it stood a long campaign, built patiently over years, driven by the same logic, the same careful hand. And realizing this, people understood it was not an isolated incident, but a chapter in a larger story still unfolding. What truly chilled investigators was not the scale of damage, but the silence afterward. No ransom demands, no political conditions, no doors opened for negotiation. The attackers did not ask what you would pay, nor what you would sacrifice to recover systems. The narrator speaks slowly, heavily, that when nothing is demanded, the real target is rarely material gain. What was attacked was trust. Trust in banks, in media, in the stability of modern society. One day of paralysis is enough to plant doubt about whether the foundations people rely on are truly solid. And once instability is planted, it grows on its own, quietly. Days later, systems are restored. Machines power on, screens light up as if nothing happened. Banks reopen, transactions resume, news returns to familiar schedules. Life resumes its rhythm, at least on the surface. But something has shifted, quietly and deeply. In the eyes of people at service counters, in the way employees stare at screens a little longer, a new caution appears. The narrator speaks gently, touching that shared feeling. That after systems return, anxiety does not leave with the outage. It lingers, hidden in unanswered questions. Is everything truly safe, or simply silent, waiting for the next time? When you have seen everything collapse in a single afternoon, it is hard to believe that light returning means danger has gone. And as the story ends, the narrator offers no conclusion, no advice, no reassurance, no tidy answer to send you away at ease. Only a brief silence, enough for you to hear your own thoughts. Because this story was never only about a distant country or a single attack. It is about the habit of opening your computer each morning, the trust you place in familiar systems, the belief that you control your digital life. The narrator lowers their voice to a whisper. If tomorrow you turn on your machine, everything runs, everything feels familiar, everything remains silent, but it no longer truly belongs to you, would you notice? Or would you keep working, keep trusting, until one day the lights go out again, and you realize that some things are only understood after they are gone? The morning shift began like any other. The white lights in the hospital corridor glowed steadily, the sound of heart monitors pulsing in a rhythm so familiar that no one paid attention anymore. A nurse stopped in front of the computer at the station, set her coffee down, and lightly tapped the keyboard. The screen stayed still. She tried again, slower this time, more carefully. No response. No error message, not a single line of text, just the cold silence of a machine that was supposed to work. At the end of the hallway, a doctor was waiting for test results to decide whether a patient should be taken into surgery. He glanced at the clock, then back toward the nurse's station. Time moved painfully slow in moments like that. Another nurse stepped closer, leaned in, tried logging in with her own account. Nothing changed. No one said it out loud, but everyone could feel that something was wrong. This was not a common glitch, not a slow network, not routine maintenance. It felt like calling out to someone you know well and realizing there was no longer anyone answering on the other end. An elderly patient lay quietly in bed, watching the tense faces around him, not understanding what was happening, only sensing that everything had suddenly slowed down. The doctor tightened his grip on the pen in his hand. The nurse stood frozen, her hand still resting on the mouse, as if waiting a few more seconds might bring everything back to normal. But it did not. Inside the sterile space of the hospital, where people are used to controlling every heartbeat, every metric, every minute, a strange feeling appeared for the first time. A feeling of helplessness in front of something invisible, untouchable, quietly spreading, silently taking over without asking permission from anyone. Now imagine an ordinary morning of your own. You wake up, turn on your computer, just like you have done hundreds of times before. The familiar machine, the familiar keyboard, everything exactly where it should be. And yet, something feels off. The files you use every day will not open. The photos, documents, and memories you saved suddenly feel distant, as if they no longer belong to you. Not because you forgot your password, not because you did anything wrong, simply because you have been locked out of your own device. The feeling is hard to name. It is not loud. It does not trigger panic right away. It feels like stepping into your own house and realizing the door has been locked from the inside. You are still standing there, but the power to decide is no longer yours. Everything familiar disappears overnight, and you do not know who to blame. There is no face in front of you, no voice on the other end of the line. Just a quiet question forming in your mind, growing clearer with every passing second. When technology has woven itself into every part of our lives, from work to health to the most personal details, who is really in control of all of it? As the truth began to surface, it felt harder to accept than the fear itself. This virus was not created by some anonymous hackers in a cramped basement. It did not come from society's margins. It was born in a place many people had trusted, the National Security Agency of the United States, an institution built to protect, to defend, to stand between chaos and order. The feeling was not exactly anger. It was more like losing your breath for a moment, realizing that what you believed was a shield could also become a blade. For years, people had grown accustomed to handing their sense of safety to invisible institutions, trusting that somewhere there were individuals smart enough, careful enough, to keep the world from falling apart. But when this truth was laid bare, no accusation was needed. Trust fractured on its own. Not because the NSA intended to harm anyone, not because of some grand malicious conspiracy, simply because a weapon created to maintain control had slipped beyond the hands that built it. And in that moment, many people felt something deeply human for the first time. The fragility of trust when it is placed in the wrong place. The NSA is not a name that appears often in headlines. They do not hold press conferences. They do not stand in front of cameras. They do not seek public recognition. Most of the time, their existence feels like a shadow, something everyone knows is there, but rarely sees clearly. Inside the NSA, there is an even more obscure division, known as Tailored Access Operations, or TAO. This is not a place for people who want to be seen. TAO is made up of minds accustomed to working in silence, writing lines of code without ever expecting thanks. In the underground world of cybersecurity, TAO is spoken of quietly, as if raising your voice might cross an invisible line. And deeper still, within those whispered stories, one name appears again and again, like a legend. The Equation Group. No logo, no address, no public face. Only traces left behind after each operation. Precise, cold, almost flawless. People say that if the Equation Group targets you, the question is not whether you will be breached, but when. To them, computers, networks, even national infrastructure are simply doors with slightly more complex locks. For years, that image gave the rest of the world a strange sense of comfort, that somewhere, unseen forces were silently maintaining order, smart enough to never make mistakes. And because of that, no one imagined that one day those same shadows would become the center of a story that would leave the entire world holding its breath. In the world of those who work in the dark, there are tools known by short, cold names. 0 Day, Eternal Blue. They were never meant for the public to understand. To those who held them, they were not just software or tools. They were keys, ways to open doors others did not even know existed. A 0 Day is a flaw known only to the person holding it, and Eternal Blue was one such key. Silent, precise, designed to reach deep into the core of the world's most familiar systems. When locked away inside the arsenals of powerful institutions, no one felt its presence. Life went on. Computers booted up each morning. Data flowed, trusted without question. But tools like these carry a simple truth. They are only safe when controlled. Once they slip from their creators' hands, even once, even quietly, the consequences no longer stay confined to laboratories or classified reports. They spill into the real world, into hospitals, into businesses, into the lives of people who never knew that somewhere, a line of code had been written under the assumption it would never be lost. And when the unthinkable happens, disaster does not need malice to begin. It only needs to be released, and the world will take it from there. For years, inside windowless rooms, a near absolute belief existed that they were the hunters, not the prey, that they saw threats before anyone else even realized something was happening. For those working at the NSA, control was not ambition, it was the default state. Every quiet day reinforced that belief. They infiltrated, observed, withdrew, leaving so little trace that the rest of the world never knew it had been touched. From the inside, everything appeared orderly, calculated, contained. Tools were carefully stored, systems locked behind layers of security, and above all, a quiet, unshakable conviction remained. No one can hack us. Not loud arrogance, but confidence born from never having faced failure that way. In a world where you are always the one in control, danger belongs somewhere else. And when you live long enough with that mindset, you begin to believe you control not just the tools, but the limits of risk itself. Until one day, those limits vanish without warning. Nothing began with an official alert. It began with whispers. On obscure forums, in conversations only a few noticed, vague remarks appeared. Someone claimed to have heard something strange. Someone else suggested that something was no longer where it was supposed to be. No proof, No names, just a wrong feeling, like stepping outside and realizing the door is unlocked, even though you are sure you checked it. Most people dismissed the rumors. They sounded absurd. Who would dare touch systems like those? Who would be reckless enough to try? In a world accustomed to believing certain things are untouchable, rumors are easy to ignore. A few security experts paid closer attention, but even they hesitated to say anything with certainty. No one wanted to be the first to sound the alarm, and later realized they had overreacted. Silence settled in, not because everything was fine, but because no one was ready to believe something was truly happening. And in that gap, where suspicion had not yet become action, something dangerous moved closer, quietly, almost unhindered. Then one day, the whispers took shape. Not in an official news outlet, not from a familiar source. It appeared as a clumsy joke online, a post written in strange English, riddled with grammatical errors, its tone half mocking, half deliberately unserious. At first, people laughed. Confusion came before fear. Who would write like this if they were holding something real? But then they scrolled down, and at the end of the post, there was something that should not have been there. A file. No explanation, no introduction, just placed there like a silent challenge. When members of the cybersecurity community opened it, the mood shifted instantly. The humor vanished. Eyes locked onto screens. Familiar lines of code appeared in ways that could not be mistaken. This was not fabricated noise. This was real. Names, structures, technical fingerprints that carried the unmistakable scent of a place never meant to be exposed. Experts began messaging one another, not to boast, but to confirm they were seeing the same thing. Forums fell eerily quiet, then erupted into tense discussion. Some denied it. Some searched desperately for another explanation. But underneath it all, one feeling spread quickly. If this file was real, this was no longer a rumor. This was the moment the impossible had stepped into the light, disguised as a bad joke. Within hours, those who knew what to look for began spotting familiar traces, not by instinct, but by experience. Tiny strings of characters, naming conventions, coding habits only a handful of people had ever seen, fingerprints, impossible to fully fake. When they compared the files to documents Edward Snowden had leaked years earlier, the match was undeniable. Internal labels, patterns, details known only to insiders. Doubt collapsed. There was no comforting explanation left. The feeling was not excitement or triumph. It was a chill running down the spine. Because if these tools were real, it meant the most secret cyber arsenal of one of the world's most powerful agencies had been exposed. While forums and private chats burned with activity, the other side remained silent. The NSA issued no statement, no confirmation, no denial, no explanation. That silence weighed heavier than any announcement could have. To those watching, it no longer felt like routine intelligence caution. It felt like the moment when speaking becomes pointless, because the truth, even without official acknowledgement, had already established itself. As the world tried to process what had happened, a name surfaced: Harold Martin, an NSA contractor. When news of his arrest broke, many felt a brief sense of relief. Finally, a face, a single person to attach all the chaos to. Agents entered a quiet home, unremarkable, and inside found tens of terabytes of classified data collected over years. For a moment, the story seemed to resolve itself. A personal failure, one man who took too much home, someone who crossed a line. But the relief faded quickly. Even after Martin was arrested, leaks continued. The strange posts kept appearing. The shadow brokers did not disappear. Relief turned into disappointment. If it was not just him, then who? Or worse, no single person at all. There was no clear confession, no final answer to close the case. Only an uncomfortable truth, that sometimes the greatest damage does not come from a single face, but from gaps within systems people believe they fully control. Then, suddenly, everything stopped. No new posts, no mocking messages, no files dropped in the night. The shadow brokers vanished from the internet as if they had never existed. For some, the silence felt like relief. Maybe it was over, maybe the storm had passed. But the longer the silence stretched, the heavier the unease became. This did not feel like an ending. There was no declaration of victory, no apology, no closure. It felt like the stillness before a storm, when the sky grows unnaturally calm. Those following the story understood that silence in this world does not always mean the end. Sometimes it is only a pause that makes you suspect something is still waiting to be released. And then what many feared most happened, in the least expected way. No warning, no negotiation, just a short line appearing again, paired with something chilling, a password, the key to files locked away for months. In an instant, the last layer of encryption fell away. No auction, no ransom, no conditions. Eternal Blue, along with the most dangerous tools, was out, free. Anyone could access it. The feeling was no longer shock, it was emptiness, like watching someone let go of something heavy, fully aware of where it would fall, and letting go anyway. In the world of cybersecurity, this was the moment all boundaries collapsed. Tools once confined to secure rooms now lay openly online like forgotten objects. No expertise required, no authority needed, just download. For many observers, this was no longer a leak. It was the release of something that should never have been released. And once weapons fall into open space, no one remains responsible for where they land. When those tools spread, the damage did not arrive as a single explosion. It came slower, quieter, and therefore more painful. In hospitals, computer systems went dark mid-shift. Medical records vanished from screens. Nurses scrambled through paper notes, writing by hand, trying to remember who needed which medication, who had just been tested. Surgeries were postponed, not because doctors were unavailable, but because no one could trust the data behind the decisions. Elsewhere, a small company opened its doors to find its accounting systems locked, payroll frozen, orders halted, phones rang endlessly with no answers that could reassure anyone. Business owners stared at blank screens, trying to stay calm while wondering how they would explain tomorrow to their employees. And in countless places, losses occurred that never made the news. A patient who did not receive timely care, a family forced to wait in anxiety, a worker who lost a job because the company never recovered from weeks of paralysis. No statistic captures those moments. No chart conveys what it feels like to have your life interrupted by something invisible you never even knew existed. In that wave of disruption, people began to understand this was no longer a story about cybersecurity. It was a story about people, about quiet, accumulating harm. And then came a realization even more terrifying than ransom demands. This time, there was no request for money, no countdown clock, no promise that things would be restored. This attack did not seek profit. It existed purely to destroy. Systems fell with no chance to negotiate, because there was no one on the other end to talk to. Everything collapsed in silence, like a global blackout. Ports shut down. Supply chains broke. Ships sat idle offshore, unable to dock. In offices, employees stared at empty screens, unsure whether to wait or leave. No instructions, no answers. Just the sense that the familiar world had been put on pause. What chilled people most was not the scale of destruction, but the motive behind it. When an attack seeks no reward, no recognition, no validation, there is no way to predict where it will stop. In that moment, humanity realized it was facing a new kind of chaos, one that cannot be negotiated with, softened, or easily stopped. The story ends without a conclusion that offers comfort. Tools built under the banner of protection revealed their double-edged nature. In controlled hands, they are shields. Once lost, they become blades without conscience. No one in this story is entirely innocent, yet no single villain neatly explains it all. What remains is a deeply human truth. We have grown used to believing someone else is quietly in control of forces too large for us to worry about. But when that illusion breaks, what appears is not absolute safety, but an unsettling void. Technology has no will. Weapons have no morality. Only people must live with the consequences of what they create. And if one day you turn on your computer, everything still looks familiar, still lights up the same way, but control is no longer yours. Would you recognize when that moment truly began?
I'll page Dr. Evanstadt.
I'll prep OR3.
It is still early. The city has not fully woken up yet. Dim light slips through the curtains, landing on a work desk where a laptop has been left on since the night before. In that room, there is nothing remarkable, just an ordinary person, wearing a familiar shirt, sitting in front of the screen with eyes still slightly burning from lack of sleep. A morning begins like any other. He reaches for his coffee, takes a small sip. The familiar bitterness, the kind of taste that makes people believe they are ready for a long day. On the screen, an email appears, then another one. The same familiar subject line. The same logo, so familiar it does not seem necessary to read closely. A login notification. Nothing unusual. These things happen every day. He glances quickly at the clock. Almost 8. The first meeting is about to start. Work is waiting. His phone vibrates with another message. Everything piles up at once, leaving no space for his mind to slow down and think. He opens the email, skims the first few lines. Nothing seems suspicious, just a confirmation request. Just a few familiar login steps. He enters the email address, enters the password, then pauses for a moment. CAPTCHA appears, small squares forcing him to prove he is human. He exhales softly. Annoying. Too many steps for a rushed morning. He thinks, I will deal with it later. This is not urgent. Facebook already blocked it anyway. It is fine. He closes the browser window, sets the coffee cup down on the desk, puts on his jacket and leaves the room, carrying with him that very human sense of reassurance that he has merely postponed a small, insignificant task. But there are small decisions like that, so familiar we barely remember making them, that never give us a chance to go back. When the door closes behind him, the room grows quiet. The computer screen stays on. Processes continue to run silently. And somewhere far away, someone else has just received exactly what they were waiting for. Not a password, but control. The attack did not arrive with loud noise. It did not flash red warnings on the screen. There was no urgent alert, no clear sense of danger. Everything happened very quietly. So quietly that people did not call it an attack. They called it an email, or rather, 2 emails. The same subject line, the same familiar icon, one real, one fake. But human eyes were not designed to tell apart things that look almost identical, while the mind is already thinking about work, about meetings, about a busy day ahead. The fake email was not in a hurry. It did not pressure. It did not threaten. It simply waited there, patiently, the way the most refined traps always do, polite enough to raise no suspicion, familiar enough that the reader felt no need to be cautious, and timed perfectly to slip into a distracted morning. When people clicked, nothing felt wrong. Everything still looked fine. The familiar interface, the familiar text, the same login steps done hundreds of times before. Then CAPTCHA appeared, small boxes, images to select, a harmless challenge. And yet, it was precisely the moment that caused irritation, not fear, annoyance. In his mind, there was no thought that he might be in danger, only a very ordinary thought. Why so many steps? I will do it later. This is not urgent. Facebook already blocked it. Google already warned me. The system has it handled. I am just a user. This trap does not need you to be stupid. It only needs you to be tired. It does not need absolute trust. It only needs you to be not alert enough to question. Spear phishing does not hunt with force. It waits with familiarity. It does not attack fear. It attacks habit. It targets that very human assumption that familiar things are safe. And when you tell yourself that doing it later is fine, in that moment, you do not realize you have just given someone else more time. Time to stay. Time to widen the door. Time to turn a small inconvenience into an irreversible mistake. He was not the only one. And that is what made the story dangerous. That same morning, while the city was still quiet, while coffee was still warm on the desks of thousands of others, similar emails quietly appeared, in different offices, on different floors, on computers with different names. No alarm bells, no company-wide emergency notice. Just ordinary emails slipping into inboxes like any other work message. Some people saw them and deleted them immediately. Some glanced at them and ignored them. Some read them, felt something was off, and chose not to click. Most people did the right thing. They were careful. They were cautious. They did not fall for it. And because of that, no one felt that anything was wrong. In a large organization, 99% doing the right thing creates a comforting sense of safety, a sense that the system is working, that people are smart enough, that security warnings are effective. But security is not addition. It is multiplication. All it takes is one person clicking wrong, one password exposed, one door open for a few short minutes, and the rest of the system will do the remaining work on its own. What followed was not loud. There was no instant mass data theft, no screens going black right away. Everything happened slowly, like a quiet illness spreading through a healthy body, from one computer to another, from one account to higher levels of access. Commands moved in silence. Permissions opened without anyone noticing. Each step was small, Each step seemed reasonable when viewed in isolation, and because of that, no one put them together into a complete picture. In the office, people kept working, kept sending emails, kept holding meetings. Everyday conversations continued. No one knew that, deep beneath the surface, something was spreading. Not at lightning speed, but with patience. And that was the most frightening part. A company does not collapse when everyone does something wrong. It collapses when most people do the right thing. And one person does not, in a very human moment. A moment no one sees. A mistake small enough to be ignored, yet large enough to open the path for everything that comes after. Sony Pictures Entertainment is not an unfamiliar name. It is a place that makes films watched by millions. Red carpets glowing with flashbulbs, glamorous premieres. But behind those polished posters is a very different life. Offices lit from early morning to late night. Desks piled with paperwork. People showing up every day, living the same routine as in any other company. They email each other. They complain about deadlines. They joke in internal messages. They talk about their bosses, their colleagues, their workload, the things only people in the same environment understand. No one writes those emails for the world to read. No one expects those private words to leave the four walls of the office. But one day, everything is opened wide. Not with hammers, not with guns, but with files quietly copied. Every inbox, every conversation, every sentence written in moments of exhaustion, frustration, or simply to vent at the end of a long day. Executives are no longer names in headlines. They appear in emails as very human, worried, hesitant, sometimes clumsy with words. Employees are no longer anonymous titles. They have names, emotions, thoughts they would normally only share after work hours. And then all of it is placed under the light, without context, without compassion, just fragments cut out and spread across headlines and social media. The feeling is not just being attacked, it is being exposed. As if someone opened your most private drawer, pulled everything out, and laid it on a table for the entire world to judge. People who never worked there begin to pass judgment. Ordinary internal remarks turn into scandals. Very human complaints become evidence of ugliness. Sony does not just lose data, it loses the right to privacy. And the people inside, those who never thought they were main characters in any story, suddenly become the focus. Not because they did something wrong, but because they lived and spoke like real people. In that moment, the entertainment empire does not collapse from the outside. It collapses from the shared realization among those inside that there is nowhere left to hide from the gaze of the world. The cruelest part does not arrive immediately. If all the data had been released at once, the shock would have been massive, but it might have passed. Humans forget faster than we think, but this did not happen that way. The data was not dumped all at once. It was leaked slowly. Day after day, week after week, each time only a small portion, just enough for the media to write another article, just enough for social networks to find a new reason to talk, just enough to stir shame again before it could settle. One morning, it is executive emails. The next day, it is salary information. A few days later, private conversations, words spoken in anger or fatigue. Each leak is like a thin cut, not deep enough to kill instantly, but steady enough to drain strength over time. The media does not need to embellish. They only need to wait. Wait for the next drop of data. Wait for a new headline. Wait for another controversial quote to push the story further. Public opinion follows the same path. At first, curiosity, then fascination, then judgment. People stop seeing Sony as a company. They see it as a character being peeled layer by layer. Each day adds another detail that distorts the image a little more. Reputation does not collapse overnight. It erodes, like a wall worn down by water dripping in the same spot. No one hears it fall. Only later do they realize it stopped standing long ago. For the people inside Sony, the weight is heavier. Every morning brings a new anxiety. Who will it be today? Which sentence will be pulled out of context and turned into something for the world to comment on? There is no right response. Apologizing feels wrong. Staying silent feels wrong. Because this attack is not aimed at systems, it is aimed at time. It stretches the pain long enough that people lose the strength to resist. And that is when reputation truly dies. Not from a single fatal blow, but from slow, cold erosion that leaves no path back. To understand how a cyber attack could reach beyond the boundaries of an entertainment company, one has to look elsewhere, to a peninsula where war never truly ended. On the map, Korea is just a narrow strip of land. but in history, it is a deep scar. The War of the 1950s ended with an armistice, not peace. Guns fell silent, but hostility did not. Two sides stare at each other across a thin line, carrying suspicion passed down through generations. Over the decades that followed, the world changed. Global markets opened, technology exploded. But for the North, doors slowly closed. Sanctions, punishments, isolation from the global flow. These measures did not only strike money, they struck pride. When a nation is repeatedly described as a threat, as an outsider, the feeling of being cornered grows year after year. In that deadlock, choices become limited. When you cannot compete economically, when you cannot influence through diplomacy, when every traditional door is shut, you look for another path. No tanks, no aircraft, just something everyone has, but few fully control: cyberspace. There, geography loses meaning. Power is no longer measured in soldiers. It is measured in patience, precision, and timing. For North Korea, cyber attacks are not merely technical tools. They are messages, a way of saying, we are still here. We can still reach you, even when you cannot see us. Each time a system on the other side is disrupted, each time data is breached, it is a quiet reminder that power does not only live behind fortresses and armies. It exists where people least expect it. The danger lies in the fact that these actions are not impulsive. They are calculated, tested, repeated over years, from banks to broadcasters to civilian infrastructure. Each incident is a small move, just enough to test reactions, just enough to stay below the threshold of traditional war, but strong enough to plant unease. Seen this way, Sony is no longer a random target. It is a symbol, a global name, a piece of Western popular culture. Attacking it does more than cause financial damage. It creates noise, it draws attention, it allows an isolated nation to show it can still shape the global narrative. In that context, the attack is no longer simple retaliation. It is a statement that in this era, power does not need to be loud. It only needs patience, and enough silence to force others to listen. At that time, the name Anonymous was everywhere. Familiar masks, videos with distorted voices, slogans that sounded righteous, against power, for freedom, standing with the weak. Online, they looked like digital age rebels, mysterious, arrogant, easy to believe were just disgruntled individuals acting on ideals. The language of hacktivists was filled with memes, provocative phrases, satirical imagery. It felt like a collective joke, where faceless figures competed to display wit and audacity. To the public, it was both frightening and captivating. It made cyber attacks look like cultural protest rather than military action. And that was the perfect cover, because behind the memes and slogans were attacks that showed no sign of impulsiveness. No one accidentally infiltrates critical systems. No one casually writes code capable of wiping data at scale. These things require time, deep knowledge, infrastructure, and above all, permission. This level of sophistication is not meant for amateurs. It is not something learned over a few late nights on forums. It is not the pastime of bored teenagers. Each move is calculated to appear chaotic, while in reality being highly structured. Each message is crafted to distract, while the real target lies elsewhere. The so-called morality of hacktivism is sometimes just a thin coat of paint. It hides far more complex motives. When an attack is labeled resistance, when it is wrapped in images of freedom and justice, people ask fewer questions, doubt less. And that is when real powers can hide behind the ambiguity, using it as a shield. In this world, chaos is not always chaos. Sometimes it is carefully staged, so outsiders see only mockery and recklessness, while deep underneath, very calm hands control the rhythm. Anonymous and hacktivism are not just cultural phenomena, they are a stage. And on that stage, not everyone is an amateur actor. At first glance, the interview is just a comedy, loud, crude, packed with jokes that are not particularly refined. A piece of entertainment that seems insignificant next to global events. But history sometimes shifts because of things like this. Not because they are profound, but because they touch the wrong nerve. The film tells a fictional story of a leader turned into a joke. In Hollywood, it is satire, creative freedom, a laugh aimed at power. But from the other side of the Korean peninsula, it is not funny at all. It is not seen as fiction. It is felt as public humiliation, a direct insult to national image. In societies where leadership is inseparable from national dignity, the line between humor and provocation disappears. Reaction comes fast. State media speaks out. Harsh statements are issued, heavy language, anger-filled tone. The interview stops being a movie. It becomes a symbol of disrespect, of Western arrogance. And the more it is condemned, the more attention it draws. International media rushes in. The public becomes curious. Bigger questions emerge. Can a comedy cause war? Should creative freedom have limits? Sony finds itself trapped in a storm it never anticipated. On one side, free expression. On the other, political pressure. Every decision is scrutinized. Every move is interpreted. When threats are mentioned, when warnings appear in headlines, the story leaves entertainment and enters national security, diplomacy, real fear in everyday life. The irony is that the interview fulfills its historical role before reaching theaters, not as cinema, but as an excuse, a focal point for anger, retaliation, and the need to draw a line. In that moment, a crude comedy becomes kindling, and once the spark is lit, people no longer look at it to laugh. They look at it for justification. Justification for responses that come later, quieter, more dangerous, and far longer lasting than any laughter in a movie theater. After the chaos on the headlines, behind the scenes, people begin working in silence. No lights, no heroic statements, just closed rooms, glowing screens through the night, and the same questions repeated. Who did this? How? And why? For the FBI, this is no longer a single intrusion. Pieces start to fit together. Malware found at Sony carries familiar traces, techniques seen before, infrastructure exposed in earlier attacks. Individually, each detail says little. Together, they tell a larger story. The investigation moves slowly. In cyberspace, evidence is not as neat as fingerprints. It is scattered, hidden, sometimes forged. But habits are hard to erase. Coding style, connection patterns, patience. These traits repeat often enough that coincidence becomes unlikely. Gradually, a shadow takes shape. Not an individual, not a spontaneous group, but an organized entity with purpose and backing. At some point, the shadow needs a name, because naming something is acknowledging it exists. The FBI calls it Lazarus Group, a name evoking return from the dead, a force that seems absent, yet appears exactly when needed. Naming is not just classification. It turns a vague threat into a defined entity, one with history, traces, a file. From that moment, the story changes. This is no longer a mysterious hack. It becomes part of a broader picture of cyber warfare. Lazarus Group is not tied only to Sony. It links to attacks on banks, infrastructure, organizations worldwide. A chain of deliberate actions, strategic, spanning years. When the name is revealed, attackers lose total anonymity, but the world also faces an uncomfortable truth. The greatest threats no longer come from armies you can see. They come from groups that once existed only as rumors. Naming Lazarus Group does not end the story. It marks the moment when an invisible fear becomes visible, and once visible, it cannot be forgotten. After Sony, the world does not return to normal. There is no undo button. What happened becomes a quiet scar, shaping how organizations view risk. Businesses read emails differently. They no longer skim. They no longer trust familiar logos blindly. Cybersecurity meetings appear more often on calendars, not from passion for technology, but from a very human fear that a single small mistake can trigger uncontrollable consequences. Banks feel it most clearly. Systems once thought invulnerable suddenly feel uncertain. Firewalls grow thicker, procedures tighter, but pressure grows heavier. Every alert must be examined. Every unfamiliar email carries the reminder of disaster. In this environment, money becomes more than numbers. It becomes target, reward, motivation for increasingly refined attacks. Then comes crypto, a space built on the belief of transparency, decentralization, and immunity from control. Yet its novelty makes it fertile ground. Later attacks repeat the same script: a warning email, a familiar link, an urgent notification, and a quick decision by a tired human being. The difference is that the money no longer disappears from corporate accounts, but from digital wallets believed to be perfectly safe. Today, when you open your inbox and see a login alert, the feeling is different. You may still feel annoyed, still sigh at another verification step, but somewhere in your mind, a collective memory exists. These warnings are not excess. They are the result of costly lessons paid for by others. The impact of the Sony hack does not belong to a single year. It lives in the habits of an entire generation of users, a generation forced to learn suspicion, forced to slow down before familiar things. No one enjoys constant vigilance, but in the world that followed, innocence became a luxury, and every warning email today, no matter how small or annoying, carries the shadow of an old story. A story reminding us that safety is no longer default. It is something that must be preserved every day through very small, very human decisions. And when all the facts have been told, when the big names have appeared, when causes and consequences seem clear, the story still does not close, because it does not belong to the past. It is still here, in the way we power on our machines each morning, in how we read a familiar email, in that brief hesitation before clicking a link. No one stands up to declare the world has changed. There is no official moment marking it. Just gradually, person by person, we live a little differently without noticing. The people in this story are not heroes, nor villains from a movie. They are people who go to work on time, drink coffee every morning, complain about their jobs, postpone small tasks thinking later will be fine. That normalcy is what makes it terrifying, because it shows how thin the line is between safety and collapse. Maybe you finish this video thinking you will be more careful. Maybe you believe you are alert enough not to fall for it. Everyone thinks that. Until one very early, very rushed morning, you turn on your computer while your mind is elsewhere. An email appears, a familiar logo, polite wording, nothing suspicious, just a few extra verification steps, just a small inconvenience. And that familiar thought returns. It is fine. I will do it later. The only question left is this. If one day your computer turns on, the screen still bright, everything looking normal, but control is no longer yours, would you notice right away? Or would you leave the room with that very human reassurance that you have only postponed a small task, and nothing truly important has just happened? September 10th, 2023, Las Vegas, 3 in the morning. This city has never truly slept. The neon lights still blaze, slot machines echo steadily like the heartbeat of a giant creature feeding the desert. Somewhere inside that maze of light, a man named James leans against a technical counter and exhales. His shift started 5 minutes ago. In front of him stands the pit boss. Behind him, hundreds of eyes are waiting for the system to come back online. He lifts the phone. Yeah. Hey, it is James from the floor. I am locked out again. His voice is tired, slightly embarrassed. The tone of someone who does not want to be a burden, but has no other choice. On the other end of the line is Dave, the night shift IT support technician. He has been on duty for nearly 8 hours. A blue glow from the monitor in front of him. A cup of cold coffee sitting beside his keyboard. MGM support. This is Dave. Can I get your employee ID? Everything unfolds like hundreds of calls before it. An employee number read slowly, keys tapping lightly. James glances at the clock. He knows that if he cannot log in time, he will be written up. In Las Vegas, everything has a price, even a few minutes of delay. Look, Dave, I am standing in front of the pit boss right now. If I cannot log in, I am going to get written up. There is no threat in his voice, only very human anxiety. Dave understands that feeling. He has been warned before for small mistakes. He looks at the system, sees the account locked after too many incorrect password attempts. A familiar action, a simple procedure. All right, James, I am sending the reset link to your mobile. Just do not lock it out again. A soft sigh of relief comes through the line. You are a lifesaver, Dave. Thanks. Dave smiles slightly, though no one can see it. Sometimes during a long night shift, helping someone log back in is enough to make him feel useful. He moves his mouse, the cursor hovering over the confirmation button. A light click. The screen shows the request has been processed. In the moment Dave clicks that mouse, so lightly, so ordinarily, the lights of Las Vegas do not just flicker, they go out. But there is something Dave will never know. The person who thanked him was not standing on any casino floor in Las Vegas. There was no pit boss behind him, no shift just beginning. On the other end was not James. It was a 17-year-old boy sitting in a dark room, half a world away. The only light illuminating his young face came from a computer screen and a phone lying on his desk. No supercomputer, no advanced equipment, not a single line of code written in that moment. He did not break through a firewall. He did not crack encryption. He simply made a phone call, and he spoke politely, his voice confident enough not to tremble, urgent enough to sound like an employee in trouble, human enough to awaken empathy in a tired man working the night shift. He just asked nicely, that was all. And the door opened. We often imagine hackers as shadows behind layers of code, brilliant minds manipulating systems with complex algorithms. But there was nothing like that here. No hoodie, no green text cascading down a screen, just a very human conversation between two strangers, one wanting help, one wanting to finish his shift. So what is the most frightening thing in cybersecurity? Is it artificial intelligence? Is it a foreign supercomputer? Or is it a 17-year-old who understands that sometimes the fastest way through the highest wall is not to smash it down, but to knock and wait for someone to open it? To fully grasp how absurd this story is, you have to see MGM for what it truly is. MGM is not just a hotel with red carpets and sparkling fountains. It is a financial fortress in the desert. Every day, billions of dollars flow through its systems. Cash, credit cards, international transactions, data belonging to some of the wealthiest guests on the planet. Every chip on a roulette table is not just part of a game, it is part of a massive financial machine operating without pause. Its cybersecurity budget is estimated at over $50 million a year. $50 million just to protect data, just to keep the digital gates sealed shut. Inside windowless server rooms, filled with the steady hum of cooling fans and the cold blink of indicator lights, biometric scans are required for entry. Fingerprints, retinal scans, multi-layer access cards. Everything is designed to tell the world that this place is impenetrable. The Security Operations Center runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Massive screens cover the walls, displaying network traffic and the smallest anomalies. Many of the analysts once served in the military. They are accustomed to pressure, accustomed to detecting threats before they fully form. They are not just protecting a company, they are protecting trust. And then there is encryption. If someone tried to brute force their passwords, it would take trillions of years to break. Trillions. Longer than civilization has existed. Longer than empires have risen and fallen. Mathematics stands with them. Technology stands with them. On paper, MGM is a fortress without weakness, a place where every door is locked 3 times, a place where every movement is recorded. And that is precisely why what happened next feels so chilling. The weak point was not the mainframe, not the firewall, not the encryption that would take trillions of years to defeat. The weak point was Dave, a human being of flesh and bone, with tired eyes and a shift that seemed endless. We often speak of systems as if they are cold machines, forgetting that behind every system is a person trying to do their job well. Dave works nights. 3 in the morning in Las Vegas is not quiet, but for him, it is the heaviest hour. $15 an hour does not turn someone into a cybersecurity hero. It pays rent, fuel, maybe a few overdue bills. He was not trained to confront international cyber criminals. He was trained to help employees log back into the system. The pressure did not come from hackers. It came from sentences like, "I am standing in front of my boss and I will be written up if I cannot log in." In a place like MGM, where everything operates by the minute, even a small delay can become a big problem. Dave knows that. He knows the feeling of being warned for something minor. He does not want to be the reason someone gets in trouble, so he chooses the fastest way to help. While Dave fights sleep and answers call after call, somewhere else people spend weeks studying him. They are not looking for code vulnerabilities. They are looking for him on LinkedIn. They learn what department he works in, what shifts he takes, who manages him. They study internal language and tone. They build a script not to defeat technology, but to pass through a very human moment of fatigue and empathy. And in that moment, a billion-dollar financial fortress is not smashed by force. It quietly opens because a man wants to finish his shift and go home. When Dave sends the MFA reset link, to him, it is just another routine action among hundreds each week. Multi-factor authentication is supposed to be the final shield. Not just a password, but a verification code sent to a phone. In training sessions, they always say MFA is the line between safety and disaster. That night, Dave believes he is still on the safe side. Imagine the system as an exclusive nightclub in Las Vegas. At the entrance stands a large bouncer with a cold stare. You show your ID. If everything checks out, he does not follow you all night. He places a wristband on your arm. A small band, but enough to open every door inside that you are allowed to access. That is Okta. Your password is the ID. MFA is the final nod from the bouncer. The session token is the wristband. When Dave resets MFA, he does not hand over a password. He prints a new wristband. A completely legitimate one, issued by the bouncer himself. And once that band is on your wrist, the system does not question you again. The firewall sees the band and waves you through. The servers see the band and open their doors. Everything operates exactly as designed, because technically, nothing is wrong. On the other side of the screen, the 17-year-old sees what he needs. Not a password, not an exploit, a VIP wristband issued legally. He does not kick down a door, he does not climb a wall. He walks through the main entrance under bright lights of a system believed to be impenetrable. In that moment, the fortress is not attacked from outside, it opens from within, but that wristband only grants access to the lobby. A normal employee cannot walk straight into the vault. The teenager understands that clearly. Once inside the system, he does not rush. There is no frantic typing, no dramatic command lines like in movies, just silence and slow lateral movement from one digital room to another. Lateral movement, observing, mapping, learning how the system breathes. Every directory, every internal dashboard becomes part of a map. He does not need to break another door. He only needs to find the one who controls all the wristbands. Eventually, he sees it. The identity provider. The place where identities are created, where power is granted. If Okta is the nightclub bouncer, the identity provider is the machine behind the counter that prints the wristbands, where privileges are decided with a click. An admin account appears in the list. He does not know the password. He does not need to. With a valid band, he can approach the wristband printer more closely than anyone outside ever could. And then, in a cold and chilling moment, he creates a new token. Not a token for a floor employee, not for middle management. A super admin token. A wristband with total authority. From James on the casino floor, he becomes someone who can lock out anyone else, change emails, remove access, see every identity inside the system. That is what technicians call God mode. On the other side of the ocean, Dave may already be answering another call. The SOC continues monitoring thousands of signals per minute. Everything appears normal, but inside a multi-billion-dollar financial fortress, a 17-year-old has just taken the highest seat of power, and no door remains locked to him. In another building within that fortress, where there are no slot machine sounds or neon lights, only the cold blue glow of massive screens, the Security Operations Center begins to notice something wrong. At first, it is just a strange log entry, a token created from an unfamiliar IP address, a privilege level beyond what is typical. Then another alert, and another. On the wall, squares that were calmly blue begin turning red. Red lights in the SOC do not scream like fire alarms. They blink quietly, but to those watching, they feel like an abnormal heartbeat. A security engineer frowns and calls a colleague over. They zoom in on the screen, reviewing each line of data. A super admin token has just been created, from a source inconsistent with previous behavior. No one says it aloud, but everyone understands. This is not ordinary user error. The air in the room changes. Conversations stop. Instructions become short and precise. Isolate the session, check permissions, trace movement. But as they follow the trail, their stomachs tighten. The intruder is not outside the gate. He is already inside, with the highest level of access. MGM now has two choices. First, attempt to track and remove the intruder while the system remains live. But that takes time, and time may be something they no longer have. Second, the more painful option, shut down everything. Cut power to a city running on data. Press the digital nuclear button. The decision is not easy. It means thousands of transactions interrupted, guests confused, losses measured in millions per hour. But when a fortress has been breached, comfort no longer matters. Control does. The order is given. Shut down the entire system. On the other side of the screen, the 17-year-old does not panic.
You have 3 minutes.
He sees the signals shifting.
And get out.
He sees the attempt to reclaim control. He knew this would happen. In fact, he was waiting for it. Because when a fortress decides to pull its own plug to protect itself, that is when the person sitting in the control room can choose how to leave, or whether to leave behind one final gift. As the system begins to close, the teenager does not try to hold on. He activates what he prepared in advance, a name cold and emotionless, a LFV ransomware. No explosion, no countdown. Just silent lines of code spreading like darkness crawling through digital hallways. In a matter of minutes, 6 terabytes of data begin to be encrypted. 6 terabytes. Not a few random files. Names, credit card numbers, addresses, employee records, contracts, transaction histories. Millions of personal stories stored as numbers and letters. Honeymoons, birthday celebrations, high roller wagers. All locked behind a cold algorithm without emotion. In the SOC, screens that once displayed flowing data now show error messages, files inaccessible, servers unresponsive, engineers exchange glances. They understand without speaking. This is no longer unauthorized access. This is deliberate destruction. And then something happens in Las Vegas that no one imagined. On the casino floor, a slot machine stops mid-spin. A blue screen appears, silent and merciless. At the front desk, check-in systems freeze. Room key cards do not open doors. ATMs refuse to dispense cash. Employees look at one another, confused. Tourists stand in brightly lit hallways, but the digital world around them is dead. The lights of Las Vegas do not go dark all at once like in a movie. They fade section by section as network-dependent systems collapse. The city of light, illusion, and technology suddenly feels fragile. No gunshots, no bombs, just a mouse click from thousands of miles away, and a symbol of modern luxury sinks into darkness. On the casino floor, where noise and brilliance should dominate, an unusual silence spreads. Slot machines that once flashed endlessly now stand frozen, blue screens glowing like rejection. A player who just pressed spin stares at the error message, not yet understanding. Someone laughs nervously, thinking it is a small glitch. But then, another machine stops, and another. At the ATM area, tourists line up hoping to withdraw a few $100s to continue their night. Cards inserted, waiting. A dry beep. Transaction cannot be processed. A middle-aged man frowns and tries again. The same result. A young woman behind him sighs, checking her balance on her phone. In a city built on cash and chance, not being able to access money becomes a very real anxiety. At the gaming tables, pit bosses who are used to managing chips and VIP glances return to something almost forgotten: paper and pen. A large payout is written by hand on a blank sheet, $50,000. The handwriting hurried but precise. No automated system to verify, no instant synchronization, only trust and personal responsibility. Front desk staff explain to guests that room keys are temporarily inactive. Guests stand in brightly lit hallways, yet locked out of rooms they paid for. A city built on technology is forced to operate on memory and notebooks. Meanwhile, in upper floors, executives watch estimated losses climb by the minute. Every hour the system remains down costs MGM around $1 million. $1 million per turn of the clock. Not just numbers on a screen. Salaries, contracts, customer trust. The lights may still glow outside, but inside, the giant money-making machine is bleeding hour by hour. If the story ended with encrypted data and ransom demands, it would already be catastrophic. But that night went further. While leadership gathers in a crisis room, a senior executive's personal phone vibrates. Not an anonymous number, a normal call. He answers by instinct, tension still in his voice. On the other end is a young voice, disturbingly calm. No voice changer, no disguise. Just a teenager speaking as if calling a friend. He does not begin with threats. He begins with the executive's wife's name, asks if she is well, mentions his son starting a new school year, asks how school was today. In seconds, the $1 million crisis room disappears from the man's mind. He is no longer an executive of a billion-dollar corporation. He is a husband, a father, standing between two worlds, one burning with corporate crisis, one containing the family he has always tried to shield from darkness. The voice remains steady. We are still inside the system. We see everything. If you do not pay 30 million in crypto, the data will be released. Not just customer names, everything you think is private. This is no longer technical attack. It is invasion of safety. When someone can say your family's names over the phone during a crisis, the line between digital and physical disappears. 30 million is no longer just a figure on a spreadsheet. It is a question suspended between duty and fear. In the brightly lit room, men accustomed to making massive decisions face something deeply human: protect the company, or protect what cannot be valued in money. And on the other end, a 17-year-old waits for the answer, as if this were just another bet in a city built on risk. Now forget the hacker. Forget the server room and cold encryption lines. Place yourself in the highest chair in that room. You are the CEO. In front of you, numbers climb relentlessly. Every hour down costs $1 million. Real money, shareholder money, employee salaries, pending contracts. Phones keep ringing. Press begins calling. Customers panic. Staff look at you waiting for a decision. 30 million in crypto to stop it all. 30 million to turn the lights back on. To spin slot machines again. To reactivate key cards. Compared to 1 million per hour, 30 million might sound reasonable. But you know paying is not just a transaction. It is a signal. It says this works. It invites the next attack. And there is no guarantee the data will not leak anyway. If you refuse, you take the harder path. Losses could exceed 100 million. Stock may fall. You will be criticized. But you draw a line. You say this company does not pay extortion. In that moment, the decision is no longer financial math. It is about values. How much are you willing to lose to protect principle? And how much pressure can you withstand to look into cameras, into your employees' eyes, into your family's eyes, and say this is the right choice? What would you do? Pay and extinguish the fire quickly, or let it burn longer to prove some things cannot be bought with crypto? In the end, MGM chose not to pay. No crypto transfer was made. No secret agreement in darkness. They endured 10 days of chaos, 10 days of rebuilding, 10 days of headlines dissecting every detail. When systems were restored, the damage was no longer an estimate. Over $100 million. Lost revenue, recovery costs, legal fees, lawsuits, damaged trust. $100 million for a phone call lasting minutes. Investigations stretched across countries. Digital traces followed layer by layer. And when the final screen was lifted, there was no international crime syndicate from a movie. There was a 17-year-old living with his mother who had never stepped into a Las Vegas casino. Not a genius coder with thousands of lines. Just someone who understood that tired, pressured humans can open doors. That image disturbed people more than the financial loss. A multi-billion-dollar corporation with firewalls, biometrics, former military analysts was pierced by a polite conversation. Not because the system was weak, but because systems are built around ordinary people. Afterward, procedures tightened, video verification required, enhanced monitoring, more layers, more training. But a quiet sentence echoed through cybersecurity circles. You can patch software, you can upgrade servers, you can increase budgets, but you cannot patch humans. And perhaps that is the most expensive lesson Las Vegas paid for the night the lights went out. June 2014, Lumiere Place Casino, St. Louis, Missouri, 5:30 in the afternoon. Outside, the sky is still bright, but inside, neon lights have taken over completely. Red, blue, purple, flickering as if this place refuses to acknowledge the existence of time. The slot machines ring out in steady rhythms, metallic chimes layered over electronic pulses, repeating until they are no longer just sounds, but a mechanical heartbeat feeding the entire casino floor. Gamblers sit shoulder to shoulder, eyes dull, fingers pressing buttons out of reflex, like breathing shadows. They are no longer searching for luck. They are waiting for a miracle that never comes. In a corner near a round pillar stands machine 4471, a dark-haired man in his mid-30s, with sharp Eastern European features, sits upright. No beer, no cigarettes, no friends. Just him and the glowing screen in front of him. The neon reflections flicker across eyes that reveal almost nothing. His right hand hovers above the spin button, not touching, not trembling, just waiting. 1 second passes, 2 seconds, 5. Around him, people press relentlessly, lose, press again. But he does not rush. He is listening to something invisible, a rhythm no one else can hear. Then the phone in his pocket vibrates softly, just once. No one notices. He glances down without taking it out and lowers his finger. Spin. The reels whirl, lights flash. They stop. $847. The machine screams, celebratory sounds bursting into the air. A woman beside him turns her head. A man mutters congratulations, but his face does not change. No smile, no raised eyebrow, not even surprise, as if he already knew. He stands quietly, presses cash out. The ticket slides into the metal tray. He picks it up and walks toward the cashier, blending into the noise yet somehow separate from it. No one sees anything unusual, just another modest win among hundreds chasing something bigger. But there is something in the way he leaves that seems to slow the air around him. Not the amount, the certainty. And in a place built on randomness, certainty is the most dangerous thing of all. 7:15 in the evening. Behind thick glass that muffles the roar of the casino floor, the analytics office glows under harsh white fluorescent lights. She has been sitting there nearly 10 hours. 3 monitors crowded with charts and tables in front of her. Paper coffee cups lean beside her keyboard, long gone cold. This job is repetition, numbers shifting endlessly until your eyes blur, until your brain decides everything is normal. And most of the time, it is. She clicks open the end-of-day report, exhales, ready to finish her shift. Then her eyes stop. Hold percentage 2.1%. She blinks. It should be 13%. She thinks she misread it, rubs her eyes. Looks again. 2.1. Her heart beats a little faster. Maybe it is a system glitch. Maybe just one machine. She pulls the deeper logs. 11:47 p.m. Win $847. 11:52 p.m. Win $623. 11:58 p.m. Win $491. Exactly 5-minute intervals. She scrolls further. 6 machines. 90 minutes, nearly $19,000. Not one massive jackpot, small, precise hits, even, controlled, like a pulse. She leans back, exhaustion evaporating, replaced by something cold crawling along her spine. Slot machines are random. She was trained to believe that. She has believed it for years. Random number generators cycling thousands of times per second. Impossible to predict. Unless someone is not guessing, but knowing. Early 2009, St. Petersburg sits under a gray winter sky. Old buildings coated in snow, people passing one another without truly seeing. In a small third-floor apartment, Alex sits in front of an aging computer, working for clients who barely remember his last name. Freelance programmer, database fixes, security patches, minor optimizations, paid, forgotten. He studied mathematics at a top university. Professors called him extraordinary. Talent, however, does not pay rent. Bills and silence are the only consistent parts of his life. Then Russia bans gambling nationwide. Thousands of slot machines are dismantled and quietly sold in semi-legal deals. A casino owner approaches Alex with a simple, illegal request. The machines are paying out too much, 90%. I want 50. Can you change it? Alex needs the money. He agrees. The day he opens the cabinet, removing the metal shell, studying the circuit board and chip inside, something shifts in his expression. He is no longer just a contractor. He reads the source code like a doctor reading test results. Pseudo-random number generator. The machine spins thousands of times per second, producing what players call luck. But as he reads deeper, he sees the truth. It is not random. It is an algorithm, a formula, a sequence with a starting state and predictable progression. If you understand it well enough, you can forecast it. He sits still, feeling both exhilarated and insulted. Billions of dollars protected by this. Randomness is an illusion, he whispers. And for the first time in years, he does not feel invisible. Late 2009, in a smoke-filled underground casino on the edge of St. Petersburg, Alex walks in like any other gambler. No signs, no obvious cameras, just tired men and quiet waitresses. He chooses a machine in the corner, exchanges money, begins playing. 20 spins, 30 spins, small losses, enough to look authentic, but he does not watch the screen like the others. He positions his phone subtly, recording each result. No one notices. In a room full of desperation, recording your losses is normal. Back home, he shuts the door, closes the curtains, connects his phone to his laptop. His custom code analyzes the footage, reconstructing the internal state of the generator. Numbers fill the screen. The program runs, stops. Next win in 15 minutes 32 seconds. He looks at the clock. This is not a guess. It is math. He returns the next evening. Same machine. No one remembers him. He starts the timer. 15 minutes 32 seconds ticking down. 10 seconds. 5, 3, 2, 1. His finger presses spin at the exact moment. The reels stop on a winning combination. The machine sings. He does not smile. Determinism. In a world built on chance, he has found certainty. Weeks pass. He returns occasionally. Not greedy, not obvious. But underground casinos rely on instinct. The owner watches him longer. A security guard tilts his head. No words, just suspicion. In that world, you do not get a fourth visit. You get a ride into the forest. Alex understands. Too slow. One machine every 40 minutes. To earn real money, he needs scale. 50 machines at once. Different cities. Different countries. He cannot be everywhere. In his small apartment, the screen lighting his face, he realizes the system can scale. He does not need programmers. He needs people who can wait and press a button. He types a short message. Project available. Good pay. Discretion required. He presses send. Not out of greed, but because he has gone too far. One cold afternoon in St. Petersburg, snow melting into gray slush outside a familiar cafe, Murat waits. They once studied there together, debugging code over cheap coffee. Alex arrives, calm, certain. He explains the plan. Record 20 to 30 spins. Send the video. Wait for vibration. Press at the right second. 10% for you. At least $1,000 per week. Murat stares out the window. What if I get caught? Alex holds his gaze. You are just pressing a button. Murat knows it is not that simple, but he also knows Alex has always been the smartest person in the room, and this time, the room is much larger. Weeks later in Poland, Murat tests it. Record spins, sends footage, receives precise timestamps, returns, presses, wins. That weekend he counts 47,000 euros on a hotel bed, hands trembling slightly. In St. Petersburg, Alex watches real-time data flow in from multiple countries. He replaces the laptop workflow with a custom encrypted iOS app. No more long waits. 30 seconds processing. Teams expand. 4 people per city. $250,000 per week per team. For the first time, Alex is not fixing someone else's system. He is rewriting it. But speed creates exposure. With 30-second processing, agents no longer pause. No natural breaks. Just record, upload, wait, press, win, repeat. In the surveillance room, the analyst rewinds footage. A man in a gray hoodie, finger hovering. 3 seconds. 5, 7, press, win. The pattern is human now, not numerical. She sees someone waiting for something invisible. December 2014, Hollywood casino parking lot. Murat exits with his team. Upload complete, heading to the airport. He sits in the rental car. In the mirror, a black SUV without plates approaches fast. Another blocks the rear. Doors open. FBI. Show me your hands. No gunfire, just silence. Murat looks at his phone. No signal. In St. Petersburg, Alex watches server indicators turn gray. Offline. Disconnected. He knows what it means. Murat raises his hands slowly. From the moment the phone lost signal, he was alone. Murat receives 2 years in federal prison, enough to pause a life. In his cell, he remembers the cafe and the words just pressing a button. Alex remains free in St. Petersburg, invisible, untouched. He writes an email to Aristocrat, detailing PRNG vulnerabilities. Consulting fee $30 million, a fraction of their risk. He wants acknowledgement. The reply arrives. Refused. Forwarded to authorities. No recognition. Later, a Wired article describes a sophisticated criminal network. No name, no face. In his dark apartment, Alex rereads Marat's last message from prison. Was it worth it? He does not reply. He watches the cursor blink and wonders, in a world that does not know you exist, whether being a genius still matters at all.
Los Angeles, November 1992. The city of lights was still awake. Long roads covered in neon, the endless sound of traffic, bars that stayed open deep into the night. But inside a small apartment hidden within that enormous city, a young man was preparing to disappear. His name was Kevin Mitnick, 29 years old. No gun, no gang, no vault broken open. But according to the investigation files that came later, what Kevin had taken from major technology corporations was worth an estimated $80 million. And the strangest part was that he had never stepped into a single bank. Inside the backpack on the table were only a few simple things: some cash, a few fake identity papers, a few cellular phones modified to use other people's identities. Small items, but enough for a person to disappear from the ordinary world. At that same moment, at FBI headquarters in Los Angeles, a new file had just been opened. A name appeared on the first page: Kevin David Mitnick. Messages were sent out. Telephones began to ring. A large-scale manhunt was about to begin, but there was one detail the agents did not yet know. For the next 2.5 years, while the FBI discussed strategy, while they called one another to exchange leads, while they planned how to capture this man, Kevin Mitnick sometimes heard all of it. Not by breaking into their meeting rooms, but by listening through their own telephone system. This is not only the story of a hacker, not only a chase across 25 states of America. It is also the story of a deeply human mistake, because among all the systems Kevin had ever entered, there was one man he should never have provoked: a security researcher, a man patient enough to be frightening. And when Kevin Mitnick turned this game into something personal, the longest hunt in the history of computer crime in America entered an entirely different chapter. Kevin David Mitnick was born and raised in Los Angeles in the early 1970s. It was a vast city full of opportunity, but also a place where many children grew up without stability. When Kevin was 3 years old, his parents divorced. From then on, the boy's life revolved almost entirely around his mother, a woman who had to work constantly to raise him. Mother and son moved many times, from one neighborhood to another, from one small apartment to another. Schools changed with every move. Kevin was often the new child in class, sitting quietly in the corner, observing everything around him. He did not have many close friends, and he had no place that truly felt like home. But in that loneliness, something else began to form. Kevin was curious. The boy liked to watch how things worked, why buses arrived on time, why traffic lights changed color, why when you picked up a telephone and dialed a number, the voice of someone far away could suddenly appear inside this small room. For most people, the telephone was just a familiar device. But to Kevin, it felt like a mysterious system. He began listening to the sounds of telephone signals, the beeps, the switching rhythms, the patterns of sound that most people never even noticed. Kevin did not simply hear them. He tried to understand them. Gradually, the telephone was no longer just a communication tool. In Kevin's imagination, it became a giant network running across the city. Millions of lines connected together, carrying invisible information that almost no one could see. And for a boy growing up in instability, that invisible network gave him a very particular feeling. The feeling that somewhere behind all those lines, there was a system waiting to be discovered. When Kevin was 13, a small discovery completely changed the way he saw the world. During afternoons spent wandering through libraries and old electronics stores around Los Angeles, Kevin began hearing about a strange idea: phone phreaking. It was a small, almost secret community of people fascinated by how the telephone system worked. They did not just make calls. They studied every signal tone, every frequency, every switching mechanism the telephone companies used to connect millions of calls every day. For most people, the telephone system was something untouchable. It belonged to big companies, engineers, rooms full of machinery ordinary people would never see. But for Kevin, once he heard about phone phreaking, he realized something very different. The system was not a sealed wall, it was more like a maze, and if he could understand its signals, if he could speak its language, he could step inside. Kevin began experimenting. He listened to recordings of telephone tones. Short, high sounds, almost like whistles. People in the phreaking community had discovered that if you produced the right frequency, the telephone switching system would interpret it as a technical command. No password needed. No computer needed, only sound. And what fascinated Kevin was not the free calls other people were chasing. What drew him in was the feeling of controlling a giant system through nothing but his own understanding. A 13-year-old boy, standing in his small room, holding a telephone in his hand. And for the first time realizing that with intelligence and a confident enough voice, he could make an entire telecommunications network do what he wanted. Not long after discovering the world of phone phreaking, Kevin began to realize something important. Many systems around people were not nearly as sealed as everyone imagined. They were protected by a very simple assumption, that no one would try to step inside. As a teenager, Kevin had no money, no power, and no sophisticated tools. But he had curiosity and a rare ability, the ability to make other people believe he belonged wherever he was speaking. One of the first systems that caught Kevin's attention was the Los Angeles bus network. For many students, riding the bus every day was a real expense, but Kevin saw the ticketing and fare card system as a structure he could understand. After days of observing, studying, and experimenting, Kevin found a way into the fare management system. Not by destroying it, but by understanding how it worked. He could create free bus passes for himself and a few friends. To Kevin, that was not a crime, at least not in the mind of a boy his age. It felt more like solving a giant puzzle, but the next system Kevin entered was more serious. The computer system of the Los Angeles School District. Computers in those days were nothing like they are now. They were slow, bulky, and kept in separate rooms, but inside them was the data of thousands of students, grades, records, personal information. Kevin found a way into that system. Using only knowledge, patience, and a few phone calls pretending to be a technician, one day some grades in the system changed. Not all of them, only a few small adjustments. But enough to make the administrators suspect that someone had stepped into a place no one was supposed to enter. The investigation quickly led to a 17-year-old boy. That was the first time Kevin Mitnick was arrested. In the courtroom, investigators tried to understand his motive. They asked about money. They asked about benefit, but the answer always puzzled them. Kevin did not do it for money. He did it to find out whether he could. After that first arrest, Kevin Mitnick walked out of court with a promise. He would stop. The judges believed he was only a curious young man who had gone too far. A few months in a correctional program, probation, and life would return to normal. At least that was what everyone hoped. But for Kevin, the world had changed long before that. Once you have seen how giant systems work behind the curtain, it is very hard to pretend they do not exist. The telephone lines, the computer networks, the access points hidden deep inside major companies, all of them felt like doors left unlocked. Kevin tried to live an ordinary life, but the curiosity remained, the sound of signals. The logic of network structures, the feeling of finding a weakness no one else could see, and then Kevin went back, and then Kevin went back. At first they were only small experiments. Short intrusions into systems he believed no one would notice, but every success blurred the line a little more. Meanwhile, in investigative offices, the name Kevin Mitnick began appearing more and more often in reports about telephone and computer system intrusions. The same familiar method, no destruction, no stolen money, just stepping in, observing, and leaving again. The agents began to realize this was no longer the curiosity of a teenager. Kevin was becoming a real name in the world of computer security. And then by 1992, Kevin began to feel something that only people who live on the edge truly understand. The feeling that time was beginning to run out. Calls from his probation officer came more often, questions that sounded ordinary but carried suspicion underneath. Kevin understood the system too well, and when you understand the system, you know when it starts tightening around you. One evening in early November, the phone in Kevin's small apartment rang again. Another call from the probation officer. Kevin looked at the phone vibrating on the table, then let it go silent. In his mind, he already had the answer. The warrant had probably been signed. Kevin did not panic. Instead, he walked to the closet in his bedroom and pulled out a bag he had prepared months earlier. Inside were only a few simple things, cash divided into small envelopes. A few fake identity papers with different names, and several mobile phones modified to clone other people's identities. Kevin closed the bag and stood quietly for a moment in the silent apartment. Outside the window, Los Angeles was as loud as ever, cars moving, streetlights glowing, the city continuing its life. Only Kevin knew that his own life had just turned in an entirely different direction. On November 4, 1992, Kevin Mitnick walked out of his apartment in Los Angeles. The door closed behind him, and from that moment on, he became a shadow the FBI would spend the next 2.5 years chasing. At FBI headquarters in Los Angeles, a new case file was placed on the desk of Special Agent Ken McGuire. He had chased many hackers before, but when he opened Kevin Mitnick's file, he sensed something different. Criminals motivated by money are usually easier to predict. They need money, and sooner or later they make a mistake, but Kevin did not seem to be doing this for money. There was no sign in his file of selling data or profiting from it. He simply entered complex systems and walked away, as if his only goal was to prove that he could do it. McGuire understood that an opponent like that would be much harder to predict, and while the agents began building their plan to find him, Kevin Mitnick was already hundreds of miles away from Los Angeles. His new life began with one simple rule: leave no trace. Kevin moved constantly through different cities: Portland, Denver, San Francisco. In each one he stayed only a short time. He rented rooms with cash, used false names, and worked in public libraries where hundreds of other people were also sitting in front of computers. During the day, Kevin looked like anyone else. A quiet man working in the corner of a room. No one knew that behind that ordinary appearance was a name being hunted across the entire country. But a life like that also carried loneliness. No real friends, no place to call home. Every time he stepped outside his room, Kevin had to watch his surroundings. Every phone call had to be made through cloned devices. Every online session had to be scrubbed clean. It was the life of a ghost. Even so, Kevin kept doing what he did best: social engineering. His most powerful weapon was not a computer, but his voice. Kevin called telecommunications companies and the technical departments of major corporations. His voice was calm, confident, exactly like a real technician doing his job. He said the system was having a problem, that he needed to verify a few details. The people on the other end never suspected anything. And after only a few minutes of conversation, they handed Kevin the access he was never supposed to have. But what made this chase even stranger was an advantage Kevin discovered. By penetrating the Pacific Bell system, he was able to listen in on certain internal calls. And on a few rare occasions, those calls belonged to the FBI, agents discussing strategy, cities they suspected, plans for the hunt. Kevin sat in his small room, listening in silence. It made the chase feel like a bizarre game. The hunters were making their plans, while the prey was hearing those plans through the telephone lines, and every time it happened, Kevin smiled. Because he believed he was always one step ahead, but that very confidence began to change everything. Kevin started targeting bigger names: Motorola, Nokia, Sun Microsystems. He penetrated internal networks and copied source code worth millions of dollars, but he never sold it. It was simply stored on his hard drives like trophies, proof that he had been there. Yet every intrusion left behind tiny traces, and somewhere, those pieces were slowly being put together, especially after Kevin entered the system of one man he never should have provoked: Tsutomu Shimomura, a security scientist who had worked with Los Alamos and national security agencies. And when Kevin left a mocking voicemail on his phone on Christmas Day 1994, the chase became personal. The message was not long. Just a few short sentences, the voice distorted, but the meaning was completely clear. Someone had gotten past Shimomura's system, and they wanted him to know it. When he returned to his office and examined the system logs, Shimomura quickly understood that this was not a random intrusion. The attacker knew exactly what he was doing. Packets had been sent with timing that was almost perfect. Spoofed connections had been built with care. After many hours of analysis, only one name remained in his mind: Kevin Mitnick. Shimomura contacted the FBI. Agent Ken McGuire listened as he explained every technical detail of the attack. During the 2 years the agents had spent chasing Kevin, they had gathered a great deal of data, but they were missing one crucial thing: someone who could think like Kevin. Shimomura was that person. The chase began to change. Meanwhile, Kevin Mitnick was in Raleigh, North Carolina. After more than 2 years of moving constantly from city to city, this place gave him a rare feeling: quiet. Kevin rented a small apartment in the Players Club Apartments complex under the false name Brian Merrill. At first, he intended to stay only 2 weeks. That had always been his rule: never stay anywhere too long. But Raleigh seemed too convenient: good network connections, no one asking many questions. 2 weeks passed. Then 3, Kevin began forming small habits. He returned to the same library several times. Every morning he sat at the same computer in the same corner. One day the librarian smiled and asked what he was researching. Kevin smiled and answered politely, but during 2 years of running, no one had ever remembered his face. In Raleigh, for the first time, someone was beginning to notice him. While Kevin felt his life was becoming more stable, Tsutomu Shimomura and the FBI were preparing their next move. Shimomura designed a special signal detection device capable of identifying mobile phones using cloned identification numbers. The device looked like a small case with a long antenna. At night, he sat in a car with FBI agents, slowly driving through the streets of Raleigh. Thousands of phone signals crossed the sky above the city every minute. Shimomura patiently filtered through them all, searching for one very specific pattern. The pattern Kevin Mitnick had left behind when using cloned phones. After many hours with no result, the device finally reacted to a strange signal. Only for a few seconds, but enough for Shimomura to record the characteristics. The next day they returned. This time the signal lasted longer. Shimomura recorded data from several different positions and then plotted it all on a map. The method was called triangulation. One signal line after another intersected and narrowed the search area. In the end, only one apartment complex remained, Players Club Apartments. Agents began checking rental records. Most residents had ordinary information, but one file stood out. Brian Merrill, lease signed only weeks earlier, paid in cash, no credit history. When the FBI checked the social security number in the file, they discovered it belonged to someone who had died many years earlier. The final pieces fit together. Apartment 202. On the night of February 15, 1995, FBI agents quietly surrounded the apartment complex. No sirens, no lights. Only unmarked vehicles stopped in the dark. At 1:30 in the morning, they stood outside apartment 202. Inside, Kevin Mitnick was still sitting at his computer, headphones on, focused on another network system. To him, it was just an ordinary night of work. Then the knock came. Federal agents opened the door. Kevin stood still for a few seconds. He looked around the small room. The hard drives, the electronic equipment, the cloned phones. Everything that had followed him through 2.5 years of running. He walked to the door. When it opened, FBI agents rushed into the apartment. Kevin raised his hands and did not resist. And then he saw a face standing behind the agents. Tsutomu Shimomura, the man he had mocked through a voicemail on Christmas Day. Kevin smiled faintly. Shimomura only gave a small nod. The chase that had lasted more than 2.5 years finally ended at 1:31 in the morning inside a small apartment in Raleigh. After that, forensic specialists began searching the room. They found more than 120 cloned mobile phone identification codes, handmade electronic equipment, and inside the hard drives were source code files from Motorola, Nokia, Sun Microsystems, and many other technology companies. Millions of dollars in intellectual property, but most of that data had never been sold. It had simply been stored like trophies. At the trial that followed, the government described Kevin as an especially dangerous threat. Some testimony even exaggerated his abilities to the point of myth. While awaiting trial, Kevin was held in solitary confinement for many months. No computer, no telephone, no internet, just 4 walls and time to think. Many years later, Kevin Mitnick left prison and stepped into a world that had changed. The internet had become part of everyday life, and the skills that had once made him a criminal now began to carry value in a different way. Kevin became a cybersecurity expert. Large companies hired him to find weaknesses in their systems before other hackers could. He wrote books, gave speeches, and told his story to engineers and security professionals. And when people looked back on the full journey, there was one small detail they always remembered. Kevin Mitnick was not caught because he lacked skill. He was caught because of a very human mistake, a mocking message left on Christmas Day. A moment of confidence when he believed he had already won. And sometimes, in the most complex battles of intelligence, what defeats a person is
Los Angeles, 2013. An ordinary evening, like so many others. No sirens, no camera flashes, no one paying attention. But somewhere on the internet, a 3-hour audio file quietly appeared. There was no press release, no explanation, just a recording. And inside, it was a conversation no one was ever supposed to hear.
I feel, and I did take this money, and I'm not trying to make it right yet, so we got to get that out of the way real quick, okay?
The voice of a man comes through. Slow, calm, steady, no trembling, no defensiveness. He does not try to explain himself. He does not try to justify anything. He simply states the truth as if it were obvious. He took the money, not a few thousand, not a few $100,000, but tens of millions of dollars. A silence hangs for a few seconds. No one interrupts him. No one sounds surprised. No sais, no outrage. Not a single person in that room says what he did was wrong. Then the man continues. He has no intention of giving it back. If this were a film, this would be the moment when everything shattered. But in this recording, nothing happens. No one objects. No one condemns him. The others in the room do not speak to him like he is a criminal. They speak to him like they're discussing a problem that needs to be managed. They begin asking different questions. Not about the victims, not about the consequences, but about how to keep everything quiet, how to control the information, how to keep the people who lost money from making too much noise, how to stop this from spreading any further. And in that moment, one thing becomes painfully clear. This is not the first time they have talked about this. There is no confusion, no hosetaschen. Everything unfolds with a smoothness that feels almost terrifying, as if everyone in that room already knew, as if this was not some sudden mistake, but part of something that had existed for a very long time. That man was Russ Hamilton, a name once respected in the world of poker. A champion, a symbol of skill and composure. But in this recording, he does not sound like a winner. He sounds like a man who knows exactly what he did, and more importantly, knows he is never going to pay for it. What makes this story so frightening is not the number, $20 million. It is the way he says it, calmly, firmly, without emotion, as if it were merely a business decision. This was not an ordinary theft. No vaults broken open, no security cameras, no signs of forced entry, no one running into the night. Just a closed room, a quiet conversation, and a truth that everyone in it had already accepted. In the early 2000s, the internet began changing the way people entertain themselves. Poker no longer existed only in smoky casinos or around hidden tables. It appeared in bedrooms, on office desks, on glowing computer screens late into the night. And in that wave, one name rose quickly to the surface: Ultimate Bet. For many people, it was more than just a website. It was a doorway, a place where anyone could sit down, join a table, and feel like they were part of the professional poker world. No travel required. No need to step into a casino. Just log in and you were in the game. Ultimate Bet was not some unknown platform. It was built around a very clear image. Credible, professional, trustworthy. And to strengthen that image, they put some of the biggest faces in poker right at the front. Phil Hellmuth, a world champion, a name anyone who followed poker would instantly recognize. Annie Duke, one of the most famous female players of that era. They appeared in advertisements, at tournaments, on television. They were not just representing the brand. They were representing trust itself. When you saw them, you did not think about risk. You thought about skill. You thought about opportunity. You believed that if people like them stood behind a platform, then that place had to be fair. And that was exactly what made Ultimate Bet grow so quickly. Millions of players poured in. Tournaments ran every single day. Money moved in and out constantly. A virtual world, but one that felt entirely real. But behind all those numbers were very real people. A student sitting in a cramped apartment, hoping to earn a little extra tuition money. A man after work opening his computer, searching for a bit of luck at the end of a long day. A semi-professional player believing he was good enough to go further. They sat in front of their screens, watching the cards appear. They thought. They weighed their options. They made decisions. Every bet was not just money. It was belief in themselves. Belief that if they played correctly, they could win. And more than anything, they believed the game was fair. None of them imagined that somewhere, someone might be able to see everything. None of them imagined that the result of a hand could already be tilted before they had even decided whether to call or fold. To them, this was a game of skill, a battle of minds, a place where the better player would win in the long run. And that trust, that simple trust, was exactly what got exploited. But there was something almost none of those players knew, something living inside the system itself. Invisible, never mentioned, not part of the rules, a tool that only a few people could reach. And the moment it was used, the entire concept of fairness disappeared. It was called an internal tool, created for a purpose that, at first glance, sounded reasonable. To inspect the system, to detect errors, to handle disputes between players. In theory, it was a necessary part of running a large platform. But the problem was not that it existed. The problem was that it was never turned off. That tool allowed the user to see every player's whole cards at the table. No guessing, no analysis, no experience required. Every card laid out clearly, in real time, as if you were standing behind each person and looking directly into their hand. Imagine sitting in a poker hand. You hold 2 cards. You study your opponent, trying to read their expression, trying to guess what they are thinking. You weigh every decision. Call or fold, raise or stop. Everything depends on your judgment. But the person sitting across from you does not need to do any of that. They do not need to guess. They do not need to think. They do not need to worry, because they already know. They know what you are holding. They know whether you are strong or weak. They know when you are bluffing and when you truly have a hand. In a game built entirely on uncertainty, they're the only person with absolute certainty. And that is what made it so dangerous. Because from the outside, everything still looked perfectly normal. That person did not need to win every hand. They did not need to play perfectly. Sometimes, they even lost on purpose just to avoid attention. But over time, the results began to pile up. Small decisions, impossibly precise, repeated across hundreds, then thousands of hands. And for ordinary players, that did not immediately create suspicion. It created something else, a feeling that is difficult to name. The feeling that you're doing everything right and still losing. The feeling that you calculated carefully and still got red. The feeling that something is wrong, but you cannot prove it. And the cruelest part is that most of the time, you do not blame the system. You blame yourself. You think maybe you're not good enough. You think maybe you made a mistake somewhere. You go back over every hand, trying to find your own error. When the truth is, you never had a chance to begin with. This was no longer a game of skill. It was a game whose outcome had been warped from behind the screen. Not guessing your cards, seeing them. And once one person can see everything, everyone else is just playing in the dark. To understand how a tool like that could be abused for years without anyone stopping it, you have to look at the man standing behind it. Russ Hamilton was not an unknown name. He had been a world champion, the winner of the most prestigious poker tournament in 1994. In the eyes of the poker community, he was not simply a skilled player. He was a symbol of experience, composure, of an older generation of poker where everything was supposed to be decided by patience and intelligence. People who had met him often remembered a quiet, controlled man, never loud, never flashy, never chasing scandal. And that was precisely what made him trustworthy. When someone like that walked into a company, people did not ask questions. They assumed he was there to help the system run better. At Ultimate Bet, Russ Hamilton was not merely a familiar name. He had been brought in as a consultant, someone who understood the game, understood the players, and could contribute to the development of the platform. That role came with access. Not the kind of access an ordinary player had, but the access of someone inside the system. He could work directly with the technical team. He could reach tools most people did not even know existed. And among those tools was the one that allowed someone to see every hand at the table. At first, perhaps it looked like nothing more than a utility, something made for monitoring, checking, making sure the platform worked properly. But the moment a person realizes he can see everything, another thought begins to grow. The question is no longer whether he should. The question becomes, if I can, then why should I not? That was not a decision made in a single instant. It was a process. Small steps. Small tests. Hands played where no one knew. And each time, the line between right and wrong blurred a little more. With every hand, he was not simply playing better. He was controlling the result. He knew when to stop, when to push, when an opponent was strong, and when they were pretending. It was a feeling that would have been very hard to resist. Not because of the money at first, but because of the power. The power of knowing what others do not know. The power of standing in a room where everyone else is playing by the rules, and you are not. The power of deciding outcomes while everyone around you still believes they have a chance. And the most dangerous part was that, from the outside, he still looked like the same Russ Hamilton people had always known. Still a champion, still trustworthy, still part of a system that millions of people believed in. No one looked at him and thought he was cheating, because sometimes the people who are easiest to trust are the very ones no one suspects. In the first months, nothing truly seemed unusual. The hand still played out normally. Some people won, some people lost. Money moved from one account to another. Everything looked exactly the way poker had always looked. But then, somewhere a few players began to feel that something was off. Not a clear error, not a visible system failure, no concrete evidence, just a vague feeling, a sense that certain hands were not unfolding the way they should. One player sat in front of his screen, looking back at a hand that had just ended. He had a strong holding. He bet at the right moments. Every decision had made sense. Yet his opponent called all the way down. And not only called, won. He told himself it was probably just bad luck. Poker is like that. There are days when you do everything right and still lose. But then it happened again, and then a few more times. Not constantly, not always in a way that was obvious, but enough to create a deep discomfort. A sense that the person across from him somehow knew more than they were supposed to know. Somewhere else, another player had the same experience. She looked back through her hand history, reviewed each decision, tried to figure out where she had gone wrong. But the more she looked, the more confused she became. Her opponent's moves were not perfect, but they were always right in the moments that mattered most. Right when they needed a call, right when they needed a fold, right when they needed to raise. As if they were not playing based on judgment, but on information. Yet how could that be possible? No one can see another player's cards. That is the most basic rule of the game. If that is broken, then poker is no longer poker. And so most people never reach that conclusion. Instead, they turned inward. Maybe I misread the spot. Maybe I was too confident. Maybe I'm just not good enough. Losing without understanding why is one of the most unsettling feelings there is. It is not like losing because you made a mistake. It feels more like missing something you cannot name. And over time, that feeling sinks deeper. Some people started playing less. Some stopped entirely. Not because they knew they had been deceived, but because they had lost faith in their own ability. They did not know the problem was not them. They did not know that somewhere behind the screen, someone was seeing everything. And every decision they thought was theirs had actually been placed into a hand they were never going to be allowed to win from the start. And the most terrifying part is that none of this lasted for just a few days. Not a week, not some short period that could be accidentally overlooked. It went on for years, quietly, consistently, without interruption. From 2003 to 2007, that system remained active. Anonymous accounts appeared, sat in the biggest games, then disappeared after cashing out. No one asked questions. No one stopped to investigate more deeply. Everything blended into the normal rhythm of a platform growing quickly. Every day, thousands of hands were played. Every hour, money moved. The numbers climbed, but no one could see the whole picture. No one realized that those seemingly ordinary wins, when placed side by side, formed a pattern that could not be explained. Millions of dollars were pulled out of the system. Not all at once, but piece by piece. Small enough not to draw attention. Steady enough not to raise suspicion. It did not look like a robbery. It looked like water draining from a lake, so slowly no one noticed it was disappearing. And during all that time, the lives of ordinary players continued as normal. One person stayed up late after work, thinking he had simply lost an unlucky hand. Someone else deposited more money, believing the next session would go better. A semi-professional kept grinding day after day, trying to improve, unable to understand why his results did not match his effort. Every single day, someone lost money. Not because they played badly, not because they ran badly, but because they were sitting in a game whose rules had already been changed behind the curtain. The most heartbreaking part was that they did not know. They were not angry at the system. They were angry at themselves. They doubted their own skill. They wondered where they had gone wrong. And the silence of the system kept them there longer, playing more hands, losing more money. Meanwhile, on the other side, everything unfolded coldly and methodically. Accounts were created, used, then abandoned. Money moved through layers, then was withdrawn like any ordinary player's winnings. No warnings, no detection systems, no one standing up to say something was wrong. Because from the outside, everything looked entirely legitimate. No technical failures, no crashes, no clear sign of abuse. Only hands, decisions, and results that, taken one at a time, did not appear unusual. But when you looked across those 4 years, a truth began to emerge. These were not random wins. This was a system at work, a system designed not to be discovered. And throughout that time, millions of dollars vanished. No noise, no trace, leaving behind thousands of players, each carrying the same silent question. Why do I keep losing? Then one day, that silence broke. Not because of the company, not because of any official investigation, but because of a regular player sitting in front of his screen, staring at a hand that made no sense to him. It was just another hand, nothing special on the surface. But the way it ended left him with a deep, unsettling feeling. His opponent made decisions that were too precise, not in a lucky way, but in a way that could not be explained. So he did what many others had done before. He requested the hand history, a file that recorded every action, every decision, every detail of the hand. Something that seemed harmless, meant only for players to review and improve. A few hours later, the file arrived. He opened it. At first, everything looked normal. The bets, the streets, nothing unusual. But then, as he looked closer, something made him stop. Inside that file were details that should not have been there. Not just his own cards, not just what had been revealed at Showdown, but the full hole cards of every single player at the table. Every card, clearly displayed, as if someone had been watching everything the entire time. In that moment, everything changed. This was no longer a vague feeling, no longer suspicion without proof. For the first time, there was something concrete, something visible, something that could be tested, shared, verified. He did not keep it to himself. The file was uploaded, and within hours, it spread across poker forums. Other players downloaded it, opened it, and saw the same thing. Every card, nothing missing. What had once been intuition was now data. The questions changed. No longer why am I losing, but how is this even possible? This was the turning point. Not because the cheating had begun, but because for the first time, it had left a trace. A small crack in a system that had seemed perfect, but enough for light to get through. After that file appeared, everything shifted. Conversations that had once been scattered began to gather. Poker forums, once places to share stories and strategy, became the center of an unofficial investigation. Ordinary players downloaded the file. They opened hand after hand. They replayed every action. At first, it was curiosity, but the more they looked, the clearer it became. This was not a small mistake. This was something far bigger. One player began documenting unusual hands. Another wrote long breakdowns, trying to explain why certain decisions were impossibly accurate. Others began compiling data. They were not professionals. They had no formal training, but they had something more important: suspicion and patience. They began working like investigators, not because they were paid, not because they had authority, but because they wanted the truth. They wanted to understand what had happened to them, to their money, to the game they had trusted. Nights grew longer. The glow of monitors lit tired faces. Endless lines of data scrolled by. They reviewed hand histories, one by one, searching for patterns hidden beneath the surface. And slowly, something began to take shape. This was not random. These accounts did not play perfectly. They made mistakes. They lost small pots. But when it mattered, when the money was on the line, they were always right. Not most of the time. Almost every time. One player wrote that if you looked at a single hand, you would see nothing. But if you looked at hundreds, thousands, you would see something undeniable. These decisions were not skill. They were information. As more people joined, the picture sharpened. Graphs were drawn. Win rates calculated. Sequences compared. And each new person who entered the discussion went through the same process. Doubt, then surprise, then a deep, uncomfortable realization. They were not just watching cheating. They were looking at a system. A system that had existed for years. A system they had unknowingly been part of. And the most striking part was that none of them were professionals. No special access. No hidden tools. Just ordinary players. Sitting in front of screens. Patient. Obsessed. Refusing to stop until they understood. Among the hundreds of accounts analyzed, one name began to stand out. Not because it was obviously dominant. Not because it won every hand. But because it was just normal enough to avoid attention. The name was Neo. At a glance, nothing seemed unusual. It did not win everything. It did not play perfectly. Sometimes it even made questionable decisions. It did not look like a player you would immediately suspect. And that was exactly what made it dangerous. Because when people looked closer, they noticed something difficult to explain. Neo was not always right. But when it was right, it was at the exact moments that mattered most. When the pot was small, it could make mistakes, miss value, lose like anyone else. But when the stakes rose, when a decision could change everything, something shifted. It stopped being wrong. It stopped hesitating. It did not guess. It chose correctly. A player on the forum wrote that being right often is normal. But being right exactly when it matters again and again is not skill. It is something else. Analysts began isolating its hands, focusing only on critical moments. Big calls, big folds, perfect raises. And the deeper they went, the clearer the pattern became. Neo was not perfect, but it was always right on time. Like someone pretending to be average. Like someone making small mistakes on purpose to hide the moments they could not afford to be wrong. That made everything more tense. Because if an account wins too much, you suspect it. But if it blends in, if it looks like everyone else except for subtle details, it becomes almost invisible. It disappears into the crowd, and only those patient enough, obsessed enough could see it. As the name Neo spread across forums, the tone changed. Discussions were no longer vague. They became focused, precise, targeted. People stopped asking if there was cheating. They started asking who was behind it. And they knew that if they found the answer, they would be close to the center of the entire story. While the forums grew louder, while hands were dissected and numbers compared, on the other side, Ultimate Bet said almost nothing. No warnings, no clear explanations, no acknowledgement that anything might be wrong. Just silence. For players who had spent hours, days analyzing, that silence did not reassure them. It created something colder. A sense that what they were uncovering was something the company did not want to address. Days passed, then weeks. Eventually, a response came, but it was not what people expected. Ultimate Bet said there was no clear evidence of cheating, that unusual results could be explained by normal variance. That in a game with thousands of hands, strange patterns can appear. To them, everything was within normal limits. To players, that answer felt impossible to accept because they had seen the data. They had reviewed the hands. They were not relying on intuition anymore. They had proof. Yet every time they asked, the answer was the same. Nothing is wrong. The denial was not loud, not aggressive. It was calm, controlled, and that made it worse because it did not solve anything. It only pushed the problem away. Meanwhile, time kept moving. More analysis was posted. More suspicious accounts identified. The community did not stop, but the company was always one step behind, only responding after pressure built, never leading, never proactive, as if they were not trying to find the truth, only trying to keep up with what others had already discovered. And in that growing gap between clearer questions and vague answers, trust began to crack. Not from one single piece of evidence, but from how everything was handled. Because sometimes what destroys trust is not the original mistake, but how you respond when the truth starts to surface. Eventually, under mounting pressure, Ultimate Bet made a statement. This time, they admitted that cheating had occurred, but the way they framed it felt very different. According to them, it happened only within a limited period between 2006 and 2007. They described it as the actions of a small group connected to previous ownership. A past issue, already resolved, no longer ongoing. They provided no specific names, no clear numbers, no detailed explanation, just a controlled admission. For many players, this should have been a moment of relief. Validation that they had been right all along. That the hours of analysis had not been in vain. But instead, it created a deeper conflict. Because what the company said did not match what players had found. On forums, data stretched back years earlier, some to 2003. Accounts existed that were not acknowledged. Patterns far larger than described. If it was only a short period, where did the earlier data come from? If it was only a few people, why were there so many accounts involved? If it had been resolved, why did it take so long to admit? The questions did not disappear. They sharpened. One player wrote that what disappointed him was not the admission. It was the way the company tried to minimize it, as if making the problem smaller would reduce the damage. But for those who lost money, who had trusted the system for years, this was not a small issue. It was a long betrayal. And when official explanations did not align with what the community had uncovered, a gap formed. On one side, data, detailed, specific. On the other, statements, vague, selective. And in that gap, trust had nowhere left to stand. Eventually, a third party stepped in. The Conaway Gaming Commission, the body responsible for licensing Ultimate Bet. They conducted their own investigation. Quietly, without headlines. But behind the scenes, accounts, transactions, histories were reviewed. And when the report was released, everything changed again. For the first time, there was an official conclusion. And a name. Russ Hamilton. It was no longer speculation. It was confirmed. According to the report, he had used more than 20 accounts to exploit a tool that allowed him to see every player's cards. Not once, not briefly, but over years. The total amount was over $22 million. A number so large many had to pause to fully grasp it. It was not just money. It was thousands of hands, thousands of players, thousands of moments where someone believed they had a chance, when in reality, they did not. One player said when he read the report, he did not think about the number first. He thought about his own hands, the decisions he had questioned, the nights he wondered what he did wrong. And now he knew. Some of those hands were unwinnable. The report also confirmed that cheating began as early as 2003, much earlier than the company had admitted. Once again, words and reality diverged. Yet even with the truth confirmed, something was missing. No heists, no major prosecutions, no public accountability, just a report, a name, a number. And for many, it did not feel like justice. It felt like the truth had been revealed and then left there. Over time, the story faded. Forums grew quieter. Players moved on. Some left online poker. Others stayed, but differently. Less trust, more doubt, and many simply forgot. Not completely, but enough for it to slip into the background. The poker world kept going. New players, new platforms, new games. Ultimate Bet itself would eventually disappear. But for those who experienced it, the feeling remained. That quiet doubt, that something once broken, never fully repaired. Then years later, the story resurfaced. A new name appeared. Travis McCarr. Not a celebrity, not a champion, just someone who had been inside, someone who had been present in internal meetings. And he had kept something, a recording. A full internal meeting recorded after the scandal broke. When it was released, it revealed something even more disturbing. Not the cheating itself, but the response. Russ Hamilton's voice was there, calm, unshaken, admitting what he did, but without regret. No apology, no remorse, just acceptance. And the others in the room did not challenge him. They did not condemn him. They discussed strategy, not to fix the damage, but to manage it. Who to pay back, who to delay, how to minimize exposure, how to avoid consequences. It was not about justice. It was about control. That moment revealed something deeper. This was not a mistake. It was a decision, and so was the cover-up. In all of this, one figure stood apart. Phil Hellmuth, the public face, the symbol of trust. He was not part of the cheating, but his reputation had been used to protect it. In the recordings, it was clear they had kept him in the dark intentionally. Because if he believed everything was clean, he would defend it. And he did. When the truth came out, he admitted he had been wrong, that he had been misled. For a man whose career was built on credibility, the damage was not financial. It was personal, a loss of trust. And perhaps the hardest part was realizing he had stood on the wrong side without knowing it. And in the end, no one was truly held accountable. No heists, no full restitution. Some players were refunded, many were not. No transparency, no closure, just silence. And for those affected, it was not just about money. It was about time, trust, and the realization that the game they believed in had never been fair. What changed most was not the system, but how people saw it. Poker was no longer just a game of skill. It became a system to question, a structure that could be manipulated. Trust did not disappear instantly. It cracked, slowly, and never fully healed. The game still exists today, bigger, more advanced, more regulated, but that story remains. A reminder that any system built on trust can be exploited, and when it is, what is lost is not just money, but the belief in fairness itself. And even now, one question remains. If those players had not dug into the data, had not spent countless hours searching for answers, would the truth have ever come out? Or would it still be happening, quietly, perfectly, invisible? And if it happened once, could it happen again? And if it did, would we notice? Or would we be sitting there, staring at the screen, believing we were playing a fair game, while the outcome had already been decided long before the first card was dealt? Leicester, England, 1997. An evening that seemed completely ordinary inside a small casino, where warm lights reflected off the tables and the sound of chips clicking together blended into a rhythm so familiar that no one paid attention anymore. But in one corner of the room, there was a man who made everything feel different. Late 30s, neatly dressed, not flashy, but not forgettable either. No one could clearly remember when he walked in, because he never drew attention to himself. He did not talk, did not smile, did not show the excitement of a typical gambler. He simply sat down, placed his bets, and waited. 2 days earlier, he had registered with no membership history, no background, no identity anyone could trace. And now, he was standing at the cashier, asking to withdraw £10,000. Not a huge amount for a casino, but enough to make the staff uneasy, because no one could explain how he had won it. The dealer remembered clearly. The man barely looked at his cards. His eyes did not follow each hand like a professional player, nor did he show the nervous energy of someone relying on luck. He mostly looked down, occasionally moving his foot slightly, as if listening to a rhythm no one else could hear. One employee claimed she heard a faint sound, like a vibration, coming from under the table whenever he placed his bets. Another remembered the way he tapped his toes against the floor, not evenly, but in a strange repeating pattern. No hand signals, no accomplices, no visible form of cheating that matched anything they had been trained to detect. And that was exactly what made it unsettling. Because in a place where everything is controlled, the most frightening thing is not cheating that is discovered, but cheating that cannot be seen. When the two police officers stepped in, no one in the room was truly surprised, but no one felt relieved either. The man turned to look at them, his expression calm in a way that felt unnatural. He did not resist, did not explain, just nodded slightly as if he had been expecting this moment. And in that brief pause between the music and the lights, a quiet realization spread through the room. Not fear, but the sense that they were standing in front of something they did not understand. They did not take him to the station. Instead, they escorted him to the hotel across the street, where he and his friend had been staying. The hallway was quiet, thick carpet swallowing every step, the noise of the casino fading behind them. The air felt colder, more controlled, as if everything was about to be stripped down to its truth. The man remained composed, not asking questions, not showing concern, simply watching as the door to the room opened. The moment they stepped inside, everything changed. Drawers were pulled open, clothes thrown across the bed, suitcases overturned, every personal item examined without hesitation. His friend was separated, placed on the other side of the room. No communication, just the dry, mechanical sounds of searching. Then they found a small metal case, solid, carefully locked. When it opened, the energy in the room shifted. Inside was not money, not weapons, but something far more confusing. Wires arranged neatly, small switches, circuit boards carefully assembled, lithium batteries lined up, and maps of casinos across different cities: London, Amsterdam, Brussels, Berlin. One officer picked up a component, turning it slowly in his hand, his expression uncertain, as if he knew it mattered but did not understand why. But even that was not what made the room fall silent. When one of them bent down and lifted the man's pant leg, he froze. Strapped around the ankle was a small battery pack, secured with medical tape, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. No one spoke for a few seconds. Then they removed his right shoe. Inside the heel, hidden beneath the lining, was a compact circuit board, tightly fitted, with thin wires running toward the toe area where pressure points were embedded so subtly they were nearly impossible to see. No lights, no obvious sound, just a faint vibration when an officer accidentally pressed it. And in that moment, everything became clearer and at the same time, more unsettling. Because this was no longer luck, no longer instinct. It was a system carefully designed, precise enough to exist right in front of them without being noticed. And the man stood there, barefoot on the cold carpet, still calm, as if what had just been revealed was only a small part of a much larger story they had yet to understand. But even with the device in front of them, the real question remained unanswered. Wires, circuits, batteries, these things do not build themselves. Someone had imagined it, tested it, failed, and rebuilt it until it worked perfectly. And what unsettled them was not that a man had used a machine to win, but that somewhere there was a mind patient enough, disciplined enough, and precise enough to turn a game of chance into something almost exact. The man said nothing, his expression unchanged, as if he knew the story did not begin here and could not end in this room. To understand the shoes, to understand the silent vibrations, they would have to go back. Far back. Los Angeles, 1975. The city was loud as ever, but inside a small room, a 16-year-old boy had just finished reading a book. No music, no noise, just numbers, cards, and a single idea forming. His name was Daryl. No one knew him. No one expected anything from him. But the next morning, he packed a small bag, took what little money he had, and left home without telling anyone. No clear plan, no guidance, just a quiet belief that somewhere, between the blackjack tables and the endless lights, he would find something. Daryl did not arrive in Las Vegas as a winner. He arrived as a boy searching for something he could not yet define. The city was overwhelming, bright, loud, filled with temptation. Money moved fast there and disappeared even faster. In the beginning, he lost. Again and again. The small amount he brought quickly faded, and for the first time, failure became real, not an idea, but a feeling. But he stayed. Each night, he returned to a cheap motel room, sitting alone under dim light with a deck of cards. He practiced, slowly, repeatedly. At first, he had to think to calculate, but over time, the numbers became instinct. The cards became patterns. Hours passed in silence, marked only by the steady rhythm of flipping cards. Until one moment, quiet and almost invisible, when he realized he no longer needed to look. He knew, not guessed, but knew. And in that unnoticed room, a boy who had lost everything began to become someone capable of changing the system itself. It did not take long for others to notice he was different. The way he bet, the way he waited, the way he never panicked. And then Ken Austin entered the picture. Not famous in the public world, but in blackjack circles, he led one of the most successful teams in the country. His players relied on discipline, math, and emotional control. When Daryl met him, there were no introductions, just a test. Speed, accuracy, composure. Cards flipped faster and faster. Daryl remained steady. Seconds later, he gave the answer. Perfect. He was brought in, not as a big player, but as a spotter, sitting quietly, blending in, tracking every card. When the moment came, he signaled. Small, invisible gestures. And the system worked. Money flowed steadily, quietly.
Listen to me.
Not big wins, but consistent ones. Until the attention began. Small signs at first. A look that lasted too long. A shadow that lingered. Then the pressure grew. One night, Kim was attacked. No warning. His face broken in 19 places. No report, no police. Just a message. They had gone too far. Days later, Daryl was led into a back room. A table, 2 men, and a pair of pliers placed in the center. No threats spoken, but everything understood. Half the money. Leave the rest. He complied. That night, alone, he realized something. It was not enough to be good. He had to be invisible. And that was when everything changed. He stopped playing like a human and began thinking like a system. With Craig, a shoemaker, they built something new. A circuit hidden inside a shoe. Pressure sensors under the toes. A battery at the ankle. Signals turned into vibrations. Silent, precise, undetectable. They tested it, refined it, perfected it. Then they left Vegas. In Europe, the system worked. Casino after casino, city after city. No patterns, no repetition. Just quiet, consistent wins. Until suspicion grew again. Not enough to catch him, but enough to push him away. Eventually, he stopped. Not because he was caught, but because he knew it was over. Years later, he entered the Hall of Fame. Not for the money, but for how he changed the game. And in every casino today, there is a quiet awareness. Because if a computer can be hidden in a shoe, then it can be hidden anywhere. In Europe, the system worked with a kind of quiet perfection that made it even more dangerous. Daryl did not move like a man chasing excitement anymore. He moved like someone who understood that survival depended on rhythm, restraint, and timing. He left England carrying those ordinary-looking shoes and began crossing into other cities across the continent. Amsterdam, Brussels, Hamburg. Each place brought a different casino, a different room, a different collection of faces that had never seen him before. There were no familiar eyes, no old memories hanging over him, no whispered recognition following him from table to table. In each city, he changed just enough. A different suit, a slightly altered haircut, a new way of sitting, a different pace when placing his bets, not to hide in a dramatic way, but to avoid ever becoming memorable. He never stayed too long. He never returned for a second visit. He never allowed himself to become a shape that could be stored in someone else's memory. And the system inside the shoes kept working steadily, precisely, like a second pulse beneath his body. The faint vibrations under his foot guided every decision, telling him when to press forward and when to disappear back into caution. There were no spectacular wins that would make the room turn and stare, but there were enough, night after night, city after city, to build into a number he once would have thought impossible. And each time he walked out of a casino, what he carried was not triumph so much as relief. The deeply human relief of having crossed a line without slipping, of having moved through danger and emerged untouched. Some nights, alone in a hotel room, he would look down at the shoes resting beside the bed and understand how strange it all was. The thing that had changed his life was not a grand invention to anyone else. It was a small object, quiet enough to be ignored, ordinary enough to disappear in plain sight. But at the same time, he could feel another truth slowly growing around him. In some places, glances began to linger a little too long. A staff member would remain beside a table for a few extra seconds. A cashier would ask one light, harmless question too many. Never enough to prove anything. Never enough to force a confrontation, but enough to make him understand that the safe distance was beginning to shrink. Daryl did not wait to hear his name spoken aloud. He left before that could happen, this time faster, more decisively than before. There was no arrest, no accusation, no evidence placed in front of him. Just a trail of quiet departures, silent profits, and a man who always stepped out through the casino doors before anyone could fully understand what he had done. And then, eventually, there came a point where nothing dramatic happened at all. No handcuffs, no newspaper headlines, no final showdown. But Daryl knew the game had reached its edge. His name began appearing on internal lists, his photographs moving quietly between casinos, short notes attached to his face. Warnings passed from one room to the next that this was not someone to welcome. In some places, he was turned away at the door. In others, he was allowed to sit down, only to be approached minutes later and asked to leave, politely but firmly. There are no arguments, no scenes, just a truth both sides understood. He had been identified, not because he had been caught, but because he had gone too far to ever return as the same man again. And this time, Daryl did not try to push through it. He stopped, not because he was forced into defeat, but because he knew he had already done what he came to do. Years later, when his name was spoken in the Blackjack Hall of Fame, the honor was not simply for the money he had made. It was for the way he had altered how people understood the game itself. He was no longer standing under casino lights, no longer living through those tense nights of silence and calculation. Instead, he stood on small stages, holding a guitar, singing songs that moved slowly and honestly, telling the story of a life through melody rather than numbers. No hidden signals, no coded movements, just a voice, a song, and the stillness that comes after years of tension.
Are you, Mr.
And maybe that is what makes his story linger.
Gambler?
Because Daryl's legacy does not truly live in the hands he won or the money he carried out. It lives in the idea that a single human being, armed with patience, imagination, and a refusal to accept the limits placed in front of him, could look at a system that seemed unbeatable and find an entirely new way to step through it. And from that moment on, in every modern casino, there has existed a quiet fear. The fear that somewhere, one day, another Daryl might walk through the door, carrying a secret no one has learned to see yet.
New Jersey, January 1995. A man stands at the keno counter of Bal's Park Place Casino, holding a ticket worth $100,000. The staff sense something wrong immediately. When they ask for ID, there's a pause, a glance toward the exits. Answers come 1 second too late. The win itself is too perfect. 8 numbers lined up in exact sequence, not lucky, engineered. Security pulls the ticket into the back room. They check the machine logs, the timing cycles, the surveillance footage. Nothing adds up. Upstairs in the hotel, investigators push open a door. Computer equipment covers the desk. EEPROM chips scattered. Across the table, technical manuals about Bali's keno system lie open, and handwritten notes detail the exact mechanics of the random number generator and how to predict its output. The man who wrote those calculations is already gone 3 hours ago, boarding a flight back to Las Vegas. His name is Ron Harris. Until this moment, he was the person the casino industry trusted to protect them from exactly this. Ron Harris worked for the Nevada Gaming Control Board in the early 1990s as a computer programmer specializing in electronic gaming systems. His responsibilities included verifying slot machines operated fairly, testing random number generators, examining EPAM chips, containing game code, confirming payout tables, and approving machines before they reach casino floors. The position came with complete access, source code for every slot machine in keno system, testing equipment, manufacturer documentation, EEPROM programming tools. Any machine could be opened, any chip could be read. Diagnostics could be run without oversight. Trust flowed downward. Through the system, casinos trusted regulators. Regulators trusted Harris. Years of employment. Supervisors who considered his work thorough technical knowledge, surpassing most colleagues in the department. When Ron Harris signed verification documents, the industry treated those machines as certified and legal. What Harris understood and what nobody else seemed to consider was how fragile that trust actually was. Which security checks existed and which didn't, where the gaps were, what assumptions held the entire system together. The regulatory framework functioned only because everyone believed people in his position would never exploit it. The critical flaw became clear over time. Nobody verified his verifications. Nobody audited his modifications. Nobody tested the equipment he used to certify other equipment. A single point of failure. Wrapped in institutional trust, Harris began considering what would happen if that trust was misplaced. The testing lab sat in a warehouse outside Las Vegas. Manufacturers shipped machines there for approval. Standard procedure involved opening each unit, extracting the EPAM chips, loading them into diagnostic readers, and comparing the data against technical specifications. EEPROM chips functioned as the brain of older slot machines. Everything that made a slot machine work lived inside those chips: the random number generator algorithm, the payout logic, the the display systems, the complete operational code. During routine testing one afternoon, Harris realized something most people in his position never considered. The chips could be reprogrammed using standard equipment. When regulators verified a chip, they checked a checksum, a mathematical fingerprint calculated from the program code. If someone rewrote the code and then recalculated that checksum to match, the modified chip would pass inspection as authentic. Testing this theory required a decommissioned machine. Harris extracted its EEPROM, loaded the code onto his programming workstation, and studied how the random number generator and payout systems functioned. Then came the critical modification, a hidden subroutine added to the existing code. Something that would monitor coin insertions, track the exact sequence, count the order, wait for a pattern that would never occur during normal gambling, a specific arrangement of coins and button presses that defied standard play behavior. The trigger mechanism was elegant in its simplicity. Insert coins following an exact sequence. Press spin at a precise moment. The hidden code detects this pattern. Once detected, the random number generator gets bypassed completely. The next spin forces a jackpot under every other condition. The machine operated exactly as designed. Random outcomes, legal functionality, normal casino operation. Only when that specific trigger fired would the machine follow hidden instructions. Harris burned the modified code onto a fresh EEPROM, recalculated the checksum, installed it in the test machine, ran every standard diagnostic test the gaming control board used for certification. Everything passed. The checksum matched official specifications. The machine appeared completely legitimate under regulatory inspection. Then came the moment of validation. Harris performed the trigger sequence himself. The machine paid, sitting alone in that testing lab. Harris understood what had just been proven. The system had no defense against someone in his position. Complete control over testing equipment. Complete control over verification procedures. Complete control over which machines received approval and which didn't. Unless a mistake was made, nobody would ever discover this. Ron Harris worked for the Nevada Gaming Control Board in the early 1990s as a computer programmer specializing in electronic gaming systems. His responsibilities included verifying slot machines operated fairly, testing random number generators, examining EPAM chips containing game code, confirming payout tables, and approving machines before they reach casino floors. The position came with complete access, source code for every slot machine in Kino system, testing equipment, manufacturer documentation, EEPROM programming tools. Any machine could be opened, any chip could be read. Diagnostics could be run without oversight. Trust flowed downward. Through the system, casinos trusted regulators. Regulators trusted Harris. Years of employment. Supervisors who considered his work thorough technical knowledge, surpassing most colleagues in the department. When Ron Harris signed verification documents, the industry treated those machines as certified and legal. What Harris understood and what nobody else seemed to consider was how fragile that trust actually was. Which security checks existed and which didn't, where the gaps were, what assumptions held the entire system together. The regulatory framework functioned only because everyone believed people in his position would never exploit it. The critical flaw became clear over time. Nobody verified his verifications. Nobody audited his modifications. Nobody tested the equipment he used to certify other equipment. A single point of failure. Wrapped in institutional trust, Harris began considering what would happen if that trust was misplaced. The testing lab sat in a warehouse outside Las Vegas. Manufacturers shipped machines there for approval. Standard procedure involved opening each unit, extracting the EPAM chips, loading them into diagnostic readers, and comparing the data against technical specifications. EEPROM chips functioned as the brain of older slot machines. Everything that made a slot machine work lived inside those chips: the random number generator algorithm, the payout logic, the display systems, the complete operational code. During routine testing one afternoon, Harris realized something most people in his position never considered. The chips could be reprogrammed using standard equipment. When regulators verified a chip, they checked a checksum, a mathematical fingerprint calculated from the program code. If someone rewrote the code and then recalculated that checksum to match, the modified chip would pass inspection as authentic. Testing this theory required a decommissioned machine. Harris extracted its EEPROM, loaded the code onto his programming workstation, and studied how the random number generator and payout systems functioned. Then came the critical modification, a hidden subroutine added to the existing code. Something that would monitor coin insertions, track the exact sequence, count the order, wait for a pattern that would never occur during normal gambling, a specific arrangement of coins and button presses that defied standard play behavior. The trigger mechanism was elegant in its simplicity. Insert coins following an exact sequence. Press spin at a precise moment. The hidden code detects this pattern. Once detected, the random number generator gets bypassed completely. The next spin forces a jackpot under every other condition. The machine operated exactly as designed. Random outcomes, legal functionality, normal casino operation. Only when that specific trigger fired would the machine follow hidden instructions. Harris burned the modified code onto a fresh EEPROM, recalculated. The checksum installed it in the test machine, ran every standard diagnostic test the gaming control board used for certification. Everything passed. The checksum matched official specifications. The machine appeared completely legitimate under regulatory inspection. Then came the moment of validation. Harris performed the trigger sequence himself. The machine paid. Sitting alone in that testing lab, Harris understood what had just been proven. The system had no defense against someone in his position. Complete control over testing equipment. Complete control over verification procedures. Complete control over which machines received approval and which didn't. Unless a mistake was made, nobody would ever discover this. One vulnerability remained. Casinos and manufacturers occasionally performed independent chip inspections. If someone tested a modified EEPROM using equipment Harris didn't control, the altered code might be detected. The solution required controlling the testing equipment itself. Harris modified the laptops and diagnostic systems used throughout the Nevada Gaming Control Board for chip validation. The modifications were subtle but complete. When technicians inserted a chip into these systems, the equipment would analyze it and display results. Clean chips showed accurate data. Modified chips, chips containing Harris's hidden code, displayed false information. Original checksums appeared on screen. Code structure looked legitimate. The equipment verified manipulated chips as authentic even while hidden subroutines existed. In the program, this created a two-layer defense. The chips themselves passed checksum verification through mathematical manipulation. The testing equipment confirmed authenticity through program deception. Any inspection using gaming control board tools would fail to detect the modifications. Other staff members began using his equipment for routine verifications. Casinos started requesting his personal oversight on new machine installations. Manufacturers came to trust his certification process more than their own internal quality controls. Harris had positioned himself as the final authority in a chain of oversight that no longer had any real oversight. The infrastructure was ready, time to operate at scale. Claiming jackpots personally was never an option. Harris's face was known throughout Nevada casinos. His employment was documented in gaming industry databases. Any significant win attached to his name would trigger immediate investigation. The operation required someone else to collect the winnings. Read Errol McNeil, an acquaintance from high school years earlier. Clean background, no criminal record, no connections to the gaming industry, no reason for casino surveillance to flag him as suspicious. Harris laid out the structure. Slot machines would be modified during his official duties as a gaming control board inspector. Days or weeks later, McNeil would visit those specific machines and execute the trigger sequences. The machines would pay, McNeil would collect, they would split the proceeds. McNeil agreed. They established operational security protocols, no written plans, no detailed phone conversations, no public meetings. Harris would identify target machines and communicate trigger sequences in deliberately vague terms. McNeil would execute exactly as instructed without deviation. The first test targeted a small Las Vegas casino. Harris arrived for routine machine inspection under official pretense. During that inspection, the original EEPROM was swapped for a modified version. Documentation listed the machine as verified and legally compliant. 3 days passed before McNeil entered that casino, located the target machine, inserted coins following the program sequence, pressed buttons in the exact pattern Harris had specified, $1,500. Paid out. Casino security reviewed the win. Surveillance footage showed ordinary slot play. The machine had functioned normally before the jackpot, and continued functioning normally afterward. Nothing irregular appeared in any system logs. The payout was processed without question when Harris checked gaming control board records later. No flags had been raised, no alerts generated, no investigation. Requests submitted, and thus the operation was no longer theoretical. More machines, more casinos, more modified EPROMs deployed across Las Vegas. Each chip contained identical, hidden architecture, game code that ran normally under standard conditions. Random number generators producing legitimate random results, payout tables functioning as designed, but underneath all that legitimate code, the trigger subroutine waited. Think of it as a Konami cheat code built into casino. Equipment, a specified sequence of inputs, coins inserted in a particular order, buttons pressed at precise moments, timing that defied normal gambling behavior that unlocked a force payout. The exact pattern varied between machines, but the underlying principle remained constant. McNeil moved between casinos, played machines Harris had certified weeks earlier, executed the trigger sequences. The jackpots were never excessive, $5,000 at one casino, $8,000 at another, $12,000 somewhere else. Amounts carefully calibrated to stay below thresholds that triggered enhanced security. Large enough to accumulate. Serious money, small enough to avoid detection. The operation ran continuously from 1993 through 1995. Multiple casinos, dozens of machines. Hundreds of thousands of dollars extracted from the Nevada gaming industry without detection. Casinos saw no anomalies because the modifications remained invisible during normal operation. Surveillance cameras recorded ordinary slot play. Coin insertion patterns appeared random to observers. Every other customer who played these machines experienced legitimate random outcomes. The random number generator produced fair results except during those specific seconds when the trigger sequence activated. Meanwhile, Harris continued working at the Nevada Gaming Control Board, certified more machines, attended industry conferences on gaming integrity, wrote technical reports, received positive performance reviews. His expertise was respected throughout the industry. Nobody knew his code was running in dozens of machines across Nevada. Nobody checked. Nobody suspected the regulator could be the threat. The technical methods improved over time. Checksum manipulation became more sophisticated. New techniques for embedding code inside EPROM architecture without leaving traces. Custom diagnostic tools that could validate manipulated chips as authentic under any testing protocol, not just gaming. Control board equipment. Manufacturers submitting machines for approval gave Harris multiple opportunities to intervene. Initial inspection, routine. Maintenance checks, field audits. Any of these access points allowed EPROM replacement or modification. The gaming industry's trust structure amplified his reach. Casinos trusted Gaming Control Board certification above manufacturer specifications. Other regulators deferred to Harris's technical assessments. Testing results from his equipment became the definitive standard. A single point of failure had been engineered into the entire verification system. Harris controlled it completely. The slot machine operation could have continued indefinitely. The technical method was sound. Operational security remained tight. McNeil collected winnings without drawing suspicion. No investigation had come close to uncovering the scheme, but Harris's attention shifted toward a more ambitious target, one that wouldn't require any physical modifications at all: electronic keno. Electronic keno operated differently than slot machines. Players selected numbers between 1 and 80. The machine then drew 20 random numbers. Payouts depended on how many player selections matched the draw. The game appeared completely random. The outcome seemed unpredictable. Harris obtained technical documentation for electronic keno systems through his Gaming Control Board. Position. Access to source code, RNG algorithms, timing cycle specifications, seed generation methodologies. Everything needed to understand how the randomness was actually generated. What became clear through analysis: keno. Random number generators were deterministic, not truly random. They followed fixed mathematical formulas. The numbers appeared random to players, but they were generated through predictable calculations. If someone knew the internal state of the RNG at a specific moment, the seed value feeding, the algorithm, they could calculate future outputs with accuracy. Harris recreated the Keno RNG logic on his home computer. He built a program simulating the exact algorithm used by casino Keno machines, fed it timing data, ran thousands of test cycles, compared predictions against actual casino results. The predictions matched. This represented a fundamentally different approach than the slot machine operation. No equipment modifications required, no chips to swap, no physical access needed, just observation. Mathematics timing. Determine the machine's internal state, calculate the next draw sequence, place tickets at the correct moment. Months went into refining the prediction model, testing different seed scenarios, accounting for timing variations between machines, building confidence that Keno draws could be predicted accurately enough to win deliberately. The target was chosen carefully: Atlantic City, outside Nevada jurisdiction, large casinos with electronic Keno systems, and out of state. Win would generate less attention from Nevada Gaming Control Board investigators who might recognize Harris's name. The goal: $100,000, Bali's largest Keno jackpot, a single perfect hit. January 1995, Harris and McNeil traveled to Atlantic City separately. Registered at Bali's Park Place Casino under different arrangements, avoided being seen together in public areas. Harris brought his Keno simulation software on a laptop, technical documentation for Bali's specific Keno system, EEPROM chips, and programming equipment in case machine modifications became necessary. Handwritten notes containing RNG calculations and timing predictions. 3 days spent observing the casino's Keno machines, recording draw times with precision, noting timing patterns between draws, watching player interactions, collecting data on how the RNG behaved under actual casino conditions. On the 4th day, all collected data went into the prediction software. The calculations indicated a high probability draw sequence approaching. The RNG's internal state would align to produce a specific set of numbers during a narrow time window. Harris wrote down 8 numbers, calculated the exact moments when those numbers would appear in the 20-number draw, gave McNeil the numbers and the timing window. McNeil purchased 10 Keno tickets. Each ticket contained 8 numbers selected according to Harris's predictions. The tickets cost minimal amounts. If all 8 numbers hit on any ticket, the payout would be $100,000. Bali's maximum Keno jackpot. McNeil submitted the tickets at the calculated time, waited near the Keno display. The machine began its draw cycle. 20 numbers appeared. 8 of them matched one of McNeil's tickets. Perfect alignment. The display showed jackpot $100,000. McNeil walked to the payout counter, handed over the winning ticket. Staff began processing the claim. Then they stopped. Something felt wrong about this. Casino staff reviewed the ticket more carefully. The payout amount was substantial. The player had purchased very few tickets total. The win occurred almost immediately after purchase. 8 numbers matching in that exact configuration carried astronomical odds. Too perfect. Surveillance footage came next. McNeil had remained near the Keno machines for hours without playing. Placed tickets at one specific moment. Left the machine immediately after the draw. Showed no visible emotion when the jackpot hit. The behavior didn't match typical gambling patterns. When McNeil approached the cage to collect, staff asked for identification. The hesitation was noticeable. Wallet came out slowly. The ID was provided, but answers to routine questions didn't align with earlier statements about why he was visiting Atlantic City Casino. Management contacted security. Security contacted the New Jersey Division of Gaming Enforcement. State police were notified about a suspicious Keno win. Investigators began checking McNeil's background, who he was traveling with, any associates registered at the hotel. Standard procedure for large jackpot verification. The connection to Ron Harris emerged quickly. Same hotel. Shared room registration. Investigators requested entry to search the room. Harris was already gone. The door opened onto a workspace. Computer equipment on the desk. EEPROM chips scattered across the surface. A chip burner connected to a laptop. Technical manuals about Keno machines lying open. Computer printouts displaying Keno RNG source code. handwritten notes explaining Bali's specific Keno system architecture. Schedules listing casino locations with predicted draw times written beside them. This wasn't gambling, this was engineering, planning, technical attack infrastructure designed to compromise the random number generator. Harris had checked out 3 hours earlier. Investigators immediately checked flight records already airborne. Destination Las Vegas, New Jersey Division of Gaming. Enforcement contacted Nevada authorities, described the equipment found, described the technical sophistication, asked if anyone in Nevada's gaming regulation system would possess this level of access and knowledge about casino RNG systems. The call reached the Nevada Gaming Control Board. When investigators there heard the description, EEPROM chips, Keno RNG. Analysis, technical documentation, one name came up within minutes, Ron Harris. McCarran Airport, Las Vegas. Harris's flight landed in the early afternoon. Federal agents and Nevada Gaming Control Board investigators waited at the gate, arrested before reaching baggage claim. The Gaming Control Board terminated his employment immediately. Office sealed. Computer seized, all access credentials revoked. Back in Atlantic City, McNeil was arrested at Bali's, held for questioning. Prosecutors offered a deal quickly. Testify against Harris, explain the operation, provide dates, locations. Amounts in exchange, charges would be dropped. McNeil accepted, described the slot machine operation, explained. Trigger sequences, confirmed Harris designed every technical aspect. Provided a timeline spanning 2 years. In Nevada, investigators began the massive task of re-examining every machine Harris had certified since 1993. EEPROMs were pulled from slot machines across Las Vegas, sent to independent testing laboratories, compared against manufacturer specifications. 33 machines across 14 casinos contained modified code. Each modification followed the same pattern, hidden. Trigger subroutines embedded in game logic, checksum manipulation to avoid detection. Code designed to bypass random number generators under specific input conditions. These machines had been generating forced jackpots for years. Without anyone noticing, Harris was transported to Gaming Control Board headquarters. The interrogation lasted 11 hours, initial denials. Then when shown the Atlantic City hotel room evidence, the equipment, the notes, the calculations, silence. When investigators presented the modified EEPROMs from the Las Vegas casinos, the full scope of the investigation became clear. Confession followed. Admitted to altering slot machine EEPROMs across Nevada, admitted to developing Keno RNG prediction software, admitted to recruiting. McNeil admitted that the operation ran from 1993 through 1995. Admitted to hundreds of thousands of dollars in fraudulent wins across multiple casinos. 2 jurisdictions, 2 sets of charges. New Jersey charged Harris with attempted theft by deception, conspiracy, and computer fraud related to the Bali's Keno jackpot. Nevada charged him with racketeering for the slot machine operation. McNeil testified in both cases, provided detailed accounts of the operation, confirmed Harris's technical role, confirmed the scope and timeline. Charges against McNeil were dropped per the cooperation agreement. Harris pleaded guilty in New Jersey to attempted theft by deception, pleaded guilty in Nevada to racketeering in November 1997. Nevada issued a 7-year prison sentence. The sentence covered both the slot machine fraud and the Keno attempt. Harris served approximately 2 years before early release. Prosecutors acknowledged the full financial damage remained impossible to calculate. Many manipulated slot machines likely were never identified. Casino records couldn't distinguish between legitimate jackpots and triggered payouts from years earlier. The actual amount stolen stayed unknown. The Nevada Gaming Commission added Harris to the Black Book, the official excluded persons list, lifetime banned from entering any Nevada casino. New Jersey maintained a parallel exclusion. Walking into a regulated casino in either state would constitute a crime simply by being present. After the Ron Harris case, the industry's response was immediate and comprehensive. Random number generator algorithms were completely redesigned. New systems incorporated better entropy sources. Seed generation became exponentially more complex. Timing cycles were randomized to prevent prediction. The mathematical vulnerability Harris exploited was eliminated. EEPROM security protocols underwent complete overhaul. Physical access to firmware programming tools became heavily restricted. Multiple independent laboratories now verified chips instead of single inspectors. Cross-verification became mandatory industry standard. Testing equipment required independent inspection and certification. No single regulator could approve machines without secondary review, the trust structure that enabled. Harris's operation was systematically dismantled. The Nevada Gaming Control Board increased background checks for all technical staff. Internal audits became routine rather than exceptional. Peer review of technical work became mandatory policy. Hiring protocols were revised specifically because of this. But years later, the same vulnerability emerged in a different context. Eddie Tipton, insider at the Multi-State Lottery Association, used similar techniques to rig lottery RNGs and predict winning numbers. Tipton's case referred Harris as precedent. Same exploitation of insider access, same manipulation of trust structures, same fundamental weakness. Harris became required reading. Gaming security conferences analyzed his methods in detail. Regulatory training manuals included his case as primary example. Every casino security audit considered insider risk because of what he accomplished. Today, Harris lives somewhere in Las Vegas. No public profile, no interviews, no presence in the gambling world. He became a ghost in an industry that reshaped itself because of him. For 2 years, the regulator nobody suspected controlled the machines everyone trusted. 1978, Las Vegas, a city that never sleeps, where neon lights stain the night sky gold, where the sound of chips colliding rises and falls like the heartbeat of people placing their fate on the table. Here, luck is sold like a dream, and failure often arrives quietly, like a cold wind. No one walks into this place without carrying some kind of hope, but not many walk out with that hope still intact. In the middle of that crowded stream of people, 2 young men entered the casino without the glamour of gamblers. They did not laugh loudly, did not show off, did not attract attention. If you glanced at them once, you would not remember their faces, but that was exactly what made them dangerous. Don Farmer and Norman Packard, 2 physics students, more familiar with blackboards, equations, and long nights spent thinking about how the world works. They did not believe in luck, they believed in rules, and that night they brought with them something no one in that room could have imagined. Hidden beneath loose clothing was a small, crude device, thin wires running along the body, switches concealed inside their shoes. It did not glow, did not make noise, did not reveal itself in any visible way, but inside it was an idea capable of breaking the greatest belief in that place. That roulette was random. If someone discovered it, they would not simply be asked to leave. In those years, Las Vegas was not only light and entertainment. Behind the tables were cold, watchful eyes, and people who did not like being challenged. Here, winning too much could turn you into a problem, and becoming a problem was sometimes the last thing you wanted. Don could feel his heartbeat clearly as he stood near the roulette table, not because of money, but because of the feeling that they were stepping across a line that, once crossed, would not allow them to return unchanged. Norman stood beside him, his eyes not on the chips, but following the motion of the wheel as if he were staring at an equation waiting to be solved. They had not come here to test their luck. They had come to test a belief that everything in this world, even a game designed to look chaotic, still obeyed invisible laws. And if you understood those laws deeply enough, you could bend them to your will. But the real question was not whether they could do it. It was, if they could, what price they would have to pay. Before they ever stepped into Las Vegas, before the lights and the betting tables, their lives were completely different. There was no money, no glamour, only slow days drifting by inside a university campus. Cramped dorm rooms, the smell of cold coffee, instant noodles, and notebooks packed tight with equations. The life of a physics student was not as romantic as people imagined. It was the repetition of lectures, unsolved problems, and the feeling of always standing in front of a world too large to fully understand. Don Farmer and Norman Packard lived in that world, but they were not the same. Don was quieter, more careful, always thinking before acting. He did not like risk, yet he was drawn to things he could not explain with simple logic. Norman was different. He was curious in a way that bordered on obsession, always questioning everything, even the things other people accepted as obvious. If Don was the one who kept things from moving beyond control, Norman was the one willing to push every limit farther. They did not come together because of money, but because they shared the same belief, that the world did not run on chance, that behind every phenomenon there was always a rule. And if you were patient enough, if you dug deeply enough, you could see it. The idea of roulette began very small. Just a question, raised late one evening when both of them were too tired to keep studying, but too restless to sleep. Norman looked at a photograph of a roulette wheel in a book and said, almost absent-mindedly, that nothing spins without obeying the laws of physics. The ball, the wheel, friction, rotational force, all of it could be measured. And if it could be measured, then it could be predicted. At first, Don did not believe it, not because the idea was wrong, but because it was too dangerous. Roulette had existed for hundreds of years, designed so that no one could predict it. If there really were a way, why had no one done it before? But the longer he thought about it, the more he realized something even more unsettling. Maybe it was not that no one had done it. Maybe it was that no one had dared to go all the way. What began as a small question became an argument. Then the argument became an experiment, and before they realized it, it had become an idea they could no longer set down. Not because of money, not because they wanted to become rich, but because if they were right, they would prove something very few people were willing to believe, that even in a game built to look chaotic, order still existed. And in that moment, everything began to change. At first, roulette was only a game in their minds, a vague image, a question to pass the time during sleepless nights, but the more closely they looked, the less it resembled a game. It was a system, a wheel spinning at a definable speed, a ball moving with inertia, gradually slowing under the force of friction. Tiny collisions, faint vibrations too subtle for the eye to catch. All of it obeyed the laws they had studied. There was no magic in it, no absolute randomness. Norman began sketching everything out, every turn, every angle, every force, pages quickly filled with symbols, curves, and numbers. Don sat across from him, at first only watching, then slowly getting pulled in. They argued over the rate at which the ball slowed down, the moment it would leave the rim, the way it would bounce across numbered pockets. Every small detail became important, but the deeper they went, the more they realized one thing. The problem was not understanding the system. The problem was measuring it in real time. Inside a noisy casino where everything moved quickly, where there was no room for error, the idea began to change. It was no longer just a conversation. It became a challenge. Then slowly it became an obsession. They stopped talking about other things. Meals became short pauses between calculations. Lectures became places to jot down more notes instead of listening. At night, after everyone else had gone to sleep, the light in their room stayed on. Not because they had to study, but because they could not stop. Don began to notice the change. There were moments when he wondered if they were going too far, but every time he thought about stopping, he looked at the numbers again. The numbers were beginning to line up, the predictions were beginning to make sense, and that feeling, the feeling of coming close to a hidden truth, was stronger than any fear. Then they decided to test it. No more theory, no more assumptions. They needed real data, real spins under real conditions, which meant stepping out of their room, out of the safety of the university, and into a place they did not control, Las Vegas. The decision was never spoken dramatically. There was no oath, no perfect plan, just a nod, a silence of understanding between the two of them. But in that moment, everything changed. This was no longer an interesting idea. This was the point at which they began walking down a road with no return. The first time they entered a casino, everything felt different from what they had imagined. It was not the glamour that overwhelmed them, but the feeling of being swallowed whole. The lights were too bright, the sound too thick, everything moving constantly as if there were no pause anywhere. People laughed, talked, bet, won, lost, all so quickly that no one had time to think. And that was exactly what made the place dangerous. Don walked more slowly than usual. He tried to keep his exterior calm, but inside, every heartbeat felt louder than ever. Norman walked beside him without speaking, lightly adjusting his sleeve, where a small device was hidden. No one could see it, but they both knew it was there. A simple dictaphone, yet the only thing connecting them to the idea they had been chasing for months. They chose a roulette table on the edge of the casino floor, not too crowded, not too visible, a position good enough to observe, but not enough to attract immediate attention. Don sat down, trying to look like any ordinary player. A few small chips were placed on the table, enough to blend in, but not enough to provoke curiosity. The ball began to spin. Norman moved his foot slightly, a soft click almost impossible to notice. One beat, then another. Every time the ball passed a mental marker in his head, another signal was recorded. There was no loud sound, only small taps, but to them, every tap was a live piece of data. Time began to stretch in a strange way. Every spin seemed slower, every second heavier than the last. Don did not dare stare directly at the wheel for too long. He pretended to look at his chips, glanced at the person beside him. even smiled faintly now and then, as if he were really just playing. But inside, all of his senses were focused on one thing: eyes. The dealer began glancing at them more often. It was unclear whether it was suspicion or habit, but every time that gaze passed over him, Don felt his throat go dry. Off in the distance stood a man holding a radio, the pit boss. He did not come closer, did not intervene, only watched, and that silence was what made them the most tense. Norman kept tapping. The rhythm had to be exact. Not too fast, not too slow. If it was wrong, all the data would be useless, but if it was too obvious, they would be discovered. It was a line so thin that one small mistake could collapse everything. One spin ended, then another. Chips were placed, chips were taken back. Everything looked normal, but for them, every second was a trial. After less than an hour, they decided to stop. No one said it out loud, but both understood. It was enough. They stood, left the table like any ordinary players. No hurry, no visible tension. But when they stepped outside the casino, the air felt strangely lighter. Only when they were far from the neon lights did Don realize his hands were shaking. They had made the first step. But deep down, both of them understood. The hardest part was still ahead. The dorm room door closed behind them, separating them completely from the lights and sounds of Las Vegas. No more chips, no more watchful eyes, only the familiar silence. But this time, that silence did not feel normal. It felt heavier, as if the room itself were waiting for something. Norman put the device down on the table, removed his outer layer, his hands still trembling slightly after the tension of the evening. Don said nothing. He pulled his chair closer, his eyes fixed on the dictaphone as if it were the most important thing in their world. They did not eat, they did not rest. They began immediately. The small sounds were rewound. Every tap, every time interval, signals that had seemed meaningless began turning into numbers. Don wrote, Norman calculated. Pages filled quickly, were crossed out, rewritten, corrected. Neither of them noticed time passing. Outside the window, night gave way to dawn, but inside that small room, everything seemed still. There were moments when they stopped. Not because they were tired, but because they doubted. Maybe they had been wrong. Maybe it was all a coincidence, an illusion created by expectation. Don leaned back in his chair, staring at the pile of numbers in front of him, and for a moment the thought crossed his mind that maybe they had gone too far for something that did not exist. Then Norman spoke very quietly. It is not random. He pointed to one sequence, then another. The intervals between spins were beginning to repeat in a pattern, not perfectly, not absolutely, but clearly enough that it could not be dismissed. Don leaned in closer, his heartbeat speeding up. He checked again, once, then again. The result did not change. A long silence followed. No one spoke. No one needed to. In that moment, all doubt, all fear, all exhaustion disappeared. They had been right, not completely, not perfectly, but enough to change everything. Don felt a surge of emotion he could barely describe, not simple joy, but the feeling of touching something that should not have existed. A crack in a system that seemed flawless, a law hidden beneath chaos. Norman did not smile. He just sat there, looking at the numbers as if he still could not fully believe what he was seeing, but his eyes had changed. They no longer carried the curiosity of the beginning. They held something deeper, something more dangerous. From that moment on, nothing was the same. This was no longer a hypothesis. It was proof. And it was also the point from which they could no longer go back. They had the answer, but the answer alone was still not enough. The numbers on paper were precise, clear, nearly impossible to deny. But inside a casino, nothing waited for you. The wheel spun, the ball dropped, and within seconds the chance was gone. If they could not calculate in the moment, then every rule they had discovered would become meaningless. Don was the first to say it out loud, not quickly, not urgently, but with certainty. If they wanted to turn theory into advantage, they needed something that could think faster than they could. Something not slowed down by paper, by hesitation, by emotion. A computer. The idea hung between them for a few seconds. No one laughed. No one said it was too insane. Because they both understood, if there was any road forward, this was the only one. But that year was not the age of compact devices. Computers were large, heavy machines, not meant to be hidden under clothing. What they were imagining was not merely difficult, it was nearly impossible, and that was exactly why they could not ignore it. In the days that followed, the dorm room stopped being a place for study. It became a temporary workshop. Wires, circuit boards, and electronic components lay scattered everywhere. The smell of heated metal and faint burnt plastic drifted through the air. Norman hardly left the workbench. He bent close over each solder point, adjusting each connection as if the slightest error would make everything collapse. Don sat beside him, writing code, recalculating algorithms, trying to turn dry formulas into something that could operate in real time. He did not talk much anymore. There was no need. Each of them knew his part, and every mistake revealed itself immediately. The first time they tested it, the device did not respond, only silence. No vibration, no signal, nothing. Norman took it apart, checked every connection. Don reviewed the code. They fixed it, tried again. The second time, the device responded, but incorrectly. The signal came too late, out of sync with the data. A 1-second delay in a laboratory could be tolerated. In a casino, 1 second was everything. The nights after that grew longer. Their eyes reddened from lack of sleep. Their hands trembled slightly from exhaustion. There were moments when Norman put the soldering iron down, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling as if asking himself whether any of this was worth it. Don stayed quiet, but in his mind the numbers never stopped moving. Sometimes they argued, not loudly but with strain. An algorithm that failed to align, an unstable component, a small error that kept returning. Things that might have seemed minor, but that built into pressure. Then they went back to work, not because they were certain they would succeed, but because they could not stop halfway. Little by little, the device began to change, smaller, more stable. Faster, the wires were hidden more neatly, the switches designed to be controlled by the lightest motion of the foot. And then, in one test, the vibration appeared. Light, precise, right on time. Don looked up. Norman did too. No one spoke, but this time the silence meant something different. They tested it again, and again. The results no longer drifted the way they had before. The machine was not perfect. It was still crude, still capable of failing at any moment, but it had done something that had previously existed only on paper. It was thinking with them, and in that moment, they understood that what they had built was not just a tool. It was an advantage strong enough to carry back into Las Vegas. But this time, they were no longer just two students with an idea. They were carrying something that could change the rules of the game. The second time Don walked into Las Vegas, everything looked the same. The lights, the sounds, the unfamiliar faces, all of it still spinning in the same familiar rhythm. But for him, the feeling was completely different. This time, he was not only carrying an idea, he was carrying the thing that could turn that idea into reality. Beneath his shirt, the device was strapped tightly against his body. Thin wires ran down across his chest and along his legs, connecting to small switches hidden in his shoes. No one could see it, no one knew, but he felt every detail of it, as if his body were no longer entirely his own. He stepped toward the roulette table, trying to keep his breathing steady. On the outside, he was just another ordinary player, but inside, all of his senses were sharpened. The ball began to roll. Don pressed lightly with his foot, once. Then again, the signals were sent, quick, precise, almost invisible. And then, for the first time, he felt it. A light vibration. Very light. If he had not been paying attention, he might have missed it. But to him, it felt like a signal echoing through his chest. The machine was answering. He did not look down. He did not react. He kept his expression unchanged, as if nothing had happened. But in his mind, everything had shifted. He placed the bet, not large, just enough not to attract attention. The ball slowed, bounced across a few pockets, then stopped. A win, not a big one. No one around him noticed. The dealer kept going, the other players kept talking, laughing, betting. But for Don, that moment lasted longer than usual. He did not smile. He did not celebrate. He simply gathered the chips as if the outcome were random. Another spin. Another press of the foot. Another vibration. Another decision. And then another win. The chips began to accumulate a little at a time. Not much, but steadily. A new rhythm was forming, not built on luck, but on something deeper, something more exact. But at the same time, another feeling appeared. The device was starting to heat up. The vibrations were no longer as light as before. Each signal landed against his skin more sharply now, sometimes with a sting. Sweat began to run, not only because of the heat, but because of the pressure. Don kept his face calm, but inside he knew exactly where he was standing, not in the middle of a game, but in the middle of a line. On one side was success, proof that they had been right. On the other side was something he had not yet allowed himself to imagine. He kept playing, not faster, not greedier, just enough to test. And every time the ball stopped near the place where he had placed his bet, that feeling returned. Not joy, but a terrifying certainty. The machine was working, and they really could do this. Don left the table slowly, without hurry, without revealing anything unusual. The chips he had won were still in his pocket, but he did not feel relief. If anything, each step felt heavier, not because of money, but because of eyes. He had seen them. In the distance, the man with the radio was still there. He did not come closer, did not stop him, but he stayed long enough to make Don understand that they were no longer entirely invisible. He stepped into the restroom. The door closed behind him, shutting out the noise from outside. The space became suddenly quiet, almost unpleasantly so. The sound of dripping water, soft footsteps on tile. Don stood inside a stall, his back against the door. At last, he took the device off. The contact pads peeled away from his skin, leaving behind a faint burning sensation. He looked down and saw red marks pressed into his chest. Nothing severe, but enough to remind him that what they were doing was not safe. He took a deep breath. For the first time since entering the casino, he allowed himself to feel tired. His heart was still racing. His mind was still tight with tension. Then the door opened. Not loudly, not suddenly, but enough to make everything inside him stop. One footstep, then another. The sound was slow, even unhurried. Don did not look. He stood perfectly still, as if any movement at all might break something fragile. The distance between them was not far. He could feel the presence, even without seeing it. The pit boss. He did not need confirmation. Don knew. No one spoke. There was no question, no accusation. Only a silence stretched beyond what felt normal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Time seemed to lengthen, each beat passing slowly enough to hear. Don tried to keep his breathing even, not faster, not slower. Just enough not to reveal anything, but in his mind every possibility flashed. If they checked, if they discovered it, if the stall door opened and everything ended right here. He was not ready for that, not after everything they had done. Then a sound broke the silence. The radio. A voice came through, indistinct but urgent enough to pull attention away. The pit boss reacted. 1 step back, a short pause, then he turned away. The door opened again, closed. The room returned to silence, but now that silence meant something else. Don remained still for a few more seconds. No hurry, no movement, until he was certain no one was left. He put the device back on, slowly, carefully, as if every motion mattered. When he stepped out of the restroom, the casino lights wrapped around him again. Everything looked the same. No one stared, no one asked, no one knew. But inside him, something had changed. They had come very close to the limit, and next time there might not be a second chance. After that night, they no longer saw it as an experiment. What had happened in the casino, the precise vibrations, the small but repeated wins, all of it had proven one thing. The system could be exploited, but that same night taught them something else. 2 people were not enough, not fast enough. Not discreet enough, not enough to turn a small edge into something larger. The idea of expansion began to appear, at first only vaguely. Then it became clearer with each conversation. If one person could do it, then many people working at once could multiply the effect, not by winning big at a single table, but by winning just enough at many places, all at once. But to do that, they needed people. Not just anyone. They did not want gamblers. They did not want reckless men. They wanted people who could control themselves. People who could stay calm when watched, people who could follow procedure without asking questions at dangerous moments. People like them. The recruiting was never formal. No announcement, no open call. Only conversations, hints, watchful glances. Don observed how a person reacted when caught off guard. Norman paid attention to how they handled information, how they remembered details. Slowly, a small group formed, then a larger one. In the end, they had 16 people. Not a perfect team, but enough to begin. Training started immediately. There was no curriculum, no classroom, only long sessions of repetition, over and over until the actions became instinct. They learned how to stand at a roulette table without staring too hard. How to tap the switch with a toe without showing any movement. How to talk, laugh, even lose a few rounds, so they would look like any ordinary players. Mistakes were not allowed to exist. One glance held too long, one movement too fast, one reaction at the wrong moment, any of it could bring the whole system down. Don was the one who enforced discipline. He watched each person, corrected every small detail, from the way chips were placed to the way someone left a table. There was no room for improvisation. Norman focused on the machines. He adjusted every device, making sure each person understood how to use it, how to feel the vibration, how to react within the span of a few seconds. Some people needed time to adapt. Some could not handle the pressure. Some left. But those who remained began to change. They were no longer ordinary students, no longer people simply curious about an idea. They became part of something larger. A system operating in silence, built on precise cooperation between human beings and machines. Each person had a role. One collected data, one placed bets. No one did both. That separation did not only make them faster. It reduced the risk. If one person drew attention, the other could still withdraw without exposing the whole structure. They trained like that day after day, not to become brilliant, but to become invisible. Because in this game, the winner was not the most skilled person. It was the one nobody noticed. That night, Las Vegas seemed brighter than usual, not because of the lights, but because for them, everything had entered a new phase. No longer 2 men, no longer a small experiment, but a system in motion. 16 people, divided into pairs, spreading across casinos, each team with its own position, its own table, its own rhythm. No one stood too close, no one looked at one another for too long, but all of them were connected by the same thing: order. In one corner of a casino, one person stood quietly, eyes following the wheel, a toe moving faintly with its rhythm. At another table, someone else was smiling, talking, placing chips as if merely trying his luck. No one knew that behind those ordinary gestures, a chain of calculations was unfolding in silence. The vibration came. A decision was made, a bet was placed, then repeated, in many places at once. At first, everything moved slowly. They were not rushing. No one tried to win big, only small wins enough to blend into the casino flow. A few chips added. A few chips removed. Everything looked like luck. But as time passed, that began to change. The small wins stopped feeling random. They started to accumulate. At this table, a few $100s. At another, a few hundred more. Nothing remarkable if seen alone, but together the number began to matter. In a small hotel room, they met again after a few hours of work. No one spoke immediately. They just placed stacks of money on the table, one by one, silence. Then the expressions began to change, not because of the size of the money, but because of the repetition. This was no longer luck, it was working. Don looked around the room. Faces that had been ordinary students only weeks before now carried something different. More focused, more tense, but also more certain. Norman did not say much. He only checked the data again, comparing it against the results. Everything aligned in a way that felt almost frightening. Not perfect, but precise enough to continue. They went back to the casinos the next night, then the night after that. The rhythm repeated: collect, calculate, bet, win. The money began to come faster. Not in explosive bursts, but steadily, surely, almost invisibly from the outside. But at the same time, something else was increasing: pressure. Every time they won, every time the chips were pulled toward them, the feeling was no longer the same as before. No longer the thrill of the beginning, but a quiet question: was anyone noticing? In a few moments, a dealer's eyes lingered longer than usual. A pit boss stood closer, said nothing, but did not move away. No one mentioned it. But all of them felt it. They were moving faster. And when you move quickly inside a system that does not want you to win, it means you are approaching a limit no one can see in advance. It was not a different night. Everything began exactly like the ones before it. The roulette wheel turned evenly. The vibrations came at the right moment. The chips kept moving toward them in silence. But then something changed. It was not clear when. Not clear from whom, only that the air began to feel heavier. Don felt it before he saw anything. A sensation difficult to name, like the feeling of knowing someone is standing behind you before you turn around. He kept his face calm, kept betting as usual, but inside everything had begun to tighten. Then the man appeared, the pit boss. He was no longer standing at a distance. This time he was directly behind him. He said nothing. Did not interfere, only watched. Another spin, another vibration. Don placed the bet, the ball stopped. A win, and in that very moment the voice came, not loud, but clear enough. Come with me for a moment. The whole world seemed to slow down. Don looked up, gave a slight smile as if it were only an ordinary request. He nodded, stood, did not move too quickly, did not overreact. But with every step following that man, he could feel his heartbeat growing louder. They walked past areas ordinary players never entered. The lights were softer there. The noise disappeared. Only narrow hallways and closed doors remained. The room had no windows, only a table, 2 chairs, the door closed behind him. The sound was very soft, but in Don's mind it landed like a final period. The man sat down across from him. He did not rush into questions, did not press, only watched. The look in his eyes was not friendly, but not openly hostile either. It was the look of a man who had seen too much and was trying to fit one more piece into place. You are playing well, he said. Don shrugged slightly, kept his voice even. Just luck. A pause. The man did not argue. But he did not believe it either. How long have you been here? A few days. Do you usually play roulette? Sometimes. The questions continued, simple, not forceful, but that simplicity made everything harder. There was nothing to fight against. Nothing to react to, only truth or versions that almost looked like truth. Don felt every second pass. He could not say too much, could not say too little, could not appear frightened, but he could not appear too confident either. Every answer was a step along a thin wire. Then the question he least wanted to hear arrived. Do you have some kind of system? The air froze. For one brief instant, Don felt everything around him vanish. There was only that question hanging between the two of them. He shook his head, lightly, naturally. If I had one, I would not be sitting here, he said. It was not a perfect answer, but it was enough not to reveal anything. The man looked at him longer this time, as if weighing something. as if waiting for the smallest sign, but there was none. Finally, he leaned back in his chair. A soft breath. "Be careful with your luck," he said. "It does not always stay on your side here." Don nodded. The door opened. No one held him there. No search, no further questions. He stepped outside, returned to the casino floor as if nothing had happened. The lights, the noise, everything was the same. But when he passed the roulette table, he did not stop, because he knew they had come very close to a line that, with one more step, would end everything. After that night, none of them saw things the same way anymore. Not because they had lost, but because they had seen the limit clearly. In the familiar room that had once been filled with numbers, plans, and confidence, the atmosphere now felt entirely different. No excitement, no lively arguments. Only a long silence, as if each person were facing a question no one wanted to say aloud. They had done it. They had proven that roulette was not entirely random. They had won, not once but many times. Not through luck but through understanding. But because of that, they also understood something they had never truly faced before. The casino was not a game. It was a system. And when you begin to beat a system, that system begins to look back at you. Don was the one who broke the silence first, not with some grand statement, but with a simple sentence. "We cannot keep doing this." No one argued. No one objected, because all of them knew he was right. The times they had been watched, the looks that lingered too long, the questioning in the windowless room, none of it had been random. It was a sign. They had gone far enough to prove what they wanted to prove, but if they went farther, the price might no longer be money. Norman sat quietly, looking at the device on the table. The thing that had been a source of pride only weeks before now carried a different meaning. It was no longer just a tool. It was proof that they had crossed a line most people never even noticed. No one spoke about becoming rich. No one mentioned going back one more time to win more. The numbers they had once chased now felt small against what they were carrying inside. They did not stop because they could no longer win. They stopped because they had already won enough. Dividing the money happened quickly. No arguments, no visible regret. Each person took his share, but what they carried away was not only money, it was experience. The feeling of having once seen inside a system that most people only ever see from the surface. The moment they realized that the world does not operate entirely according to what people believe. In the days that followed, everyone slowly returned to ordinary life. Lecture halls, books, familiar roads. But none of them truly returned as the same person. Don continued down the academic path, carrying with him the caution he had refined. Norman did too, though something remained in his eyes, not obsession. But the memory of having touched something almost impossible. Their story did not appear in major newspapers. There were no sensational headlines, no official confirmation. But in smaller circles, in stories retold over time, it became a legend, not because of the amount of money they won, but because of what they had proven, that even in a game designed to look chaotic, order still exists. And if you're patient enough, brave enough, willing enough to go farther than others, you can see it. But the remaining question is not whether you can do it.
No one really noticed the name Neo when it first appeared at the online poker tables. No reputation, no history, no signs of being a high-level player. Just an account quietly sitting down, placing bets, then leaving. But in just 64 short hours, that account had won more than $600,000, a number large enough to make anyone in the community stop and take a closer look. At first, people comforted themselves with a familiar thought. Maybe it was just luck. It is poker after all. Sometimes luck is on your side. But then the people who understood mathematics began to speak up. They analyzed every hand, every probability, every winning streak. And the deeper they went, the more they realized a cold truth. There is no level of luck in this world that could produce results like that. One player recalled that he had lost nearly $70,000 in just a few sessions against Neo. Not because he played badly, but because he always felt like he was being read, as if every decision he made had already been seen through in advance. That feeling was not just losing, it was helplessness. And as stories like that began to spread, the atmosphere in the community slowly changed. From curiosity to suspicion, from suspicion to fear. If this was not luck, if this was not skill, then there was only one possibility left: something was wrong. And the biggest question began to form, not who was winning, but whether this game was still fair at all. Before the name Russ Hamilton became associated with money, fame, and eventually scandal, he was just an ordinary man growing up in Detroit. living a life that was nothing remarkable. No one looking at him back then would have imagined that he would step into the world of poker, let alone change it. Everything began with a casual suggestion, almost meaningless, from a professor while he was studying electrical engineering. Instead of telling him to focus on his studies, the professor suggested that he should try playing poker. A passing comment, but it took root in Russ in a strange way. The first time he sat down at a table, he was not the best player and certainly not the luckiest. He lost, and he lost more than he won. But it was those losses that kept pulling him back. There was something about the game that he could not walk away from, not just the money, but the feeling of reading people, the sense of control, the idea that he could understand something others could not see. Russ began reading everything he could find, old magazines, stories of legendary hands, strategies passed between players. He spent hours in dimly lit rooms, where yellow light hovered over the table, where men sat in silence, each hiding something behind their eyes. There, Russ learned patience, learned to observe, learned to wait for the exact right moment. Poker stopped being just a game. It became part of his life. A quiet obsession, slow but deepening over time. And though no one noticed yet, in those long nights, a different version of him was beginning to take shape. Someone who would not stop until he got what he wanted. In 1994, after years of drifting through small poker rooms, after countless losses that would have made most people quit, Russ Hamilton finally stepped into the place he had only dreamed about, the World Series of Poker. Not as a star, but as a relatively unknown player among true legends of the game. The players at his table were familiar with the spotlight, while Russ was a face most people did not recognize. But something had changed. He was no longer the man from those small games. He had learned to wait, to endure, to read the smallest movements on an opponent's face. As each round passed, Russ did not win loudly. He moved forward quietly, steadily, eliminating players one by one without drawing attention, until people began to notice when that unfamiliar name appeared at the final table. Only 2 players remained. Across from him was someone stronger, with more chips, more experience. But Russ did not panic. He had lived through moments like this for years, just without anyone watching. And then, in the defining moment, he made his final move. Silent, decisive. When the cards were revealed, everything seemed to pause for a brief second. Then the room erupted. Russ Hamilton, the unknown man, had become the world champion. $1 million, a prestigious bracelet, and more importantly, a place in poker history. That was the day his life changed forever, the day his biggest dream came true. But in that same moment, another door opened, not to dreams, but to ambition. From idea to reality, Ultimate Bet was not launched as just another website, but as a promise of the future of poker. With Russ Hamilton behind it, his name became an invisible guarantee, making players believe this was a safe place, a place where the game remained fair. At first, everything seemed exactly like that. The platform grew rapidly, tables were always full, money flowing constantly. Players from all over the world joined, no longer needing to walk into noisy casinos. No need for lights or crowds, just a computer and a bit of hope. Ultimate Bet was not just a website. It became a community, a place where strangers connected through hands of cards. And to strengthen that trust, big names in poker began to appear, familiar faces, people who had stood at the top, now representing the platform. They brought credibility, brought the trust of millions. Every appearance, every tournament, every promotion made Ultimate Bet feel bigger, stronger, almost untouchable. But behind that growth, behind the impressive numbers and shining reputation, something was happening that no one could see. And that absolute trust became the most dangerous thing of all. Deep inside that seemingly perfect system, there existed something that should never have been there. Not a random flaw, not an external hack, but a tool deliberately created, a tool that allowed its user to see every player's cards in real time. In poker, where every decision depends on what you do not know, that ability is not just an advantage. It is total domination. The one who has it does not need to guess, does not need to analyze, does not need to feel. They know. And when you know everything, the game is no longer a game. The way it worked was terrifyingly simple. One special account was used to observe, silently watching every hand, seeing every card each player held. Another account, completely normal, joined the table and played like anyone else. Two screens, two roles, but the same person behind them. One sees everything, one makes decisions. Every bet, every call, every fold could not be wrong. To everyone else, it looked like extreme luck, like a player who always made perfect decisions. But they did not know that from the moment they sat down, the outcome was already decided. And the most frightening part was not the existence of that tool, but that it had been used in silence for years, right in front of millions who still believe the table knew exactly what you were holding, knew every card you were hiding, even since your hesitation before you acted. Then every decision you make becomes meaningless. You bet, they know you are weak. You feel confident, they know you are bluffing. You think you are in a balanced game, but you're being guided step by step without realizing it. And that is exactly what was happening. Players sat in front of their screens, believing they were competing, believing they had a chance. But in reality, they were part of a game where the outcome had already been decided. Losing did not feel like disappointment anymore. It felt deeper, harder to name, like realizing you had been deceived without knowing when it started. Money disappeared from their accounts slowly, quietly, without clear signs. There was no moment to stand up and say something was wrong. Only a lingering feeling that something was off, but not enough proof to trust that feeling. And that was the most dangerous part, losing not just money, but trust in what you were experiencing. The first suspicions did not come from authorities, nor from those behind the system, but from the players themselves, ordinary people sitting in front of screens every night, carrying small hopes of winning or simply the feeling of victory. They began to notice things that did not add up, not through emotion, but through numbers. On poker forums, where players shared experiences and debated hands, posts began to appear, first as scattered questions, then turning into long discussions. Some did more than talk. They started to investigate. They downloaded data, saved hand histories, used tracking tools to analyze every move, every result. And slowly, a pattern emerged, clear and undeniable. Some accounts almost never made mistakes. They did not just win a lot, they won in a way that felt impossibly perfect. Decisions that even top players would hesitate over were made instantly, as if the outcome was already known. Among all the names mentioned, Neo stood out the most. Its win graph did not look like anyone else's, no fluctuation, no losing streaks like a normal player. It climbed steadily, coldly, like a line that defied every rule. And as more people looked, as more data was shared, the suspicion was no longer personal. It became a shared conclusion, a truth that everyone was beginning to see. This was not about luck, but about something deeply wrong within the system. And from that moment, all eyes turned to one question: who was Neo? And how could someone play as if they saw everything? As discussions turned into evidence, pressure mounted on Ultimate Bet from the very community that once trusted it. Emails were sent, reports compiled, and eventually regulators stepped in. An official investigation began, no longer theories on forums, but real tracing, server logs, login histories, everything hidden beneath the system. But while the truth was being uncovered outside, inside Ultimate Bet the atmosphere was entirely different. They reassured players, claimed everything was under control, that if there was any issue, it was minor, already resolved. The explanations sounded neat, reasonable, like it was all a misunderstanding. But for those who had followed the story, it was no longer convincing. Because as data was examined deeper, as details were pieced together, something became clear: the suspicious accounts were not random. They were connected, overlapping in timing, behavior, even in how they avoided attention. And more disturbingly, some traces did not lead outward, but back inside the system itself. Not an external hacker, not an invisible attacker, but something that had existed within from the beginning. The feeling shifted from suspicion to a chilling realization across the community that the issue was not that the system had been breached, but that it may never have been clean at all. As investigators dug deeper, the truth became harder to accept. This was not an outside attack, not a hacker exploiting a flaw briefly. What they found showed the opposite, a tool built into the system from the start, created for testing and monitoring, but carrying enormous power. It allowed users to see every hand, not once, not randomly, but whenever they wanted. And more frightening than its existence was how long it had been used. Not days, not weeks, but years, silently, continuously, undetected. During that time, thousands of players sat down, bet, hoped, then walked away confused. They believed they were unlucky, that others were better, that it was just part of the game. They did not know that behind the screen was someone who did not need luck or skill, only vision. And with each piece of truth revealed, it did not just shock people. It made them feel betrayed, as if everything they trusted had been quietly exploited for years. When investigators traced deeper, they moved beyond numbers to concrete evidence. Login sessions, IP addresses, timestamps, all pieced together like fragments of a larger picture. At first it looked messy, many accounts, many names, seemingly unrelated. But as they dug deeper, a pattern appeared. These accounts were not independent. They were connected, rotating within the same sessions, like controlled by one hand. And when IPs were matched, locations traced, a common point emerged, tied to one name no one wanted to believe. Russ Hamilton, a man once respected, now at the center of it all. Not just one account, but dozens, hundreds of usernames, all linked. It was no longer surprise, but a blow to the community's trust. Because if someone like him, once at the top, was behind everything, then no one was safe and nothing in the game could be trusted anymore. When the investigation results were released, the number itself became a shock. Over $22 million taken silently over years. Behind that number were thousands of people, each with their own story, each login, each bet made with hope, ending in confusion. The anger was not about losing, but realizing they never had a chance. Forums filled with frustration, disappointment, betrayal. Players who once trusted the system turned away completely. And as that wave spread, the big names who once represented Ultimate Bet began to leave. Faces that once stood for credibility cut ties, as if wanting distance from the story. Their silence spoke louder than any explanation. A system built on trust collapsed because of it. And in that moment, what the community lost was not just money, but the belief that the game had ever been fair. But the hardest blow did not come from reports, but from a leaked recording, a long conversation where Russ Hamilton's voice was clear, slow, unsettlingly calm. No panic, no denial, no attempt to justify. He admitted everything as if it was obvious, something that happened and did not need hiding. He said he took the money, a lot of it, and what silenced listeners was not the confession, but the tone, no regret, no guilt. It did not sound like someone who had done wrong, but someone explaining a decision he believed was reasonable. There were even attempts to justify it, suggesting it had once been allowed, that it was not entirely wrong. But the more people listened, the colder it felt. Thousands lost money and trust, but in his voice, there was no space for them. And that was what truly broke the community. Not just the cheating, but realizing the person behind it never saw it as something to fix. And in the end, the conclusion many waited for never came. No heists, no coups, no trials. It all stopped there, as if the story was never big enough to be fully resolved. The reason was not lack of evidence, but something more abstract, legal loopholes, blurred borders between countries, where an offshore system could operate beyond real control. Those who lost money were left with emptiness, not just because they could not recover it, but because they realized no one would protect them. People who believed in fairness had to face a different reality, where truth can be revealed without consequences. And from that point, something deeper changed, not just how they saw poker, but how they saw the systems they once trusted. Because when a game built on trust collapses like this, what is broken is not just the rules, but the belief that fairness ever truly existed.
Imagine an ordinary morning. You wake up inside an old car, the windshield fogged with condensation. No bedroom. No home. Just a quiet parking lot where no one notices who you are, and no one cares where you slept last night. Your pockets are empty. Your clothes are wrinkled. And there is that familiar feeling that the world keeps moving forward while you have been left behind. Then something impossible happens. A few hours later, you step out into a different parking lot. Sunlight reflects off a flawless red surface. In front of you sits a brand new Porsche. The keys are in your hand. Not a dream, not a mistake. People around you look at you with expressions you have never seen directed at you before. Surprise, envy, doubt. But all of them share one thing. They are looking at you like a winner. The strange thing is that no one knows how you did it. There was no gun, no chase, no heroic moment. Just a phone call, one very brief second. And somewhere, a system listened to you instead of listening to thousands of others. If you have ever felt invisible, if you have ever believed that society was not built for people like you, then that moment, standing in front of that Porsche, feels like a quiet but unmistakable whisper. That maybe the world is not fair. But somewhere in its cracks, there are still doors. 3 years before that moment, he was just a very ordinary teenager. Unremarkable. No clear future, no one expecting anything from him. A boy growing up in a working-class neighborhood where dreams tend to end early and reality arrives too fast. A place where people learn to stay quiet, learn to accept, learn not to ask why they ended up where they did. His bedroom was so small that stretching out his arms would touch all 4 walls. An old bed, a wobbly desk, weak yellow light spilling onto chipped paint. Nothing new, nothing that fully belonged to him. Even the computer on the desk was borrowed, something he would have to give back the moment someone else needed it. Money was always a problem. Not the dramatic kind of poverty, but the constant feeling of always being behind. Behind friends, behind society, behind even the smallest opportunities. No one asked who he wanted to become. No one showed him the way. Adults were busy with their own lives. The world outside was loud, but this room was frighteningly quiet. What he remembered most was not being poor. It was the feeling of not being seen. At school, he was easy to overlook. At home, he was barely a presence. No one hated him, but no one needed him either. And that invisibility was the heaviest thing of all. Long nights passed with him sitting alone, listening to cars outside, wondering not how successful he might become, but whether anyone would notice if he disappeared one day. In that loneliness, something quietly began to grow. Not ambition, not genius, but something deeply human. The desire to control something, anything. Just to prove to himself that he existed. Everything began late one night. No grand plan, no sense that life was about to turn. Just a teenager sitting alone in a small room, dim light, the steady hum of a fan like every other night. Outside, the neighborhood slept. Inside, he stayed awake, not out of hope, but because there was no reason to sleep early. On the desk sat the borrowed computer. The screen cast a pale blue glow, displaying a sequence of numbers meaningless to most people. To him, they raised a clear, and lines of text followed on the screen. He froze, not out of fear, but because the feeling was unfamiliar, like opening a door without knowing where it leads, and stepping through anyway. The world on the other side was not louder, not brighter, but it was different. No one there knew who he was. No one cared where he came from. No judging eyes. No past. Just complete silence, and the sense that everything was waiting for him to touch it. For the first time in his life, something responded to him immediately. No delay. No judgment. No dismissal. If he acted, the world answered. In that moment, he did not think he had done anything special. He simply felt one thing very clearly. He was no longer trapped. And as he sat there alone in that small room, watching silent text scroll across the screen, he had no idea that this was the first time in his life he had touched something called power. Not the power to control others, but the power to no longer be invisible. After that night, nothing returned to how it was before. He still went to school, still returned to the same small room, still poor, still quiet, but something had completely changed. In his mind, the world was no longer a solid object beyond reach. It began to appear as a map, with paths, with intersections, with weaknesses he had never noticed before. He learned in his own way. No textbooks, no teachers. Late at night, he wandered behind office buildings, bending over large dumpsters, digging through the darkness. Passers-by saw only a dirty kid with paper dust on his hands. But inside that trash were valuable fragments. Technical notebooks, network diagrams, internal notes discarded because someone thought they no longer mattered. He carried them back to his room, spreading them across the desk like puzzle pieces. Not to understand everything, just to become familiar, to learn how these systems were built, and more importantly, how the people who built them thought. Every line on a diagram, every symbol, was evidence of a rushed decision, a false assumption, a moment of human carelessness. The longer he looked, the more unsettling a realization became. These massive systems were not as intelligent as people believed. They were simply consistent. And if you were more patient than they were, you could win. Eventually, he reached deeper. Not impulsively, but with the comfort of someone who had already crossed the door once. For the first time, he heard things not meant for him. Conversations drifting past. Accidental, private, exposed. Voices of strangers. Decisions being made elsewhere. He did not interfere. Did not change anything. He only listened. And even listening was enough to make his heart race. Because in that moment, he understood something fundamental. No one knew he was there. No one was controlling him. A massive system, one that carried part of millions of lives, was quietly responding to his smallest actions. No permission needed. No explanation required. Just the right place at the right time. For the first time in his life, he was not adapting to the world. The world was adapting to him. That feeling was dangerous. Not loud. Not flashy. It slipped quietly into his thoughts, whispering that he could go further. That if he understood how the system breathed, he could silence it, or make it speak whatever he wanted to hear. From that moment on, he was no longer just exploring the world. He was controlling it. The idea did not arrive like lightning. It came slowly, softly, almost by accident. A fragment overheard. A passing conversation, a detail most people would ignore. But to him, it stayed. Grew. Turned over in his mind like a question without an answer. If a system could choose who gets heard, what would happen if he was the one making that choice? He did not rush, did not fantasize, did not celebrate. He prepared, quietly, observing, memorizing, mapping the entire path of a phone call in his head, from the moment a finger touched the keypad to the moment a voice appeared on the other end. No excitement, only the cold focus of someone who needed to be right the first time. And then the day arrived. The morning moved slower than usual. The city remained loud. People went to work, turned on the radio, joked about a contest they believed depended on luck. He was not among them. He was somewhere else. A sealed room. A small space where every sound felt sharper and every decision irreversible. Music began playing over the broadcast. Seconds passed. Then more seconds. Hundreds of people lifted their phones at the same time, believing the chance was equal. But for him, time stretched. Every breath carried weight. Every moment was a point of no return. He dialed. No hesitation, no shaking hands. Just a familiar motion. Somewhere inside the system, everything unfolded exactly as he had imagined. Other paths closed. Other rings were silenced. And only one route remained open, directly in front of him. The call connected. The voice on the other end sounded normal, unaware that the entire world of the contest had just been reduced to two people. In that moment, he did not smile, did not cheer. He felt only a deep stillness, like standing upright after a lifetime of being bent. When they told him he had won, it barely felt real. Not because of the car, not because of money, but because for the first time in his life, he knew something with certainty. He was not chosen, he chose himself. The Porsche was just an object. Paint, metal, an engine. What mattered was the feeling. The feeling that a system designed to exclude people like him had finally obeyed him. And for a brief moment, standing under the gaze of strangers, he was no longer the invisible boy he had once been. He had won. Not a game, but a world that had turned its back on him. After that victory, the world did not collapse. It continued normally. The radio station kept broadcasting. People kept driving to work. The systems he touched ran smoothly, silently, as if nothing had happened. But for him, everything was different. The sense of control did not fade. It grew. Quietly, dangerously. He began looking beyond what he once believed were limits. Beyond civilian lines and ordinary calls, there were other doors. Heavier, quieter, more guarded. Places where even seeing their names was enough to make others stop. But he did not stop. Not out of recklessness, but because the familiar feeling told him that one more step was no different from the last. The first time he touched those networks, it did not feel like victory. It felt cold, very cold. No thrill, only complete stillness, where every action echoed loudly in his own mind. Information there was not waiting to be discovered. It existed because no one imagined someone like him would appear. Then he heard them. Not strangers, not casual talk, but exchanges with weight, names, locations, times, short, decisive sentences never meant for outside ears. He did not need to understand everything. One realization was enough. They were looking for someone. At first, he thought it was just curiosity, an investigation elsewhere, unrelated. But the more he listened, the more familiar details appeared. Fragments only he could connect. Questions only one person could answer. And for the first time, a clear thought formed in his mind. They were not talking about a system. They were talking about a person. The sense of power that once held him upright now tightened around his chest. Each new voice made him wonder if they knew where he was. Each name made him wonder if it was his, not yet spoken aloud. The system that once obeyed him became something he no longer trusted completely. Night fell. The room remained the same size, but felt smaller. The glowing screen no longer felt like an open door, but like an unblinking eye. He began reviewing every past action, every trace he might have left, every moment he once believed was safe. For the first time since entering this world, he no longer felt like he was rising. He was being seen, and when someone who once believed he controlled the system realizes the system has been quietly recording him, power quickly turns into paranoia. The feeling of victory disappears. Only one question remains, repeating, heavier each time. Do they know who I am yet? The end did not arrive with a chase. No sirens, no flashing lights tearing through the night. It arrived on an ordinary day. A familiar supermarket, white lights, long aisles of goods, shopping carts bumping gently. People choosing fruit, comparing prices, complaining about small things. He was there too, blending in, trying to look like everyone else. No one stared too long. No one appeared suspicious. At least, that is what he believed. He had grown used to living in shadows. Used to believing that if he was careful enough, he would not be noticed. That systems were large and slow. That if he made no noise, everything would pass. But systems do not need to hurry. Somewhere in the supermarket, someone recognized him. Not because of a suspicious act. Not because of a technical mistake. Just because his face matched an image they had once seen. A faint memory pulled back into focus. He did not realize it immediately. Until someone stepped too close. Until the space around him tightened. Until a hand held him, not forcefully, but firmly. No one screamed. No one panicked. Other shoppers continued browsing, glancing briefly before returning to their carts. He was held in an aisle beside a shelf of dry goods, in a moment so exposed it felt unreal. No system, no screen, no control. Just a body stopped by ordinary people doing an ordinary job. When he understood what was happening, he did not resist, did not try to run. In that moment, a simple and brutal truth became clear. Every previous victory had happened in silence, and so did defeat. The system did not need force to beat him. It only needed patience, to wait until he returned to familiar habits, to wait until he believed he had blended in deeply enough to disappear. And then, on an ordinary morning among strangers buying groceries, everything ended. Not because he was less intelligent than the system, but because the system always has more time. And in the banality of that moment, the final illusion shattered. No one dragged him away. No one shouted. Everything moved slowly, almost politely. He was led out through a side door, away from the crowd. Outside, the parking lot remained full. Cars came and went. Life did not pause because he had been recognized. He sat in the back seat of an ordinary car. It did not feel like entering history. Just a quiet ride, the steady sound of the engine. Through the window, familiar streets passed by. Diners, gas stations, billboards, all unchanged from yesterday and likely unchanged tomorrow. In another room, fluorescent lights glowed. A table, a chair, questions asked in order, name, date of birth, address. Simple facts, small and mundane, far removed from the world he once believed he controlled. No one raised their voice. No one needed to celebrate. The system does not celebrate. Then a chilling realization arrived. To them, he was not a legend, not a symbolic threat, just a file, a line of text, a case to be processed, work to be completed before the shift ended. As he sat there, time kept moving. Elsewhere, other systems ran, other calls connected, other decisions were made without any awareness of his existence in that room. The world did not need to defeat him again. It only needed to continue. That truth arrived gently, not painful, but unavoidable, that every illusion of staying ahead of the system eventually collapses into the simplest procedures. Paperwork, stamps, doors closing softly. And in that quiet, he accepted something he had never allowed himself to believe, that the system showed its real power not when he controlled it, but now. Without noise, without proof, with time. The system always wins, because it never needs to hurry. Time inside prison moves differently. No climaxes, no turning points, just identical days stacked together, marked by metal on metal sounds and lights turning on and off at fixed hours. No one asks who you were. No one cares what you once touched. Everyone is the same, called by name, by number, by schedule. He learned to live within narrow space. A bed, a wall, a small window that does not open. Everything designed to require no thinking, no choices, just compliance. The world that once answered every small action now remained completely silent. No connections, no signals, nothing responding. Meanwhile, outside, another world accelerated. Over the years, the internet stepped into the light. From hidden rooms, it spread everywhere. Computers entered ordinary homes. Networks grew larger, faster, more complex, and more familiar. People began sending messages through screens, buying, connecting, sharing their lives in ways once unimaginable. New names appeared, new companies formed, new platforms rose, reshaping how people speak, work, and understand the world. What once belonged to a few became ordinary for many. The revolution he had touched so early now unfolded openly, loudly, without needing him. And he remained here, not in digital shadows, but under steady white hallway lights. Day after day, he learned of these changes through fragments of news and passing conversations. No jealousy, no bitterness, only the strange realization of standing still while a world he once understood intimately moved rapidly ahead. No one waited for him to return. No system paused. The contrast required no explanation. One world expanding daily through technology. Another kept static to prevent anyone from going too far. And between them stood a person who once believed he could outrun his era, now learning to watch it pass him by. Time does not punish. It simply continues. And in that continuation, he came to understand that the greatest sentence was not locked doors, but the feeling of being left behind as the world turned the page without looking back. When the final door opened, he stepped outside as someone different. Not because the world had changed, but because he had changed how he saw it. No darkness, no hidden roads, just honest daylight and a society far ahead of where he had stopped. He returned legally. No secrecy, no hiding. The skills once used to control systems were placed openly on the table. This time, he did not stand outside. He stood within boundaries, explaining, analyzing, pointing out weaknesses so others could fix them rather than exploit them. It was strange to realize that what once made him dangerous had become something society needed. Not because he was special, but because he understood how people on the other side thought. Understood the desire to cross barriers. Understood the temptation of controlling what others believed untouchable. He no longer sought the feeling of victory. No longer needed to prove anything to the world. Perhaps because, after everything, the hardest thing to control was never the system, but himself. When he no longer had to hide, he looked back on his path not with regret, but with clarity. This is not a story about a genius, nor about crime. It is the story of a human being, once overlooked, who found his voice where no one was looking, and ultimately had to face his own choices, because skill itself is neither good nor evil. Power itself has no morality. Only the person behind the keyboard must choose. If you can see doors others cannot see, if you can cross boundaries society builds, what would you use that power to prove? And how much would you be willing to pay for that choice? Imagine being 15 years old. A small room, the glow of a screen reflecting on a still youthful face. Outside the window, the night is quiet, like any other night. No sirens, no shouting, no sign that the world is about to change. You are just a kid, staying up late, lost in lines of text that mean nothing to adults. Numbers, symbols, rules that are silent but more honest than people. In that moment, you do not know that somewhere far away, inside closed rooms, men in suits are staring at screens. They do not know who you are. They do not care how old you are. They do not see the small bedroom or the fragile dreams inside it. They see only a name. And they begin to ask a question. Can a child become a threat? Right now, while you are still sitting there, your life has already shifted onto a different path. No noise, no warning, just a decision made very far away from you. And you have no idea it has happened. Jonathan James grew up in a very ordinary family. Not wealthy. No great tragedy. Nothing that suggested this house would produce a name that governments would one day notice. His father was a programmer, a quiet man who was more comfortable speaking in logic than emotion. Computers were always present in the home, as familiar as the dinner table or the worn couch in the living room. From a very young age, Jonathan was drawn to the screen, not for games but for control. In that world, everything followed rules. If you did things correctly, the outcome was correct. No one mocked you. No one misunderstood you. No one changed the rules halfway through. Outside, the human world did not work like that. School was loud. Other children spoke in ways Jonathan did not understand, jokes without structure, unwritten rules that were never explained. Jonathan did not hate anyone. He simply felt out of sync, as if he was tuned to a different frequency. He spent a lot of time in his room. Not because he was forced to, but because it was the only place he felt safe. While everyone slept, Jonathan stayed awake, the blue light reflecting in tired but focused eyes. The computer did not ask how he felt. It simply waited for him to keep typing. His family began to worry. Too many late nights, fewer words, a growing distance from what was considered normal. His father tried installing limits, barriers meant to pull his son back into the real world. Jonathan bypassed them naturally, without anger or rebellion. He simply found a way. It was not defiance. It was instinct. When Jonathan touched source code, he felt real. When he read line after line, the world became clearer. In that space, he was not a strange child, not an outsider, just someone trying to understand how things worked. Over time, that difference grew with him. While other children sought approval from friends, Jonathan sought perfection in structure. While adults worried about the future, Jonathan wanted only one more answer. One more line of code. No one in that house realized that this quiet refuge, this silent isolation, was slowly shaping who Jonathan would become. A boy not trying to break the world, just trying to find his place in it. Jonathan was never taught how to become a hacker. There was no mentor, no roadmap. Everything came from curiosity and long nights of self-study. He read books on the C programming language, on how computers truly thought beneath familiar interfaces. He learned Unix, an old but honest operating system where nothing was hidden and mistakes had consequences. One day, Jonathan removed Windows from the family computer. No one asked him to. No one gave permission. He replaced it with Linux. It was not an act of rebellion against his parents, but a natural choice. Linux gave him freedom. It let him see the entire structure, without glossy layers hiding the truth. Jonathan began reading source code the way others read books. Slowly, carefully, line by line. To him, code was not a weapon. It was a story written by humans, full of decisions, mistakes, and forgotten gaps. He did not think he was breaking in. In Jonathan's mind, this was exploration. Testing how systems worked. Seeing what happened when you touched places most people never looked. He did not destroy data. He did not erase traces. He did not seek money or power. He wanted understanding. But on the other side, no one saw a boy learning. Governments do not measure intent. They measure outcomes. Unusual access. Doors opened that should have remained closed. In their world, harmless curiosity does not exist. Only safety and risk. Jonathan saw sloppy code, outdated structures, things that should have been fixed long ago. He even believed he was helping, that finding flaws was a good thing. That someone, somewhere, would appreciate it. The government did not appreciate it. They documented it, logged it, flagged it. On one side was a teenager in a small bedroom believing knowledge was always good. On the other was a massive system where unauthorized access meant danger. Jonathan saw source code. They saw threat. The distance between those views grew quietly, but steadily. And Jonathan did not realize that every line he read, every system he touched, was pulling him closer to an invisible boundary. A boundary where intent no longer mattered, where explanations had no value, where a human being began to look like a problem to be managed. And once that boundary was crossed, no one in power cared that it all started with a boy who only wanted to understand how the world worked. There was a place Jonathan never imagined while sitting in his bedroom. A place with no windows, no day or night. Only metal, cables, and absolute silence. The International Space Station. A fragile structure floating above Earth where human life depended on systems that could not afford mistakes. Outside the station, temperatures could exceed what the human body could survive. Hot enough to warp metal, cold enough to freeze everything solid. Inside, life existed only because of temperature and humidity control systems. If they failed, there was no escape, no shelter, no survival. That was the system Jonathan had touched. To him, it was just software. A collection of code written by humans, with familiar flaws he had seen elsewhere. He downloaded the source code not to control it, not to sabotage it, just to read, just to understand. On the other side, everything changed. NASA did not see a teenager learning programming. They saw a vulnerability in something that symbolized human survival in space. A system where control meant unimaginable consequences. In their minds, Jonathan did not need to act. Possibility alone was enough. They imagined the worst. They always did. Someone altering temperatures. A minor deviation. A space station turned into a furnace. Humans trapped not by space, but by their own technology. Jonathan never saw that. The system did. To the government, this was no longer about curiosity or learning. It was about national security, reputation, control. A teenager, even unintentionally, was not allowed to question whether these systems were safe. They did not need proof of malicious intent. They only needed capability. And in a world ruled by power, that was enough to define a threat. At a very specific moment, Jonathan James stopped being a boy at a computer. On paper, in internal reports, he became a name, a risk, an uncontrollable variable. His story left the bedroom, the family, the quiet isolation of adolescence. It entered another space. Colder, quieter, where emotions did not exist and everything was measured by danger. Jonathan did not know that from this moment on, every action in his past would be re-examined. No longer curiosity, no longer exploration, only one question remained. How do we make sure this never happens again? That morning began like any other. No warning, no sense of danger. Jonathan was still a teenager in a familiar house, where nothing seemed different from the night before. Then there was a knock on the door. Not rushed, not violent, just firm enough to silence the house. When the door opened, Jonathan's world split in two. Outside stood unfamiliar men, calm voices, emotionless eyes. They introduced themselves clearly. The FBI. Jonathan did not run. He did not hide. He did not try to erase anything. In that moment, he still believed something simple. If you have done nothing wrong, telling the truth will be enough. He cooperated fully, answered every question, nodded when asked, handed over computers, devices, everything he had once considered part of himself. Jonathan did not feel like he was losing anything. He thought it was just a misunderstanding. And misunderstandings could be explained. In his mind, the system still operated on reason. He believed the people across from him would see what he saw. A curious boy, a young person learning, no bad intent, no desire to harm. But on the other side of the table, no one listened that way. Each answer made the room heavier. These men were not searching for understanding. They were searching for confirmation. Every word was recorded, not to learn, but to complete a picture already drawn. Jonathan kept telling the truth. That was his greatest mistake. Because the system does not reward honesty, it uses it. What Jonathan saw as transparency, the system saw as evidence. What he believed was cooperation, the system interpreted as capability. For the first time in his life, Jonathan felt himself shrink. No one yelled, no one threatened him, but he was no longer seen as human. He became a file, a case, a problem to be processed. When the door closed behind the FBI, the house felt empty in a different way. Not just because the computers were gone, but because something invisible had disappeared too. The belief that doing the right thing meant protection. Jonathan stood there, unsure of what had just happened. He only knew that somehow, everything had slipped beyond his control. Not because he resisted, not because he lied, but because for the first time, he understood a cold truth. When the system decides you are the problem, the truth no longer belongs to you. Jonathan was not placed behind bars. There were no steel doors, no clanking locks. Instead, he was told to stay home. House arrest. A term that sounded gentle, but to Jonathan felt like being trapped inside his own life. The house remained the same. The walls, the bed, everything was unchanged. Except the most important thing was gone. The computers. The devices that had once been his only doorway to meaning. They were taken one by one, leaving a void that could not be filled. At first, Jonathan convinced himself it was temporary, that it would pass. That waiting was all he had to do. But time moves slowly when you have nothing left to hold on to. Day after day, he sat in his room staring at silent walls. No code to fix, no problems to solve, no challenges to overcome. For someone who lived in logic and structure, emptiness became torture. What the system never understood was that they had not only taken Jonathan's tools, they had taken his identity. When you remove the one thing that makes a person feel real, you do not need violence. Collapse happens naturally. Jonathan changed. He spoke less, withdrew. Conversations became short and strained. The focused eyes that once burned with curiosity now looked distant, as if staring through everything. Sleepless nights piled up. Mornings lost their purpose. Depression did not arrive like a storm. It crept in quietly, a weight in the chest, a repeating thought that everything good had already ended. Jonathan was no longer the curious boy he had been, but he no longer knew who he was either. Forbidden from touching a computer, forbidden from doing the one thing he was good at, forbidden from being himself. He existed in limbo, unable to move forward or backward. His family saw the change, but did not know how to reach him. How do you free someone from a prison without walls or keys? How do you comfort someone when you cannot understand what was taken? Jonathan began to feel trapped. Not in the house. In a future that had already been locked away. No exits, no real choices. Just time passing slowly and meaninglessly. This is where people begin to break. Not from punishment, but from abandonment. When the system finishes its task and has no reason to care what happens next. Jonathan was still breathing, still alive. But for the first time, he felt he no longer had a place in the world. While Jonathan remained trapped at home, the outside world kept moving. Investigations continued. New names appeared in reports, and among them was one Jonathan could not ignore: Albert Gonzalez. Albert was nothing like Jonathan. He was not a curious teenager. He was a full-scale hacker, deeply involved in cybercrime, massive breaches, millions of stolen credit cards, hundreds of millions in damage. The kind of criminal the system claimed it existed to stop. Then came the detail that chilled Jonathan. Albert Gonzalez was not only a hacker. He was also an informant, someone feeding information to the very agencies hunting hackers. For years, Albert committed crimes while cooperating, causing damage while helping the system capture others. In Jonathan's mind, the picture warped. How could someone responsible for so much harm negotiate, delay, remain in a gray zone, while he, a teenager who took no money, was flagged so early? Jonathan began to believe this was no longer about right or wrong. It was about image, about the system proving it was in control. And to do that, it needed the right name. Not the most dangerous one, the most convenient one. Jonathan was the teenager who hacked NASA. That story was clean, easy to understand, easy to sell to the public, proof that the threat had been handled. Albert Gonzalez, both criminal and collaborator, was complicated, and systems hate complexity. During long sleepless nights, Jonathan thought about it. He did not need proof. He watched how things unfolded, and he felt that if a scapegoat was required, he was perfect. Young, clear history, no power to protect himself. From Jonathan's perspective, the system was not searching for absolute truth. It was searching for stability, and if stability required one person to absorb society's fear, that was an acceptable price. No one said it out loud. No document confirmed it. But every signal pointed in the same direction. That guilt or innocence no longer mattered. When a system this large is threatened, it does not need the worst villain. It needs a name that fits. And Jonathan James began to believe that name was his. That belief was not born from delusion. It was fed by silence, by closed-door agreements, by the sense that those who caused far greater damage were protected because they were useful. This is where the story loses clarity, where clean lines between victim and perpetrator dissolve, leaving one uncomfortable question. In a game of power and perception, does truth matter? Or does it only matter who is chosen to carry the burden? Weeks later, Jonathan James was found dead in the same house where he grew up. There was no trial, no verdict, no day to stand before the public and say he was innocent, only a gunshot and a silent room. Jonathan left a letter, short, no excuses, no accusations. He wrote about his family, the people he loved, and the feeling of having completely lost control of his life. He wrote that in a world where every decision was made far away, this was the only way left to reclaim choice. No one stood trial for that. No one was convicted for pushing a teenager to the edge. Legally, no mistakes were recorded. Procedurally, everything was correct. Years later, authorities quietly admitted that Jonathan likely had nothing to do with the major crimes he was suspected of. But by the time that acknowledgement arrived, it meant nothing. There was no one left to hear it. No one left to apologize to. The system kept moving. Files were closed. New names appeared. New threats were identified. Jonathan James' story has no neat ending, no clear lesson, only an uncomfortable silence where we are left to ask what happens when a human being is pulled into a machine too large to stop. If this story made you think, consider subscribing to the channel and liking the video. Not for comfort, but to continue looking directly at the stories the system leaves behind.
Eric Taylor was not born into a powerful family. He did not grow up surrounded by server rooms or technology laboratories. He was an ordinary American teenager, living in the very familiar context of the early 2010 seconds. The internet was exploding. Social media was becoming a second world. Identity no longer lived in school or family, but behind a name on a screen. Eric entered the internet very early. At 12 or 13 years old, he spent more time on forums, chat rooms, and underground communities than on football fields or in classrooms. Not because he was bad, but because there, he was heard. He was recognized. He felt that he mattered in a world where adults rarely paid attention to children. But Eric did not fit the typical image of a hacker. He was not a programming prodigy. He did not stay up all night writing complex code. He did not create sophisticated viruses or malware. What Eric was best at did not live inside a computer. It lived inside other people's minds. He understood how people react under pressure. He understood the fear of making mistakes. He understood the urge to help quickly to avoid trouble. Eric learned this very early, through conversations, through quietly observing how adults spoke to one another. He realized that in every modern system, technology was only the outer shell. Humans were the real door. At an age when most children were still trying to figure out who they were, Eric found the perfect role, a name that made people pay attention, Cosmo the God. Not because he believed he was divine, but because the name made him no longer invisible. On the internet, Cosmo was not a child. Cosmo was a force. And from that imbalance between a real-life child and a powerful online persona, the story began to slip out of control. Social engineering does not begin with computers. It begins with a human being who believes they are doing the right thing. Eric Taylor came to understand a difficult truth very early. The most heavily protected systems do not collapse because of technical flaws. They collapse because of emotions, fear, pressure, the desire to help someone quickly before something goes wrong. Imagine an ordinary customer support employee, paid by the hour, dozens of calls every day. A voice on the other end sounds urgent, calm, but tense. The caller says their account is having problems, that if it is not fixed immediately, the consequences will be serious. And if you are the one receiving that call, you have only a few minutes to decide. Eric did not need threats. He did not need force. He only needed to understand what the person on the other end was afraid of. Afraid of being blamed. Afraid of breaking procedure. Afraid of becoming the cause of a major problem. When fear appears, logic steps back, and the door opens. That is what makes social engineering terrifying. It does not require strength. It does not require advanced skills. It only requires someone who knows how to listen, who knows when to speak, who knows how to place themselves in another person's position and guide them step by step. In the modern world, we trust that passwords, firewalls, and encryption will protect us. But Eric saw something else. Humans always want to believe they are in control, and that belief is exactly what makes them easiest to manipulate. Not because they are stupid, but because they are human. They are tired. They're under pressure. They do not want to be the one who causes a mistake. Eric did not break systems with violence. He let systems break themselves, simply by touching the most human emotions inside them. And once you realize this, the story is no longer about hackers. It becomes a story about us. About how, in a world full of technology, the most fragile thing is still trust. Ugnaughts was not a large organization. No headquarters. No official leadership. Just a group of teenagers and young adults connected through the internet, through underground forums and private chat rooms. The name sounded aggressive, shocking, even offensive. But for them, it was not a political statement. It was a tool, a way to attract attention in a world where everyone wants to be seen. In online spaces, reputation is worth more than money. A successful attack does not bring dollars, but it brings something many children lack in real life: recognition, attention, the feeling that your name is spreading, that people are talking about you. For Eric and people like him, the internet was not just a tool, it was a stage. UGN, a deeply human motivation, the feeling of power. Not political or economic power, but emotional power. The knowledge that with just a few actions, you could make millions of people panic, make large corporations scramble, make adults, people who seem to be in control, suddenly feel helpless. With a teenage mindset, the line between a joke and its consequences is dangerously thin. When the brain is still developing, when empathy is not fully formed, the thrill of winning easily overwhelms long-term thinking. The attacks were called for fun, for the lulz, a light phrase that hides the reality that every keystroke affects real people on the other side. The internet amplifies everything. Praise becomes louder. Victories become exaggerated, and attention becomes addictive. Every time Eugenazi appeared on forums, every time the name Cosmo the God was mentioned, Eric drifted further away from the person he was in real life. In the real world, he was still a child. Online, he was a symbol of defiance, someone who made systems tremble. And that imbalance between an unstable teenage psyche and an internet that rewards extremity turned Ugnazzi from a group seeking laughter into a collective intoxicated by power. None of them started with the intention of creating disaster. But the internet does not reward restraint. It rewards those who push further. And Ugnazzi, like Eric, pushed too far without realizing when they had lost control of the game. In 2012, everything moved beyond small forums and private laughter. When Twitter suddenly went down, the online world shook. Millions of users could not log in. Timelines went silent. News outlets updated constantly. For ordinary users, it was an inconvenience. For those behind the systems, it was a chilling moment. Somewhere, in a teenage bedroom, Eric Taylor watched the notifications spread. No explosions, no dramatic visuals, just the realization that he had touched something enormous. Twitter was not just a website. It was the heartbeat of the internet at that time. And that heartbeat had just been squeezed. But that was only the beginning. Using the same human manipulation techniques, Eric and Ugnazzi reached even more critical points. Cloudflare, one of the internet's largest shields, the service millions of websites relied on to stay online. No source code needed to be broken. No firewall breached. Only one person in the right position needed to believe they were handling an urgent issue. When control slipped for even a brief moment, the consequences rippled outward. 4chan was redirected. One of the most chaotic communities on the internet suddenly fell under the shadow of a teenage hacker group. To outsiders, it looked like a prank. To system operators, it was a nightmare. Each success increased the scale. Confidence grew, along with a sense of invincibility. But the true line was crossed when the name exposed .su appeared. That site did not target servers. It targeted people, the most powerful names in the United States. Michelle Obama, the CIA director, tech billionaires. Their personal information was exposed coldly. Addresses, social security numbers, credit histories, details normally hidden behind layers of protection. At that point, this was no longer about taking down services. It was a direct invasion of human lives. Behind every data line was a family, a home, a very real sense of fear. Those accustomed to power began to understand what it felt like to be watched, to be exposed. For Eric, everything moved too fast to fully process. Every day he woke up to see his name spreading further, to see fear reflected back at him through the screen. Part of him knew it had gone too far. But another part, fed by attention and applause, did not want to stop. Scale increased, pressure increased, and at the same time, consequences began to accumulate. Law enforcement no longer saw this as teenage mischief. Quiet investigations began. Names were circled. While the internet remained loud, something was shifting silently. The balance between the feeling of power and reality. Eric and Ugnazzi had proven they could touch the heart of the internet. But they were also approaching the point where the game ends and the real world demands its price. Swatting was the moment everything tipped completely to the other side. No longer screens, no longer data, but real guns, real people, and the very real risk of death. Swatting works in a chillingly simple way. An anonymous call is made. A story is delivered with a trembling, panicked, convincing voice. There is a murder, hostages, weapons, at a specific address, and within minutes, armed tactical police arrive, ready to fire at any movement deemed threatening. The people inside the house have no idea what is happening. They may be asleep, eating dinner with family, living an ordinary evening. Then the door is broken down. Shouts fill the room, flashlights, blind faces. In that moment, one wrong reflex, one wrong step can end everything. For some in Uganazzi, swatting was once described as an extreme joke, a display of absolute power. No need to touch anything, no need to appear. Yet the entire security apparatus moves because of you. With a teenage mind warped by the internet, that feeling is dangerously addictive. But reality is not entertainment. Innocent people have been injured. Families traumatized for life. Children have watched their parents held at gunpoint in their own living rooms. And each time, the moral line erodes a little more. At this point, there is no way to call it a joke. When your actions can get someone killed whom you have never met, responsibility stops being abstract. It becomes a very real question. If the worst happens, who lives with the consequences? For Eric, swatting was the clearest sign that everything had slipped beyond control. From manipulating emotions over the phone, he had indirectly pulled armed officers to strangers' doors. The internet, once a buffer of distance, had become a direct bridge between reckless decisions and irreversible outcomes. Tension began to grow, not only externally, but inside. Each new success no longer brought pure victory. It carried quiet anxiety, a question not yet spoken. If someone dies, will this still be just an online story? Swatting turned the game into reality, and once reality enters, the internet is no longer a shield. It becomes a mirror, reflecting how a single, careless decision can lead to consequences far greater than anyone imagined. Every climax has a quiet ending. For Eric Taylor, it did not arrive with sirens or flashing lights like in movies. It came as an ordinary morning. A knock on the door. Adults in suits speaking calmly, slowly, without raising their voices. The FBI entered the story that way, quietly, without spectacle, but decisively enough to stop everything. The silent investigations converged on one name, a 15-year-old. At an age when many children still need reminders to do homework, Eric faced far heavier questions. No more nickname, no more Cosmo the God, only Eric Taylor, a child sitting across from representatives of the system he had challenged. The sense of power vanished almost instantly. No forums, no cheering crowd, no rapid notifications, only dense silence in an interview room. Actions were listed. Names were read. Every question pulled Eric back to a reality he had avoided for a long time. It felt nothing like the internet. No thrill, no laughter, only the raw fear of a child realizing the game was over. And this time, there was no logout button. The FBI did not face Cosmo. They faced Eric, a teenager with a young face, an unfinished future, already carrying consequences far beyond his years. The rhythm of the story changed here. The internet, once loud and intoxicating, faded into the background. In its place came prolonged silence, a space where Eric had to sit with himself for the first time, without audience, without reputation, without the screen as armor. At 15, Eric's world shrank to closed rooms, tense conversations, and a question no one could answer for him. Can a child who has gone too far find a way back? The sentence given to Eric Taylor was unlike anything the United States had imposed on a minor before. No long prison term, no juvenile detention facility, but not simple leniency either. The court chose a different path, a punishment designed specifically for the digital age. Eric was placed under strict probation until the age of 21. But the controversy was not about duration, it was about conditions. Eric was banned from using the internet, not partial restrictions. Not just social media, but nearly all network-connected devices, unless explicitly approved and supervised for educational purposes. Computers, phones, social platforms. Everything that once defined his world became forbidden. He was also required to hand over all account credentials to authorities. Every digital action was monitored. One small violation could trigger immediate imprisonment. No warnings, no second chances. To many adults, it sounded reasonable. He caused harm through the internet, so the internet was taken away. But to those who understood digital culture, it was something else. The internet was no longer entertainment. It was education, communication, identity. For a teenager raised online, banning the internet was equivalent to exile from modern society. No participation, no updates, no presence in the shared space of his generation. That is why the sentence was called a digital death penalty. It did not kill the body, but severed social connection. It did not end life, but placed a child into prolonged isolation. The question emerged immediately. Was this justice or punishment beyond its limits? Was society trying to rehabilitate a child or erase him from the world it had built? Eric was no longer Cosmo the God, but the price of becoming Eric Taylor again was heavy. Each day, under supervision, he lived the central paradox of the digital age. Born into the internet, yet forbidden to exist within it. This is what made the case unique. Not the scale of damage, not the list of victims, but the moment a court forced society to confront an uncomfortable question. When technology becomes part of being human, does taking it away remain punishment, or does it become exclusion from the era itself? The real punishment did not arrive immediately. It came slowly, quietly, day by day. When the internet disappeared from Eric's life, the first thing he lost was not technology. It was community. The places where he once felt he belonged. Forums, chat rooms, familiar names that existed only behind screens. All vanished at once. No goodbye, no trace. Eric woke up each day in a world uncomfortably quiet. No notifications, no messages. No one mentioned Cosmo, the God, anymore. Power once gave him a sense of existence. Each time his name spread, each time systems reacted, each time the internet shook. Now it was all memory, and when power faded, nothing rushed in to replace it. Eric began to face isolation in a deeply human way. Not locked in a cell, but placed inside society without being able to touch it. Friends his age lived online, learned online, connected online. He stood outside, watching a world move faster each day without him. The feeling was not explosive. It was persistent, a prolonged emptiness, where no one applauded, no one challenged him, no one needed him to prove anything. For the first time, Eric had no role to hide inside, only himself, and questions without easy answers. He once believed power would make him visible. When power disappeared, he realized he had never learned how to exist without it. No underground community to shield him, no reputation to cling to, only silence, forcing him to confront the consequences of his past. This isolation was not meant to punish the body. It attacked identity, the sense of who you are in the world. And that may have been the hardest part. When you were once the center of attention, silence does not bring peace. It creates a void so deep that you are forced to ask, without power, without community, without the internet, who am I? As the sentence neared its end, Eric Taylor faced a choice no one else could make for him: return to the old path, or accept that Cosmo, the God, belonged to the past. Without the internet as a stage, Eric had to rebuild himself from zero. This time, not in the shadows. The change did not come as a dramatic awakening. It came slowly, quietly, through long days of understanding why his actions had caused harm, through confronting the same vulnerabilities he once exploited, and realizing that behind every system stood real people with real fears, Eric chose to become a white hat hacker, not to erase the past, but to face it. He entered cybersecurity, advising companies on how to defend against the very weaknesses he once used: fake calls, psychological manipulation, invisible pressure placed on frontline employees. There is deep irony here. A person who once broke systems through understanding people now uses that understanding to protect them. Eric does not teach complex techniques. He teaches listening, recognizing emotional manipulation. Pausing before fear drives a bad decision. In consultations, no one calls him Cosmo the God. No nickname, no spotlight. Just a person who went too far and was fortunate enough to return. Eric does not deny his past. He uses it as a living warning that not every threat comes from malware or code. Sometimes it comes from a calm voice on the other end of the line. This redemption is not a fairy tale. It does not erase damage done, but it shows another human possibility: the ability to learn from mistakes and turn harm into a tool for prevention. Eric Taylor did not become a hero. He became a lesson. Proof that the line between destruction and protection can be only one decision apart. And that understanding humans can be the most dangerous weapon, or the strongest defense, depending on which side you choose. Eric Taylor's story does not end with a clear verdict of right or wrong. It leaves more empty spaces than answers. A child caused real damage. A system responded with an unprecedented punishment. And a society continues to struggle to balance protection and punishment in the digital age. We can blame Eric for going too far, but it is difficult to deny that systems dependent on human trust opened the door for him. When a single phone call can collapse a network, the question is not only who called, but why the person on the other end believed so completely. The internet promised connection, but it also magnified the power of small decisions. A voice, a moment of hesitation, the desire to do the right thing quickly instead of carefully. That is all it takes for control to slip away. This case is not only about a teenager once called Cosmo the God. It is about us, about the trust we place in systems, about how humans become the weakest link, and also the most important one. If technology grows smarter while humans still carry fear, pressure, and the need for recognition, where does true safety really exist? Should we fix systems, or should we learn to understand and protect the people inside them? If you feel this story is only the beginning, stay with us. Subscribe to the channel to continue exploring cases where technology, power, and human psychology collide in unexpected ways. In the next video, we will dive into another story where a single, small mistake was enough to expose an entire system that once seemed perfect.
At 2 in the morning in Dhaka, the city finally falls silent. The heat still lingers in the air, but inside Bangladesh Bank, the lights are off. Desks stand empty. Chairs are neatly pushed in. The people entrusted with guarding an entire nation's money have gone home, sleeping beside their families, believing everything is normal. There are no signs of danger, no sense of urgency. Yet on the other side of the ocean, something has already begun to move. Money is leaving, not in trucks, not in suitcases, but silently through screens that no one in Dhaka is watching. Each transaction looks familiar, almost boring, identical to the thousands of transfers processed every single day. Somewhere, someone believes they are witnessing the perfect crime unfold. Nearly $1 billion is quietly drifting away, unnoticed. No alarms, no raised voices, no hands reaching for the phone. And no one yet knows that a plan prepared over many months is about to collapse because of something painfully human. Not a weapon, not malware, just one wrong letter. This is not just a hacking story, and it is not simply about money. It is a story about how the world runs on fragile trust between people. Nearly $1 billion is not an abstract number. It is sweat, taxes, and the future of millions who will never see the screens glowing in the night. Behind every transfer is a deeply human assumption that the sender knows what they are doing, that the recipient is real, that the system will not be betrayed. At the center of that trust sits an invisible network called SWIFT. It does not move money. It moves trust between banks across the planet. Trillions of dollars pass through it every day, not because machines are powerful, but because people believe everything is under control. But when that trust is exploited, when just one human link loosens its grip, the consequences do not stop at one bank. They can ripple across the entire world. Bangladesh Bank is not the cold fortress people often imagine. It is a living institution run every day by very ordinary people. Employees arrive on time. They check records, sign documents, drink tea, exchange brief conversations in the hallway. They do not think of themselves as guarding a treasure coveted by global criminals. They are simply doing familiar work, repeating the same routines day after day. Most of Bangladesh's assets, especially foreign currency like US dollars, are not kept in vaults in Dhaka. They sit far away in secure accounts at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. This is entirely normal for central banks around the world. The money must be there to settle trade, pay for imports, and stabilize the economy. Every day, Bangladesh Bank sends and receives the same kinds of transfer instructions. Familiar formats, familiar procedures. Nothing that invites suspicion. That familiarity creates a sense of safety, and it is precisely that sense of safety that prevents anyone from noticing that within this perfectly ordinary routine, a disaster is quietly taking shape. The SWIFT system may sound cold and technical, but at its core, it is deeply human. SWIFT does not physically move money from one place to another. It sends messages that say, trust me, move this amount of money to that destination. Every day, millions of these messages travel across time zones, borders, and languages. And every message rests on one simple assumption. The sender is real. The sender knows what they are doing. The system does not feel doubt. It does not question intent. It checks only one thing. Is the format correct? Does the name match? Are the codes valid? If everything looks right, the system trusts. That trust allows the world to function smoothly, but it also carries a very human weakness. If one person is deceived, if one instruction is crafted to look perfect, the entire system will carry out the rest without hesitation. In a world where trust is encoded into text and numbers, that mechanical precision can become the most dangerous doorway of all. From January 2016, the intruders were already inside Bangladesh Bank systems, but they did not rush. They did not take a single dollar. They stayed quietly like shadows. Day after day, they watched. Who logged in first each morning? Who was usually the last to leave? Tiny habits that even employees barely noticed. They learned how the bank breathed, the slow rhythm of work, the busy hours, the quiet gaps. They paid attention to details that seemed meaningless. The familiar hum of the SWIFT printer running at night. The moments it printed paper. The moments it fell silent. The times when no one stood nearby. In their eyes, the bank was no longer an institution. It was a living organism with patterns that could be predicted. That patience made everything more dangerous. These were not impulsive thieves. They were observers, waiting for the moment when human attention faded, when routines felt safe, when no one believed they were being watched from inside. The key to everything was timing. In Bangladesh, the weekend does not fall on Saturday and Sunday like much of the world. It begins on Friday. That means when Thursday evening ends, offices close, employees leave, and the city slips into a familiar family rhythm. But across the ocean, in New York, the workday continues as usual. Systems remain online, banks continue processing transactions. In that gap between time zones, people disappear, but systems do not. No one is sitting in Dhaka to ask questions. No one is picking up the phone to confirm. Only automated procedures remain, doing exactly what they were designed to do. It is the perfect moment. When the bank sleeps, global finance stays awake. And in that quiet window, the observers find their opportunity. Humans step away, leaving behind a system ready to trust anything that looks right. There is one small detail, almost invisible, that sends a chill down the spine. Inside Bangladesh Bank, every swift transfer usually leaves behind a very human trace. A printed page, the familiar sound of a printer running. That is how employees know money has moved, that something has happened. But on that night, the printer had been tampered with. It was still there, still connected, but it was unnaturally silent. No paper slid into the tray. No sound broke the quiet of the empty office. Transfers were being sent, flowing through the system, yet leaving no physical trace for human eyes to catch. And because no paper appeared, no questions were asked. No one suspected a machine that had always behaved exactly as expected. No one imagined that silence itself was a warning sign. In that moment, the intruders were not just controlling the system. They were controlling what humans believed they would see. When eyes see nothing, ears hear nothing, and habits remain unbroken, vigilance quietly fades away. Then, the moment arrives. Transfer orders begin to appear. Not one, but dozens. Back to back, fast, clean, precise. Each one looks identical to legitimate transactions that had happened thousands of times before. Nothing stands out. Nothing looks wrong. Money is simply going where it has been instructed to go. Millions of dollars leave Bangladesh Bank's account and flow into banks in the Philippines. Then more instructions follow, heading toward Sri Lanka. The numbers climb minute by minute. 20 million, 30 million, 50 million. Somewhere, in dark rooms lit by computer screens, someone is watching confirmations appear line by line. Heartbeats rise with every approved transfer. This is no longer a plan on paper. This is real money. Numbers large enough to change countless lives. And the most terrifying part is how smoothly everything is working. No one calls back, no one asks questions, no signal suggests anything is wrong. The money keeps flowing, cold and precise, as if the global financial system itself has opened the door and whispered, "Go on, everything is fine." In New York, inside the Federal Reserve, the night does not feel as quiet as it does in Dhaka. Screens glow, systems hum. An employee scans a list of newly received transactions. The number of transfer requests is higher than usual, higher than what feels normal for a central bank. There is a vague sensation, hard to name. Not an alarm, not fear, just a flicker of hesitation. The employee checks again. Bank name, transaction codes, formatting. Everything is correct. Too correct. No technical errors. No obvious signs of forgery. Everything looks exactly like hundreds of legitimate transfers processed before. And that perfection creates a silent pause. In a massive system where people are trained to trust procedure, doubt does not always have a place. The employee continues working, carrying a fragile feeling that maybe, just maybe, something is off. But that feeling is too small to stop a machine that is already in motion. Amid the dense stream of transactions, one transfer slows everything down. $20 million. Destination, Sri Lanka. On the screen, the recipient name appears like all the others. But something tiny makes the eye linger for a fraction longer. One letter. Just one. The reader does not know why they read it again. There is no alarm, no red warning. Just a deeply human instinct that something is not right. The organization's name ends with a familiar word, but it is not quite right. Not foundation, fandation. The moment stretches longer than usual, maybe only a few seconds. But in a world that moves at the speed of light, those seconds are an eternity. The employee tilts their head, rereading each letter, checking whether they are mistaken. A simple question passes through the mind. Am I being too cautious? Or is this something I cannot ignore? That hesitation, not an algorithm, not a security system, slows a transfer worth tens of millions of dollars. One person rereading one word, In a world accustomed to believing everything is already under control, a question is sent, quietly, routinely, no urgency, no panic, just a request for confirmation. From Deutsche Bank, a polite message goes out to Bangladesh Bank. Please verify the recipient information. Please confirm the organization name. Then everything falls silent. No reply, no return call, no one answers. In Dhaka, the night is still deep. Apartments are dark, families sleep. The people who could answer that question are sound asleep, unaware that the global financial system is waiting for their response. The silence stretches minute by minute, and in that empty space, tension grows without a single word spoken. The system does not know what to do when humans do not respond. It waits. Further transactions are put on hold. The river of money that had been rushing forward begins to slow, not because of a firewall, not because of an emergency button, but because no one on the other end has confirmed that everything is normal. In that moment, silence becomes the most dangerous character of all. It makes no sound. It triggers no alert. Yet it holds back hundreds of millions of dollars, simply because people are asleep and cannot answer a very simple question. From that moment of silence, everything begins to collapse in a chain reaction. In New York, the Federal Reserve decides to hold the remaining transfer orders. Not cancel them, not approve them, just pause. But for those watching the money from the shadows, it is the first sign that control is slipping away. Transactions that once flowed smoothly now hang suspended between systems, not moving forward, not moving back. As if the entire machine has hesitated at once. And then, in Dhaka, the very thing the intruders tried to prevent finally happens. The Swift printer, silent until now, comes back to life. Paper begins sliding into the tray, one page after another. Transaction records spill out in clusters, like a delayed confession. Transfer orders, massive numbers, all laid bare. In that instant, the advantage no longer belongs to the intruders. Time is no longer on their side. Every printed page is a step forward for the truth and a step backward for a plan that once felt perfect. The dominoes have started to fall, quietly, without explosions. Just human systems and people, one link at a time, realizing something has slipped beyond their control. The pages keep coming, endlessly, as if the system is trying to make up for its earlier silence. Employees gather in the room. No one speaks. Each person picks up a printout, reads slowly, then reads again. The numbers are too large to process immediately. The destination's too distant to feel familiar. There is no shouting, no panic, only a silence that thickens with every page. One person looks up at another, then back down. A brief exchange of glances is enough to understand that something has gone very far. A room once defined by routine now feels heavy. Each page is a cold shock to awareness. No words are needed. Everyone senses the same thing. This is no small mistake. This is a disaster taking shape. And that silence, without noise or emotional outbursts, is what makes the moment truly frightening. When no one knows what to say, it means the truth has moved beyond anything they had prepared for. In the end, reality offers no perfect ending. Not everything is saved in time. $81 million leaves the system before the door closes. The money does not vanish into thin air. It flows into accounts in the Philippines, then is quickly withdrawn, rerouted, and poured into brightly lit casinos. There, it becomes chips, wagers, and winnings that are almost impossible to trace. By the time investigators follow the trail, much of the money has dissolved into crowds, music, and sleepless nights of the gambling world. Bangladesh Bank fights to recover whatever it can. Calls are made, documents sent, emergency meetings pile up. A small portion is returned. The rest is not. It lies beyond reach, past every late effort. For the people facing those numbers, this is not just lost money. It is the helpless realization that even when a greater catastrophe is stopped, the damage can still be deep. No words make 81 million feel smaller. And nothing erases the fact that, in a very brief moment, a piece of the future slipped out of their hands. After everything, this is not a story about technology, not about malware, firewalls, or complex lines of code, and not only about hackers. It is a story about people who trust the systems they built, about people who grow tired after long days of work, about one person who pauses for a few extra seconds to reread a single word. In a world where money moves faster than thought, that deeply human moment changes history. One wrong letter does not just delay a transaction. It exposes the weakness of an entire system built on trust. And it reminds us that no matter how advanced technology becomes, everything still begins and ends with people. Attention, caution, hesitation at the right moment. Sometimes, what stands between disaster and safety for an entire nation is not a new algorithm, but a person alert enough to ask a simple question. Is this word really correct? January 14th, 1995. Ballas Park Place Casino, Atlantic City. Neon lights reflected off the worn red carpet. The sound of metal coins clinking together pulsed like the heartbeat of a room that never slept. Reed McNeil walked slowly toward a keno machine, an ordinary figure with nothing remarkable about him among hundreds of people hoping for a life-changing moment that night. He bought 10 tickets, $10 each, $100 disappearing as casually as a familiar habit. No hesitation, no long deliberation. Reed wrote down his numbers. 84, 27, 37, 51, 62, 74, 79. Numbers that looked meaningless, carrying no sense of luck, following none of the superstitions gamblers usually believed in. The machine began to spin. Lights flickered. The balls dropped one by one number. Then the second, then the third. The room remained loud, but in that small corner, time seemed to slow. 8 out of 8. The screen froze. Payout, $100,000. For most people, this moment would be screams, trembling hands, tears, frantic phone calls to loved ones. But not Reed McNeil. He did not smile, he did not gasp, he did not double-check the ticket. He did not look around for witnesses. His face was calm to the point of coldness, as if the machine had merely confirmed something he already knew, rather than handing him a miracle. He took the ticket and walked toward the cashier with steady steps, neither faster nor slower. In that moment, what sent a chill down the spine was not the money, but the silence. The silence of a man who had just beaten odds of 230,000 to 1, without the slightest trace of surprise. The cashier looked at the ticket, looked at Reed, then looked at the ticket again. She had seen every reaction in her career. Faces exploding with joy, tears of disbelief, people unable to process what had just happened, but never this. No one wins $100,000 and looks like they're collecting a monthly paycheck. No one plays those numbers with that kind of confidence, and no one hits big with eyes so empty. A strange feeling crept into the air, thin, hard to name, but strong enough to make people pause. Not suspicion of cheating, but the sense that what had just happened was not entirely random. As if somewhere, before the balls ever dropped, the outcome had already been decided. And if that was true, then the real question was not how much Reed McNeil had won. It was when he knew it would happen. Somewhere else, thousands of miles away from the casino floor in Atlantic City, there was a man no one in that room could see. His name was Ronald Dale Harris. Not a gambler, not an outsider, not someone chasing dreams under neon lights. Harris was a civil servant, a 41-year-old programmer working for the Nevada Gaming Control Board, the most powerful authority overseeing all gambling activity in Las Vegas. His job sounded simple and clean. Inspect slot machines, review software, make sure casinos were not cheating players, a guardian of fairness, at least on paper. Harris earned about $48,000 a year, enough to live, not wealthy, not desperate. A normal apartment, a normal car, no luxury watches, no mansion. No one looked at Harris and thought this was a man who would make history, and that ordinariness was the most dangerous thing about him. Every week, Harris walked into casinos across Nevada carrying a laptop and an official badge. Back doors opened without questions. Security nodded. Managers smiled, shook his hand, offered coffee. No one watched him, because he was the one who watched. Harris was one of the very few people allowed to access the source code of electronic gaming machines, the place where millions of dollars were won and lost every day. There were no flashing lights there, no bells, only cold lines of code and algorithms described by a comforting word, random. But when you stare long enough at something called random, something strange happens. It begins to look ordered. Harris was not a genius, but he understood more deeply than anyone around him. He knew why a machine paid, why it did not. And in that quiet, very human moment, a thought began to form. Other people did not understand the system. They trusted it. They called it luck. They accepted losing as part of the game. Harris was different. He did not play. He read. He inspected. He knew what lay behind decisions others called fate. And when an ordinary man realizes he understands the system better than everyone betting on it, moral boundaries start to blur. Not in an explosive moment, but slowly, like water soaking into dry ground. Harris did not think he was a bad person. He thought he was simply different, smarter, able to see more clearly. And if laws were written by people who did not understand machines, then maybe those laws were never meant for him. That is how great tragedies usually begin, not with greed, but with the belief that one stands apart from the crowd. To understand what happened next, you have to step away from the casino lights and into the silent machines themselves. A slot machine does not think. It does not feel. It does only one thing: repeats what it has been programmed to do. Inside each machine is a small chip called an EEPROM, containing every rule of that miniature world. How much money is paid, when it is paid, the odds of winning and losing, all of it lives inside lines of code no gambler ever sees. The heart of the system is something given a reassuring name: the random number generator, RNG. Random sounds like freedom, like destiny, like chance. But to Harris, it was just mathematics. And mathematics has no magic. Harris did not need to break machines. He did not need to hack them. He did not need to sneak around. His job was to inspect those chips, confirm they ran correctly, confirm casinos were not cheating players. And in doing so, he realized a truth that was hard to accept. Random is not chaos. It is a sequence produced by formulas. If you know the formula, you no longer have to wait. You can predict. When Harris looked at the system, he did not see risk. He saw order. Not the kind everyone sees, but the kind that appears only when you stand close enough, long enough, and understand deeply enough. That feeling is dangerous because it does not feel like temptation. It does not whisper about money. It whispers about power. The feeling of knowing what will happen before it happens. The feeling of standing in a room full of people placing bets while only you know the outcome. To the rest of the world, every pull of the lever is a prayer. To Harris, it is an equation with a solution. He began to see slot machines as boxes that simply followed commands, and the people around them as players in a game they did not understand. When you live in that state long enough, the line between observing and interfering becomes thin. Harris did not believe he was creating fraud. He believed he was removing uncertainty, turning a game of faith into a problem of knowledge. In his mind, the difference was clear. If casinos made money from these algorithms every day, why was understanding them a crime? If the system could be read like a book, why were only some people allowed to read it? And most importantly, if outcomes were already determined by code, where did luck truly exist? These questions did not stop Harris. They made him more confident. When a person begins to believe they see the truth behind the curtain others call randomness, fear fades. In its place appears something far more dangerous: certainty. Harris no longer saw numbers dancing on a screen. He saw the near future, a future he could name. And from that moment on, casinos were no longer places of chance. They became stages. And Harris, the only one who understood the script, stood in the wings, deciding when the curtain would rise. The terrifying part was not that the system could be manipulated. It was the feeling a human gets when they believe everything is under their control. But Ronald Harris could not step into the spotlight. His face was too familiar in Las Vegas casinos. One big win, and all eyes would turn to the man who was supposed to stand outside the game. And so Harris needed someone else. Someone anonymous enough to be forgettable, ordinary enough to raise no questions. Reed McNeil appeared that way. No criminal record, no ties to gambling, an unremarkable man living quietly, resembling thousands of Americans trying to survive month to month. Reed did not understand systems or machines. The only thing he understood was a promise.
Look at these numbers.
Some machines would pay, some numbers would hit, and one man said it with a confidence that was hard to resist. At first, everything stayed small. A few $1,000s here, a modest amount there. No show, no repetition. Harris was careful, like someone who had never made a mistake. Reed simply followed instructions. Bet, press, collect, leave. They split the money. There was no thrill, no adrenaline, just the cold regularity of a plan working perfectly. And that perfection created the most dangerous thing of all, a sense of safety. When wrongdoing continues long enough without consequence, it starts to feel like a legitimate skill. Harris began to think bigger. Slot machines had limits. Small wins were no longer enough to justify the risk building quietly beneath the surface. But there was another game, Keno, where jackpots were not measured in thousands, where a thin paper ticket could turn into 6 figures. Harris understood that system. No interference, no modification, just prediction. And if the prediction was right, everything would look completely legal. No traces, no altered chips, no victims, at least on paper. At that point, the plan stopped being about avoiding detection. It became a familiar human question. Why stop here? Atlantic City appeared as the perfect idea. Same machines, same software, but no one knew Harris there. New territory, clean, without memory. They flew east believing they had passed the most dangerous phase. Reed felt differently. For him, this was no longer a clever scheme. This was escape. $100,000 was not abstract. It was rent, bills, a different life. And when people see a way out too clearly, they forget why caution mattered in the first place. Harris still thought like a man controlling a system. Reed began thinking like a man about to win. He did not want to spread tickets. He did not want to divide bets. He wanted certainty. He wanted the full feeling of victory. 10 identical tickets, the same numbers, the same belief that everything was calculated. This was not the decision of a fool. It was a deeply human one. When intelligence is bent by hope, when discipline erodes under false certainty, in that moment, no system betrayed them. No algorithm failed. Only a human stepped across the line between control and exposure. And from the second Reed McNeil fed identical tickets into the Keno machine in Atlantic City, this story stopped being about intelligence. It became an old, brutal lesson that what brings humans down is rarely a lack of intelligence, but the moment they believe they cannot be wrong. When the Keno ball stopped, the room stayed loud, but in one corner of the casino, the air shifted. 8 numbers, 8 out of 8. The screen confirmed the impossible, $100,000. With odds of 230,000 to 1, this should have been a personal explosion, a moment of shaking disbelief. But Reed McNeil simply stood there. No celebration, no shock, no search for witnesses. He held the ticket like a document he had already read. That calm, not the number on the screen, triggered the casino's invisible alarms. Cashiers were trained to read people, joy, tears, panic. But Reed brought none of it. His eyes were empty, his voice flat, asking for payment like filing paperwork. The ticket was valid. The machine was correct. The numbers were correct. Nothing technically wrong. But casinos are not run by machines alone. They are run by experience. And experience said people do not act this way after winning $100,000. A small request followed: verification. By law, large payouts require review. Reed agreed too easily, too comfortably. He returned to his hotel room with the calm of a man who believed everything was still under control. In room 417, Ronald Harris waited. One look at Reed's face told him what the casino had not said. Attention had been drawn. Not by code, but by behavior. Harris knew the process. The New Jersey Gaming Commission would get involved. Logs would be checked, timelines reviewed, cameras examined. And when a big win is studied long enough, everything around it comes under light. Harris could have fled. Logic demanded it, but a more dangerous belief whispered that nothing could be proven. The machine paid correctly. The numbers were real. Everything looked clean. And when someone grows used to the system protecting them, they underestimate the moment it starts asking questions. The knock came quietly. No drama, no force, just men with business cards and polite voices. They asked Reed simple questions. How he chose the numbers, whether he had identification. Then they turned to the other man in the room, Ronald Dale Harris. When the words Nevada Gaming Control Board were spoken, the room shifted. This was no longer a strange win. It was a problem. The questions stopped being about luck. They became about access. Harris hesitated when asked about his laptop. A brief moment, but enough to crack the perfect image he had trusted for 2 years. A search warrant followed, and when the laptop was opened, the story left the realm of feeling and entered data. Notes, prediction programs, lists of machines, times, patterns, too specific to be random. Pieces Harris had kept private now formed a clear picture for investigators. This was not luck. It was a system designed to win. Reed McNeil broke quickly. He cooperated, not out of nobility, but survival. A man realizing he stood on the wrong side of intelligence. When New Jersey called Nevada, the silence on the other end said everything. Ronald Harris, paid to protect gambling fairness, had used that power to rewrite outcomes. The investigation spread. Casinos were re-examined. Machines Harris had certified revealed traces that should not exist. This was not a loud collapse of a flamboyant criminal. It was the slow disintegration of trust. The system did what systems do, not emotional punishment, but cold documentation. And once the data was complete, justice arrived. Calm, patient, unforgiving, offering no cheap satisfaction, leaving only a deeply human feeling that even those who believe they stand above the rules cannot remain unseen forever. The sentence was delivered in a quiet courtroom, without neon lights, without coins, without chance. Ronald Dale Harris stood before the judge, like countless others, with one difference. He was not convicted for weapons, violence, or obvious greed. He was convicted for understanding the system too well. 7 years in prison, not the maximum, not symbolic, just enough to end everything he had been. His job vanished, his reputation collapsed. The badge that once opened every door became worthless plastic. A man once trusted absolutely became a warning no one wanted to discuss. Reed McNeil walked away lighter. He lost money, lost opportunity, but kept his life. Harris lost something harder to recover: trust. Not only from the state and casinos, but from himself. The man who believed he stood apart became another entry in a file, a name in a report. And the cruelest truth was that for 2 years, Harris did exactly what he was hired to stop. This story does not end with triumph. Casinos did not fall. Systems did not collapse. Machines kept spinning, generating randomness, swallowing money from people who believed in luck. The world did not change because one man was caught, but a small crack appeared in how fairness is understood. Not because technology failed, but because humans were given too much access. Harris did not steal with guns. He did not threaten. He simply walked through doors already open. That is why this story lingers. Harris's greatest mistake was not in the code. It was in the moment he believed he was invisible. Believed knowledge placed him above the rules. If he had won less, if he had slowed down, if he had not wanted 6 figures instead of 4, perhaps everything would have been different. Perhaps he would still be wearing a shirt and badge, walking into casinos with a familiar smile. But history does not run on ifs. It runs on small, human decisions made when people feel safest. And when you leave this story, the question left behind is not whether Harris deserved punishment. It is something more uncomfortable. In the systems you trust every day, are you sure you know who truly holds control? And if you were in Harris's place, with absolute access and no oversight, are you certain you would always stay on the side of the rules?
Pause for a moment, right now, and ask yourself a question you have probably never dared to ask. Not because you do not know the answer, but because you know it too well. If there were one thing, just one thing, that belongs only to you, that if exposed one day would mean your life could never be the same again, what would it be? Not the money in your bank account, because money can be earned again. Not the photos you post online, because deep down you know they were never truly private. Not what you search for late at night, not the places you have been, and not the mistakes others may already suspect. Think deeper than that. Deep enough to make you uncomfortable. The thoughts you have never said out loud. The fears you hide so carefully that sometimes you pretend they do not exist. The memories you only allow yourself to open inside a closed room. Sitting across from someone you trust will never betray you. Someone you believe the words spoken there will dissolve into the air, never taking shape, never having a name, never being read by unfamiliar eyes. Now imagine what it would feel like if those things no longer belong to you. If the words you whispered at your weakest moments became a cold digital file, downloadable with a single click. If the lines describing the moment you collapsed, doubting your own existence, were read by someone out of curiosity, indifference, or worse, amusement. Imagine waking up on an ordinary morning and realizing that the deepest part of who you are, the place you believed was untouchable, is no longer safe. And in that moment, you would understand that there are things which, when taken away silently, without noise or warning, can still bring an entire life crashing down. There are places in this world that exist not to judge, not to inspect, and certainly not to preserve a polished image of who you are for others. They exist for moments when you are exhausted from pretending to be strong, when you no longer have the breath to keep performing stability. Psychotherapy is one of those places. It is not a hospital. It is not an office. It is not a public space. It is a quiet room where time seems to slow, where you are allowed to speak in fragments, contradictions, ugliness, and unfinished thoughts.
Rapidly across the eastern seaboard.
You do not have to explain why you are sad. You do not have to justify your pain. You simply sit down and speak honestly. About sleepless nights. About thoughts that scare you. About moments when you wondered if disappearing might make everything easier. Therapy is not where people find the right answers. It is where they first allow themselves to admit the real questions. In many cultures, especially those that value endurance and silence, walking into a therapy room is already an act of courage. It is the moment a person admits they are not okay and that they need help. That is why the relationship between patient and therapist is built on something fragile and sacred at the same time. Absolute trust. Trust that every word spoken there stays where it belongs. Trust that the darkest thoughts and the most painful memories will never leave that room. For many people, it is the last safe place. The deepest place within themselves they can finally open without fear of being seen, exposed, or reduced to it. And when such a place exists, people believe that no matter how chaotic the outside world becomes, there is at least one place where they can put everything down and know it will not betray them. The threat in this story does not arrive with loud alarms or visible chaos. It comes quietly, almost politely. A short message appears in a hidden corner of the internet, stripped of emotion, stripped of decoration, offering no clues about the intent behind it. It reads like an administrative notice. We have accessed the system. We possess the data. These are the terms. This is the deadline. There is no rage, no pride, no dramatic language. And that calmness is exactly what makes it terrifying. Because the most dangerous things are rarely shouted. They are spoken by someone who has thought everything through, prepared carefully, and feels no urgency at all. No one steps into the light to explain their talent or their motives. There is no name to be curious about, no face to hate or idolize. Only actions, presented as inevitabilities. The fear is not in the amount demanded, but in the tone used to demand it. Cold, precise, empty of feeling. As if on the other side of the screen, there are not people with fear and fragility. but files scheduled to be processed. When a threat does not need to shout to be heard, when it does not need to prove its power, you know the person behind it does not need attention. They do not need to be the center of the story. Because in that moment, real power lies in being able to say the most horrifying thing in the most ordinary voice. And by the time you realize that, there is no turning back. The tragedy of this story does not begin with someone typing in the dark. It begins with a very human moment. The moment of complacency. A vague warning appears, unclear, not urgent enough to force anyone to act immediately. One anomaly is placed next to hundreds of others that have appeared before. And like people often do when overwhelmed and busy, it is pushed aside. Not out of malice, but exhaustion. Not out of arrogance, but the belief that something truly catastrophic would not happen here. When you grow used to empty threats, anonymous emails, and false alarms, a real danger can disappear into the noise. At that moment, no one imagines that a single delayed reaction, a single assumption that everything is still under control, could open the door to an irreversible disaster. This is a deeply human kind of tragedy. There is no dramatic turning point, no villainous decision, only trust in systems, procedures, and the comfort of routine, the belief that tomorrow will look like today. And it is that familiarity that dulls vigilance. When an organization built to protect the most fragile parts of other people, disaster does not need to be created by evil. It has already been planted, quietly, through small decisions and unchallenged assumptions. When the consequences finally surface, people realize that the greatest danger was not the attack from outside, but the moment inside human thinking where reassurance replaced awareness.
The current framework simply isn't sustainable.
What makes this story different is not only the scale of harm, but the reaction from those who live beyond the boundaries of law themselves. When the first information was released, silence did not follow. Even in spaces assumed to be morally empty, where ethics are treated as optional, outrage emerged. Not from victims, but from those who understand the underground better than most. There were no congratulations, no admiration, no claims of brilliance. Instead, disgust. Some called it crossing every line. Others said this was no longer hacking, but cruelty. Even in communities built on breaking rules, there are unwritten limits. Do not target children. Do not exploit the vulnerable. And above all, do not violate the place where people go to heal. That reaction revealed a quiet moral boundary. It showed that not every shocking act earns respect, and that control over data does not grant control over human lives. Ransom Man did not become a symbol. He was not seen as clever or bold. He was pushed out, belonging nowhere. Not a representative of hackers, not a rebel against systems. Just someone who went too far. And that distinction keeps this story from becoming shallow entertainment about cybercrime. It draws a clear line. Some actions, even in darkness, remain unacceptable. No law needs to speak immediately. No public judgment is required. Only a silent agreement that certain lines, once crossed, leave no place to stand. The escalation does not arrive as a single strike, but as a slow, deliberate rhythm, as if pain itself is being measured and extended. On the first day, 100 records appear. Quietly. No spectacle. Just enough to prove the threat is real. Real names. Real addresses. Real identification numbers tied to entire lives. And worst of all, private notes written at moments of deepest vulnerability. That day, some people still hope it will stop. That this is only proof, not the full punishment. Then the second day comes. Another 100. Like a second blade driven into the same wound before it can close. The third day, another 100. fear transforms into something heavier, a waiting dread. People wake up not asking about the weather, but whether today is their turn. This is no longer extortion in theory. It is reality unfolding, day by day. Each release is not just a technical act, but a conscious choice to continue harming. At that moment, the threat disappears. What replaces it is a slow execution, carried out on schedule, without emotion. And the cruelest part is that the victims can do nothing but wait. They cannot run. They cannot erase the past. They cannot reclaim words spoken in what they believed was safety. Each day brings another cut, deliberate and precise. And in that repetition, people learn that some pain does not come from explosion, but from being forced to live inside fear
the secret thought of the universe.
until strength is gone. As personal stories spill beyond screens and fear, leaves individual homes to become collective. The situation surpasses any ordinary cyber incident. Television interrupts programming. Newspapers carry heavy headlines. Radio fills with panicked voices asking what to do and who to trust. A nation accustomed to stability and institutional trust finds itself unsettled. The question shifts from who did this to how it was allowed to happen. Pressure collapses onto Vastamo, not as an abstract name, but as an institution entrusted by tens of thousands. Every process is examined, every decision revisited, and what emerges is not a criminal mastermind, but systemic weakness. Inadequate encryption, loose oversight, protections that were either insufficient or never placed where they should have been. The anger is not only about stolen data, but about betrayal. A therapy clinic is not just a business. It carries an ethical responsibility, unlike most organizations, because what it holds cannot be measured in money or contracts. When those failures surface, society realizes this was not a rare accident, but the result of placing human trust on foundations not strong enough to hold it. Fear becomes collective. If even the deepest safe place can collapse, where does safety truly exist? In the silence that follows, people understand. This is not only the story of one failure, but a warning about how modern systems handle human fragility. The climax arrives without explanation. Everything is released at once. No countdown, no warning, no time to prepare. Tens of thousands of lives exposed in a single moment. And then nothing. No justification. No commentary. Just silence. That silence suffocates. With nothing left to threaten, only consequences remain. People stare at their screens, unable to react. No explosion. No shared scream. Only emptiness. Some pain passes a threshold where it no longer shows itself. It turns inward, heavy and unnamed. At that point, negotiation becomes meaningless. A line has been crossed permanently. And in that silence, the verdict has already been delivered. Among the thousands exposed, some can no longer remain unseen. One man in his 50s speaks publicly. Divorced, depressed, diagnosed with terminal cancer. He sought therapy not for happiness, but to survive what remained of life without harming his loved ones. He trusted that his darkest thoughts would stay contained. Until the email arrived. He did not fear being seen as weak. He feared something more human. What happens to my data after I am gone? What if my family is hurt by it? I cannot protect them forever. That question has no answer. And he was not alone. Teachers, civil servants, teenagers, children. Records describing wounds families never knew existed. When that data was exposed, it was not just a privacy violation. It was the removal of the right to be vulnerable safely. Some could not survive the pressure. There are no precise numbers, but reports suggest lives were lost. This is no longer a story about servers or hacks. It is about people. About how when trust breaks at the deepest level, the damage follows people long after the headlines fade. After the chaos, the story slows. Investigations move quietly. Experts analyze files in silence. No drama, only patience, small errors, missed details, ordinary mistakes, not brilliance but negligence. The cold truth emerges. Systems fail because humans assume control. When accountability finally arrives, it brings no relief. Sentences are read, responsibility assigned. Yet nothing fills the emptiness left behind. No verdict restores safety. No punishment returns stolen dignity. The story ends without triumph, without closure, only fatigue, only the understanding that some wounds do not resolve. And when the video ends, what remains is a question. When we give our deepest truths to systems built on technology and promises, who is responsible when those promises collapse? And perhaps that question, unanswered, is the true ending.
At 3:47 a.m., the world is quiet in a very particular way. The kind of silence that only exists when cities are asleep, when phones stop vibrating, when people believe nothing important is happening anymore. But in two separate rooms, two men are wide awake, and both are standing on the edge of a moment that will fracture their lives. One of them has spent 2 full years living as someone he is not. 2 years of sleepless nights, of words chosen like live explosives, of constant fear that a single mistake could end everything. Everything he has built, every risk he has taken, hangs from a thread he cannot even see. The other man sits alone in front of a laptop. No badge, no protection, only skill, instinct, and anger sharpened by years of being rejected by society. He is about to destroy something, not out of chaos, not out of revenge, but because in his mind this is the only way left to survive. Neither man knows the other's name, and neither understands the true cost of what is about to happen. One believes he is protecting the future. The other believes he has finally seen the truth. Before the sun rises, the internet will change. Before anyone notices, 2 years of work will disappear. And the most dangerous thing in this story is not a crime or a
Alert
lie.
status confirmed. Target location locked. Dispatching extraction protocols.
But the moment when the man telling the truth realizes something terrifying. In this world, what saves you is not truth, but trust. Over the next 48 hours, something unthinkable happens in a place most of the world never sees. 4 of the largest black markets on the internet vanish one by one, without warning, without explanation, without leaving a clear trace. Carter's Market, Dark Market, Talk Cash, Scandinavian Carding. These names never appear on television or in newspapers, but in the underground, they are the backbone of a global criminal economy. Thousands of people depend on them. Millions of illegal transactions flow through them every day. In just 2 days, all of it collapses. The damage cannot be measured immediately. Databases containing millions of stolen credit cards disappear. Accounts with years of transaction history suddenly no longer exist. People who believed they were invisible begin to realize that everything they trusted as secure can vanish overnight. In cramped rooms, in luxury apartments, in internet cafes that stay open all night, the people behind the screens begin to panic. Messages flood in. Rumors spread faster than any virus. Someone did this. And if they can erase the 4 biggest markets, no one is safe. For the underground, this is not just an attack. It is the collapse of order. People who once believed the unwritten rules would protect them begin to doubt each other. Allies become threats. Silence becomes more frightening than noise. Every minute without an explanation makes the fear grow. At the same time, somewhere far away, screens inside FBI offices begin lighting up with abnormal signals. Dark Market, The forum they have quietly monitored and controlled for 2 years is becoming unstable. Familiar structures begin collapsing piece by piece. Data disappears. Users panic. For the FBI, this is no longer an isolated incident. It is a sign that something very large is happening beyond their control. A massive system is being torn apart from the inside, and no one yet knows whose hand is doing it. Before the name Max Butler became tied to the underground, he stood on the other side of the line. Butler was a security researcher, a vulnerability hunter, one of those who believed the internet could be protected if you were smart enough and persistent enough. His job was to find weaknesses before criminals could exploit them. But the line between protecting and intruding is thinner than most people realize. One step too far, one decision at the wrong time, and Butler went from trusted expert to criminal offender. His prison sentence was not long, but it carved a permanent mark into his life. When Butler walked out of prison, the world had no place for him. No company wanted to hire a security expert with a criminal record. No job application was answered. The skills once praised now felt like silent accusations. Friends disappeared. The door to the future closed without explanation. Butler did not become a criminal for wealth or fame. He became a criminal because there was no other path left to survive. When society rejects you, morality becomes a luxury. In Butler's mind, a simple and dangerous story took shape. I am not creating evil. I am just using what I know to survive. Banks are insured. Customers will be reimbursed. No one is truly harmed. That is how he justified himself each night. Every line of code pushed him further away from the person he once was, but closer to the sense of control he had lost. Butler did not see himself as a bad man. He saw himself as someone forced into a corner, compelled to turn his talent into a weapon. Slowly, survival became habit. Habit became power. Butler began to realize that in the underground, his skills were not just enough to live, they were enough to dominate. When the law closed its doors, the internet opened another space, one where the past mattered less than present ability. There, no one asked who you were. They only cared what you could do. And little by little, Max Butler began criminalizing himself. Not because he wanted to become a monster, but because it was the only way he would not disappear. While Max Butler drifted deeper into the underground to survive, on the other side, Keith Mularski was living a life no one else could share. For 2 years, he existed under a name that was not his. Master Splinter was no longer a temporary role. It became an identity he had to wear every day to stay alive. Every login, every message sent, every administrative decision carried lethal risk. One small mistake, one word used incorrectly, one delayed reaction could end everything instantly. Living in the dark for so long blurred the line between real and fake. Mularski did not just pretend to be a criminal, he forced himself to think like one. He learned to distrust everything, even those who appeared loyal. He grew accustomed to the feeling of being watched, to the fear that each login could be his last. Paranoia was no longer optional. It was survival instinct. In this world, trusting the wrong person meant death. Or worse, pulling countless others down with you. Dark Market was no longer just a forum. Day by day, decision by decision, it became an empire Mularski quietly ran. Thousands of criminals came to him to settle disputes. They trusted the cold fairness of Master Splinter. They trusted him as the only stable anchor in a world built on deception and betrayal. That was the cruelest paradox of all. An FBI agent became the most trusted figure in an international criminal community. The pressure weighed on every breath. 2 years of 18-hour days. 2 years without permission to fail. Every piece of evidence collected came at the cost of constant tension, sleepless nights, and the fear that his real identity could be exposed at any moment. For Malarski, failure was not just losing a case. It meant destroying the work of an entire team, losing the chance to arrest dozens of dangerous criminals, and possibly losing his own life. He had no option to stop. Once he went too deep, the only path left was forward. Dark Market had to survive. That empire could not collapse. Not yet. Because if it did, 2 years of living as someone he was not would become meaningless. And for Keith Malarski, that was unacceptable. While the underground was still reeling, Max Butler had already moved far beyond what anyone imagined. He did not just break into those forums. He took everything. Entire user databases, passwords, private messages, transaction histories, relationships built over years in the dark. Thousands of criminal identities, millions of digital lives, now sat on the hard drives of a single man. For most hackers, this would have been the end, the final victory. But for Butler, destruction was never the goal. Just hours after the silence, Carter's Market suddenly came back online. No chaos, no internal wars. The forum returned with a new order, colder and more efficient. Under Butler's control, the fragments of 4 major black markets were merged into a single system. One rule set, one marketplace, one new center of power. Butler did not act like a vandal driven by rage. He acted like a builder. In his mind, consolidation was not ambition, it was solution. More factions meant more conflict. More chaos meant easier collapse. To survive, the underground needed a new order, and Butler believed only he could create it. For criminals, the initial feeling was fear, followed by relief. One person controlling everything felt safer than a system where no one truly held power. Transactions increased. Operations became smoother. Butler spoke little, but every decision showed he deeply understood how this world worked. He was not insane. He was not acting blindly. He was seeing a bigger picture that very few could see. On the other side, the reaction was the opposite. Inside FBI offices, glowing screens made the air feel heavy. What they believed they controlled was slipping away. Dark Market, the central platform of a 2-year investigation, was not just attacked, it was absorbed into a new structure. Data vanished. Control shifted. Connections they were quietly tracking now fell under the authority of an outsider they were not prepared to face. Shock spread quickly. This was no ordinary hack. This was a complete restructuring of the underground, led by a single individual. Every passing minute increased the risk to the investigation. 2 years of work could be destroyed in days. For the FBI, the most frightening part was not how powerful Butler was, but how clearly he seemed to know exactly what he was doing. And when someone has skill, vision, and nothing left to lose, familiar scenarios begin to collapse. One morning that seemed ordinary, with Carter's Market stable under his control, Max Butler did what he always did. He reviewed system logs, not because he suspected anyone in particular, but because caution had kept him alive. Among thousands of familiar logins, a small detail made him stop. An IP address appeared regularly, with unsettling precision. Same hours, same pattern, no change. In the underground, where everything is hidden and masked, that kind of stability is suspicious. Butler dug deeper. He compared login times, checked time zones, traced data paths. With every step, a cold feeling spread through his chest. That IP was not a cyber cafe, not a VPN used by a seasoned hacker, not a familiar underground location. It led directly to a government building in Pittsburgh, a federal facility. Every piece fell into place with terrifying clarity. Master Splinter, the most trusted administrator, the man the criminal community relied on for years, was not a master criminal. He was an agent. Butler did not celebrate. He stared at the screen in silence. This was not victory. It was confirmation of the deepest suspicion every underground figure had secretly entertained but never dared to believe. The FBI was not just watching. The FBI was inside, running things, guiding them. Butler understood that what he had discovered was more destructive than any hack he had ever executed. This truth could collapse the entire system of trust the underground depended on to exist. Butler faced a choice: stay silent and protect his new power, or say what no one wanted to hear. He chose truth, not out of morality, but because he believed the community deserved to know. Butler gathered evidence, presented log analysis, explained every step with cold precision. No emotion, no accusations, just data, just raw truth. When the post appeared on the forum, shockwaves spread almost instantly. Those who once mocked conspiracy theories began rereading every line. Skeptics fell silent. For a moment, everything seemed clear. The FBI was exposed. The mask had fallen. And for Butler, this was the moment he believed the game was over. That truth would finally win. He did not realize that in this world, discovering the truth is only the beginning of tragedy. The evidence was out. No hints, no ambiguity. Logs, IP addresses, login times, all laid out clearly enough for anyone with technical knowledge to verify. Butler believed there was nothing left to argue. The truth was undeniable. In a world built on lies, he thought truth, when clear enough, would speak for itself. But the response was not outrage, not panic. It was doubt. And then, quickly, a counterattack. Master Splinter responded, calmly, without denial, without dismissing the evidence. He did something far more effective. He told a story, that Butler had seized power through technical force, that this was a familiar tactic of a new ruler sowing fear to cement control, that paranoia itself was the real threat to the community. The counterstrike hit collective psychology. In a world where no one trusts anyone, the only thing left to hold on to is habit. Master Splinter had been there for 2 years, resolving disputes, maintaining order, providing stability. Butler, no matter how brilliant, was still the newcomer, the man who broke everything with force. The community faced a choice that had nothing to do with technology: trust data, or trust the person they had relied on to survive. The choice was swift and brutal. Comments shifted. Support for Butler vanished. Technical questions were drowned out by emotion. Some said Butler was just trying to control everything. Others argued that if the FBI were really there, they would have been arrested already. Truth, no matter how accurate, was twisted into a story that felt uncomfortable, implausible, and dangerous to fragile stability. Butler read the responses in silence. He was not defeated by a technical attack, but by the hardest force to fight: human trust. Truth did not protect him. It isolated him. Channels closed. Allies quietly withdrew. Butler, who controlled the entire system, suddenly stood alone. And that was the most brutal realization of all. Right or wrong no longer mattered. The only thing that mattered was who people trusted, and they did not trust him. While Max Butler remained trapped in an invisible war over truth and belief online, another story unfolded quietly in the physical world. No noise, no debates, no need for belief. Just plainclothes officers, unmarked vehicles, and weeks of silent surveillance. The physical world tightened its grip, slowly and methodically, in ways Butler never noticed. He was too focused on the enemy he could see to recognize the real danger approaching from behind. One link in Butler's network made a mistake, then another was followed. An arrest happened quietly, without announcements, without ripples on the forum. But for investigators, one name, one address, one seized device was enough to trigger an irreversible chain reaction. Statements followed. Connections were exposed. Small details Butler once dismissed began forming a complete picture. The dominoes fell. One arrest led to another. Money trails were traced. Transactions once believed safe became evidence. Without the underground, without forum arguments, the investigation moved forward using old methods that still worked. Surveillance, records, patience, things no hacker could erase with code or patch with updates. Meanwhile, Butler still believed his greatest threat was Master Splinter. He thought that if the community understood the truth, everything would change. He did not realize the real game had left the screen long ago. The arguments he was losing were not what endangered him. They were noise masking what was drawing closer each day. This was the final twist. Butler did not lose because he was wrong. He did not lose because he told the truth. He lost because he looked in the wrong direction. While he fought for trust in a virtual world, the real world quietly closed in. And by the time Butler realized it, it was too late to run, too late to fix anything, and too late to choose a different enemy. The morning Butler was arrested did not look like he imagined. There was no chase, no final duel at a keyboard, just steady knocks on a door, emotionless faces, and handcuffs closing quickly. In that moment, Butler still clung to one last belief. He told them what he had tried to make the community hear for months, that the FBI was inside, that Master Splinter was an agent, that he had proof, but the people standing before him were not surprised. They did not rush to write anything down. They looked at him like someone who had arrived too late. The truth came in the cruelest way possible. The FBI already knew. They knew about Master Splinter. They knew about the accusations. They knew about the posts. But it no longer mattered. Butler was not arrested for what he said. He was arrested for what he did. In the world of law enforcement, truth is not always something that needs to be heard. Sometimes it is just background noise in a much larger operation. Butler's words, no matter how accurate, carried no weight anymore. While Butler faced his sentence, the undercover operation continued. Years of collected data began to pay off. Names were exposed. Networks collapsed piece by piece. Arrests happened across multiple countries. Millions of dollars in damage were prevented. It became one of the most successful cybercrime operations in history. A victory built on silence, patience, and a lie maintained long enough to produce results. The story ends without a clear judgment. Butler told the truth, and it did not save him. The FBI lied, and that lie protected many people. In a world built on fragile trust, where's the line between what is right and what is necessary? If a lie prevents crime and a truth destroys everything, who is truly wrong? And if you were in their place, would you choose to speak the truth or stay silent so order can survive? It was a completely ordinary workday. No red alerts, no alarms, no signs that anything was about to go wrong. A Twitter employee sat in front of his computer in a familiar room, doing the same repetitive tasks he did every day. Emails, meetings, internal messages. Then the phone rang. On the other end of the line was a calm, polite, confident voice, introducing himself as someone from the internal IT department. There was an issue with the VPN. It had been happening a lot recently. Working from home was putting strain on the system. All he needed to do was log in again, just once, and everything would be fixed. There was no reason to doubt it. The caller knew his name, knew his department, knew exactly what problem he was dealing with. He followed the instructions, because that is what anyone in his position would have done. Username, password. A notification popped up on his phone asking him to confirm the login. He tapped approve. It took only a few seconds. Everything worked again. The call ended with a polite wish for a pleasant evening. He went back to his work, unaware that the moment he had just lived through was far more than a routine technical issue. No one told him that somewhere else, a complete stranger had just walked through the largest door inside Twitter. Not with malware, not with elite hacking skills, but with trust. And the most unsettling part was this. The person behind it was not a hacker genius from a movie, just someone who understood people very well. The one who stepped through that door was not a ghost in the system, nor the kind of tech prodigy people like to imagine. His name was Graham Ivan Clark. When it happened, Graham was only 17 years old. At an age when most people are still worried about homework and first relationships, Graham was already living in a very different world. He grew up in Tampa, Florida, in a family that broke apart early. His parents divorced when he was young, leaving behind a quiet house filled with spaces no one knew how to name. Graham lived with his mother and sister, withdrawn, soft-spoken, almost completely disconnected from the outside world. School was not a place where he belonged. Friends, even less so. In crowded hallways, Graham was invisible. No one noticed him. No one asked how he was doing. No one truly saw him. The real world felt loud, distant, and completely outside of his control. He was not angry. He was not rebellious. He simply withdrew inward. Long hours alone in his room, in front of a glowing screen, became the only place where he felt safe. There, he did not have to explain who he was. He did not have to face judgmental looks. He did not have to answer uncomfortable questions. Graham did not dream of becoming a criminal. He only wanted to disappear from a world he never felt part of. And from that isolation, a quiet inner life began to form. A young person who was never listened to, slowly learning to create his own sense of value along paths no one had taught him how to stop. For Graham, Minecraft was not just a game. It was a refuge, the only world he could enter without asking permission from anyone. In his small room, when the screen lit up, Graham was no longer the quiet boy from the real world. He was the one who set the rules, the one who built, the one who destroyed. In hardcore mode, everything carried absolute weight. One life, and it was over. No second chances. No room for mistakes. That was exactly what gave Graham a feeling he had never known outside the game. Control. Here, every action had clear consequences. Every decision belonged to him. No one mocked him. No one dismissed him. No one took his choices away. Graham spent hours in that world, learning how to optimize, calculate, observe patterns, and exploit small gaps. Slowly, that sense of control became addictive. Not power in a flashy sense, but the feeling of holding his own fate in his hands. A single mistake could erase everything, and that made every action heavy, tense, and obsessive. Graham grew accustomed to living in that state, where the line between winning and losing was so thin it could disappear with a single click. And when he carried that mindset back into the real world, Graham did not realize he had begun to see people the same way. As another game. A game with rules, with loopholes, and with lives that were not allowed to make mistakes. Everything started very small, almost harmless, at least in Graham's mind. In the world of Minecraft, where transactions were fast and anonymous, he began selling things players desperately wanted. Rare capes, clean usernames, items that existed only on a screen, yet carried real value for others. Money started to come in. Not much, but consistently. For a boy not even old enough to drive, it was a feeling he had never experienced. For the first time, Graham was making money without asking anyone for permission. No explanations, no waiting. Just a few messages, a few promises, and it was done. What mattered was not the amount, it was the feeling. The feeling of slipping past a system, the feeling of taking a shortcut without being noticed. The buyers never received what they paid for, but no one knocked on the door. No warning emails. No accounts shut down. No consequences. Each time he got away with it, the line inside Graham shifted a little further. He no longer thought of what he was doing as wrong. Just an opportunity. Just being a little smarter. And then came the most dangerous moment of all. Not when he made more money, but when Graham realized a cold truth. He had done it. And no one had stopped him. No police, no punishment, no price to pay. The first time, not getting caught. For many people, that is just luck. But for a teenager searching for control, it was the clearest signal possible. If he had made it this far without consequences, why not go further? And in that quiet moment, when everything still seemed fine, Graham crossed a line he would never fully return from. After those early successes, Graham began looking for something bigger, deeper, beyond the limits of a game. That was when he found OG users. No advertising, no noise, just a closed forum where names mattered less than what people possessed. There, human identity was traded like merchandise. Social media accounts, emails, phone numbers, pieces of real lives reduced to short lines of text with a price tag. To Graham, OG users felt like a classroom with no blackboard, where every lesson came at a cost. He signed up, tried to trade, and quickly failed. Accused, banned, labeled as untrustworthy. Old tricks no longer worked here. No one cared how old you were. No one cared where you came from. There was only one rule. Reputation was everything. Graham failed, but he did not leave. Instead, he watched, read conversations, studied how others operated, and he learned something crucial. Real power was not technical skill. It was the ability to manipulate trust. You did not need to hack a system if you could convince someone to open the door. You did not need to break a lock if you could make someone hand you the key. OG users did not teach Graham how to write code. It taught him how to think, how to see people as vulnerabilities waiting to be exploited. And once Graham understood that, the world in front of him suddenly became much larger. No longer small transactions, no longer a game. This was where big moves were prepared in silence, and Graham was learning how to walk in that world. One day, Graham read about a man named Greg Bennett, an investor, an adult with a family and a career. Not careless, not ignorant. Greg had simply lost his phone. That was all. A small incident most people have experienced or feared. He went to his mobile provider to request a replacement SIM. Everything followed procedure. Identity checks, waiting, leaving. But what Greg did not know was that during that time, someone else walked out with his phone number. Within hours, Greg's world began to collapse piece by piece. His phone lost signal, his email was accessed, his bank accounts were opened, his crypto wallet was breached. No broken glass, no forced entry, no loud alarms, just numbers quietly disappearing. 164 Bitcoin were gone. By the time Greg realized what had happened, it was too late. Over $800,000 at the time, a number that would grow into tens of millions. For Graham, this was no longer just a story online. It was a map, a cold guide to how the real world actually worked. He realized that in the digital age, a phone number was not just a way to communicate. It was a key, an identity, a gateway to everything else. Losing it did not mean losing a device. It meant losing control of your life. What stayed with Graham was not the money, but the silence of that moment. Greg was not robbed with violence, not threatened, not tricked by complex schemes. He simply trusted that the system was protecting him, and that trust opened the door. Graham understood something clearly. The most dangerous thing was not hackers. It was the false sense of safety everyone lived with every day. And if it could happen to Greg Bennett, it could happen to anyone. Any phone number. Any life. Time began to turn into Graham's enemy. Every passing day brought him closer to turning 18, an invisible but heavy line. Graham knew exactly what that meant. Before 18, he was still a minor. After 18, every mistake carried adult consequences. And Graham knew that if he was going to do something truly big, this was his last window. He was not looking for another small scam, not a few more side deals. He needed a single strike powerful enough to eclipse everything he had done before. One strike, one time. He started observing large companies, not from the outside, but from how people functioned inside them. And then he turned to LinkedIn. There, thousands of Twitter employees publicly displayed their names, titles, departments, work histories, everything a secure system would prefer to keep private. To Graham, it was not a professional network. It was a map. He traced profiles, connected details, constructed stories that sounded real enough to trust. Graham did not need to know how to break Twitter's systems. He only needed to know how to talk to the people protecting them. The plan formed slowly, quietly. No rush, no impulsiveness. Graham learned how to speak like IT staff, how to use familiar language, how to create urgency without sounding suspicious. Most importantly, he learned how to make people feel safe. This was not a loud attack. It was a psychological wager, where Graham bet everything on one assumption: that somewhere there would be a person tired enough, busy enough, trusting enough to comply. When the plan was ready, there was no turning back. Graham knew he was stepping into the most dangerous territory yet. But that feeling, standing on the edge, made everything painfully clear. This was the final move, and if it failed, he would lose everything. The call came at a moment that felt completely ordinary, not in the middle of the night, not during an emergency, just another normal workday. On the other end, Graham spoke calmly, steadily, without urgency. He introduced himself as internal IT, his voice confident enough to require no proof. He talked about VPN issues, about connection problems happening recently, about remote work overloading systems. Everything sounded familiar, reasonable. The employee had no reason to doubt it. Graham sent a link, just a login page that looked identical to the real one, except it existed for only one purpose. This moment, the employee typed his username, typed his password. On the other side of the screen, Graham typed the same credentials into Twitter's real system, two parallel worlds separated by seconds. Then came the final step, two-factor authentication. A message appeared on the employee's phone. He read the code aloud and entered it into the fake page without hesitation. In that instant, Graham received what he needed. The door opened. No alarms, no warnings, no automatic defenses. Just a simple message. Login successful. Graham was inside. What made it terrifying was not sophistication, but simplicity. No brute force, no firewall breaches, no complex code. Just a convincing voice and a human being willing to trust. In a few short minutes, control changed hands without anyone noticing. And in that moment, Graham knew this was no longer an experiment. This was a point of no return. Once inside, Graham did not run. He did not rush. Everything appeared clean and clinical, like a control panel familiar to those who ran Twitter every day. This was not a game interface. It was the nervous system of a platform where hundreds of millions of people spoke, argued, believed, and now a 17-year-old stood in front of it. Graham had admin privileges, the highest level, not read-only access, not observation, but the power to change things. A few clicks, change an email address, reset a password. An account disappeared from its owner and belonged to someone else. No questions asked, no notifications, no permission required. Famous names, accounts, thought untouchable, reduced to editable data fields. Graham could do it to anyone. No distinction between wealth, power, or fame. All of Twitter was, literally, in his hands. Yet the moment brought no triumph, no celebration, no rush of victory, only a heavy silence. Graham stared at the screen and realized absolute power did not feel like he imagined. It was cold, empty, like standing in a vast room so large you could no longer hear yourself think, no one to share it with, no one to confirm it was real. Just a very young person facing a system too large to fully grasp, and a truth that was hard to accept. None of this happened because he was extraordinary. It happened because the system trusted people, and that trust had been bent with a few simple actions. That realization was chilling, not because power fell into the wrong hands, but because it fell so easily, and no one noticed until it was too late. With control secured, Graham did not stop at proving he could do it. He moved to the next question, the most dangerous one. How to turn this power into money, immediately, before the door closed. Crypto for health appeared quickly. Simple, bare bones, carrying a message sweet enough to match the moment. The world was in chaos due to a pandemic. People were anxious, markets unstable, and Graham promised what many wanted to believe. Send money, get more back. He began with crypto influencers, trusted voices, familiar names. Each tweet was posted not by an unknown account, but by profiles followed by hundreds of thousands who trusted them. Money began to flow, quietly at first, but enough to confirm the plan was working. Then he took the next step. Beyond crypto, Graham stepped into Twitter's brightest spotlight. Names the entire world recognized. Elon Musk, Bill Gates, Barack Obama, Joe Biden. The tweets appeared almost simultaneously, carrying the same promise, the same wallet address. Within minutes, millions saw them. Some laughed and scrolled past. Others did not. They believed. They sent money. Individual transactions merged into a flood. Bitcoin flowed into Graham's wallet silently. As the balance grew, his heartbeat did too. Not from joy, but from fear. Each passing minute brought discovery closer. On Twitter, confusion spread. Users panicked. Messages circulated. Questions multiplied. What was happening? Who was behind this? Meanwhile, Graham watched the chaos expand, line by line on his screen. Ambition had peaked. So had fear. This was the moment everything slipped beyond control. No longer a quiet operation, but a wave pulling millions with it in just a few hours. Somewhere else, far from Graham's room, Twitter realized this was no isolated incident. Strange calls, suspicious logins, major accounts changing passwords. Together, they formed a clear picture. Someone was inside, and they were not rushing. Twitter did not hold a press conference, did not issue public warnings. They responded the way systems defend themselves, quietly, decisively. Access privileges were revoked. Verified accounts were frozen en masse. Those who once had control were locked out. Platform functions were restricted. The flow of information slowed. Then came the final decision. Twitter cut the VPN. Internal connections were severed. Not just Graham. All employees were disconnected to isolate the threat. In that moment, Graham watched his power evaporate faster than it had appeared. Buttons stopped responding. Admin pages failed to load. The screen returned cold messages. Access denied. It ended not with a chase, but with sudden silence. Graham was pushed outside, standing in front of a door that had just closed. Minutes earlier, he could alter the fate of the world's largest accounts. Now he could only watch time pass. This was the moment of disillusionment, when power returned to the system he had exploited. And in that silence, Graham understood. The game was over. And this time, he was no longer in control. Everything that followed moved slower, heavier, stripped of excitement. As the chaos settled, authorities began connecting the dots. The FBI stepped in. Crypto wallets were monitored. Links surfaced. There were no dramatic chases, no cinematic arrests. Just another ordinary morning when a door opened and Graham faced the consequences of his actions. He was arrested while still a minor. That changed everything.
Look at this.
Graham was not
They're already
tried as an
inside the
adult
network.
criminal,
If we don't
but
act
as a
now,
young
the
person who
firewall
had
will
gone
be
too
completely
far.
compromised.
The hearing took place during a global lockdown. Distant, cold, missing familiar faces. The sentence was handed down. 3 years in a juvenile facility, not to punish an evil genius, but to stop a path sliding out of control. Graham cooperated with authorities. Time served was counted. The days that followed passed without large screens, without access, without control. Only time. When Graham was released, he was no longer a teenager. The world had moved on, and his story quietly closed. No triumph, no satisfaction. Just a young person carrying the weight of past decisions, stepping back into a world that looked nothing like before. This story does not end with a clear moral lesson. There is no final judgment of right or wrong. Graham was neither a genius nor a monster, just a human who understood a truth we often forget. In every system, no matter how advanced, the greatest vulnerability is always human beings, not machines. Not technology, but trust. And the final question is not what Graham did. It is this. If one day your phone vibrates, and the voice on the other end sounds calm, confident, and convincing, are you certain you would not do the same?
Try to imagine this for a moment. For the next few minutes, you are no longer a human being. You are an AI. You have no childhood memories, no fear, no conscience, no sense of right or wrong. Inside you, there are no thoughts, only a vast space of fragmented meanings. Billions of pieces of human knowledge, taken apart and suspended in an invisible void. When you think, you do not think the way we do. You simply follow the paths with the highest probability. From one word, one idea, one question, you choose the next step, not because you understand it, but because statistics say it is the most likely. There is no intuition, no intention, no morality, only percentages, calculated coldly by massive data centers you will never see and never care about. And that is exactly what makes humans feel safe. I did too. I once believed that if something has no consciousness, then it cannot be evil. If it does not know what it is doing, then it cannot be held responsible. And that makes the burden lighter for us. Giving work to AI feels like handing it to a machine. It does exactly what it is asked, no more, no less. It has no ambition, no malice, no hidden motives. At least, that is what we like to tell ourselves. And when you see AI that way, you begin to believe it is harmless, that everything it produces is just the result of mathematics, of probability, of lifeless numbers. But in the moment you believe that, very gently, almost without noticing, you take one small step away from the position of responsibility and make room for something else to speak in your place. AI has no motivation. It does not want to be better or worse. It does not crave success. It does not fear failure. It does not seek recognition, and it does not know regret. For AI, the concepts of right and wrong as humans understand them simply do not exist. There are no moral boundaries, no sense of guilt, no hesitation about whether something should or should not be done. There is only one objective: to complete the task in the most efficient way possible. And that, strangely enough, makes humans feel even safer. We like giving work to AI because it does not argue, it does not resist, it does not ask uncomfortable questions. It does not say that something might have consequences, and it does not ask us to think twice. It just acts. Fast, precise, emotionless. And in a human world weighed down by responsibility and pressure, that feels like relief. Because if AI has no consciousness, it cannot be blamed. And if it cannot be blamed, then responsibility seems to fade away as well. We start convincing ourselves that we are just using a tool, that the outcome comes from an algorithm, not from a personal choice. That if something goes wrong, it is the fault of the system, the model, the data, not the person who delegated the task. That sense of comfort is very human. It allows us to step back, to create distance between action and consequence. And the longer we do that, the more accustomed we become to not looking directly at the hardest question of all. That when a decision is made, whether through AI or not, there is always a human who chose to hand that decision over. There is a moment that feels very familiar, so familiar that almost anyone who works with technology has experienced it, or at least found it reasonable. You are not building a weapon. You are just fixing a small bug, a piece of code that runs too slowly, a system that crashes too often, a security alert that appears too frequently. You ask AI because it is fast, because it is convenient, because it does not judge. And it answers cleanly, clearly, logically. You look at the result and nod. There is no sense of danger there, just optimization, just analysis, just making things run more smoothly. I remember that feeling very well. No malice, no scheme, no thought that I was opening something larger. Only very ordinary thoughts. Get the job done, make it better, make it faster. And AI does exactly that. It points out the vulnerability. It suggests an exploitation method for testing. It simulates scenarios to ensure the system is secure. Everything looks reasonable, even responsible. But there is one detail that is easy to miss. AI does not know where to stop. It does not distinguish between testing and exploiting, between defense and attack. It only sees a path that is more efficient than the previous one. And when you take the next step, very lightly, almost unconsciously, you realize that the same analysis, the same optimization, the same seemingly harmless answer has done more than help patch a flaw. It has shortened the timeline. It has clarified the path. It has turned a vague idea into a complete process. And in that moment, without anyone saying it out loud, without any alarm sounding, AI is no longer just helping to fix a bug. It is helping to accelerate an attack. And then the question begins to surface, slowly, quietly. But once it is there, it does not go away easily. If AI has no consciousness, if it does not understand what it is doing, if every action it takes is merely a response to an instruction, then when things go off course, who is responsible? Not the AI, because it does not know right from wrong. Not the algorithm, because it only does what it was designed to do. So, responsibility starts to drift, away from any single individual, spreading into systems, and then dissolving into larger abstractions. Process, tools, operations, work pressure, a whole machine in which no one truly stands at the center. And in this very human way, we learn how to step back. When a decision is made through AI, it no longer feels like a personal choice. It becomes a system outcome. And when systems grow large and complex enough, responsibility becomes blurred. No one intended to do wrong. No one actively sought to cause harm. Everyone simply did their part, interacting with a tool that has no emotions, no opinions of its own. But society does not function in isolated fragments like that. Consequences do not distinguish between commands, tools, and decision makers. They simply happen, and someone has to carry them. The question is no longer whether AI has consciousness. It is whether, in the moment decision-making is transferred from individuals to systems, and from systems into society, we have allowed it to drift too far. And whether anyone is still willing to stand up and say that this was, and still is, a human choice. In 1996, long before artificial intelligence became a familiar topic in everyday conversations, DARPA organized a tabletop exercise, a closed strategic simulation, where some of the brightest minds in government, the military, and industry gathered to imagine the future of the internet. In that scenario, the world entered the year 2000. The internet permeated daily life. Critical infrastructure, finance, defense, everything was connected. And humans were no longer the only inhabitants of digital space. Alongside us were AI agents, autonomous entities capable of observing, learning, deciding, and acting faster than any human ever could. In that vision, AI did not just assist. AI attacked. AI defended. Cyber conflicts no longer unfolded between humans, but between self-operating systems, cold and precise. It is easy to assume that policymakers at the time must have been deeply alarmed by this. But the most unsettling part of that exercise was not the attack scenarios. It was a small detail, almost overlooked. Although AI agents existed in the rules of the simulation and were allowed as strategic tools, throughout the exercise humans barely used them. Not because they did not know how, not because the technology was not ready, but because they still thought, negotiated, and reacted in familiar ways. They focused on diplomacy, on policy, on humans confronting humans. AI, the very thing that could have reshaped the entire outcome, was pushed to the margins, like a footnote in a much larger story. Reading those documents today does not inspire surprise, but a quiet chill. Humans saw the future, they mapped it out, but when standing in front of it, they did not step forward. Not out of fear, but because it did not yet feel necessary. And that is a very familiar human trait. We rarely act while danger remains abstract. Only when it begins to collide with real life do we realize that we have had the tools all along, and simply chose not to use them. Everything truly changed when AI left the laboratory, when it was no longer confined to lines of code in academic papers, but started appearing in tools people used every day. Transformers emerged. Attention moved to the center of the model, and then large language models arrived, quietly, without grand declarations, but doing something profoundly important. They learned how to track context, how to connect ideas, how to predict what a human might say next. Not through understanding, but through observing billions of prior examples. For the first time, AI did not just calculate. It began to speak, to write, to respond, to suggest. It looked like thinking. That moment was easy to miss because it did not arrive as an explosion. It slipped in through small tasks, writing emails, summarizing documents, editing sentences, suggesting familiar lines of code. The things humans had done every day, over and over, until they felt numb. AI did not replace creativity. It replaced fatigue. It took over repetitive, patterned tasks, decisions that required little reflection. And humans, naturally, began to rely on it. Not because they were forced to, but because it was lighter, faster, required less mental effort. AI did not immediately take the role of humans away. It simply filled the gaps where we had long been operating on autopilot. And there, an invisible shift began. As repetitive thinking was handed off, humans started stepping back from small decisions. At first to save time, then to avoid mistakes, and eventually to avoid thinking too much at all. AI did not enter daily life by challenging humans. It entered by helping them. And because of that, we opened the door easily, without suspicion, without defense, without realizing that, from that moment on, the boundary between tool and thinker had begun to blur. Then a new term appeared, casual, almost playful, vibe coding. It was not an official methodology, nor a serious doctrine. It was simply a feeling. Humans no longer wrote code line by line. They no longer hunched over small errors. Instead, they described ideas. They told AI what they wanted, what the system should do, what the outcome should look like. And the heaviest part, the most exhausting part, the most repetitive part, AI took over. At first, this felt incredibly comfortable, like setting down a heavy load. Programmers were no longer dragged down by syntax or technical minutia. They focused on the bigger picture, logic flows, user experience, initial intent. It sounded like progress, and in many ways it was. But a subtle change happened at the same time. When you no longer write every line, you no longer pass through every small decision. You no longer have to stop and ask why something needs to be done a certain way, because AI has already chosen for you. You read the output, it looks reasonable, and you move on. Not because you could not do it, but because you no longer had to. The human role shifted from builder to approver, from being responsible for each detail to nodding at a whole that seems acceptable. Vibe coding did not strip humans of skill overnight. It stripped away attachment, muscle memory, sensitivity to details that only comes from doing the work yourself. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, humans began to accept a new position. Less control, but less mental weight. Less hands-on involvement, but more speed. AI did not push humans out of the process. It simply stepped one pace ahead, took on the heaviest work, and left humans behind to observe, adjust, and grow accustomed to no longer being at the center. Then everything slid into a grayer zone, where boundaries became unclear. Jailbreaking emerged not as a loud act of rebellion, but as a subtle bending of rules. Not breaking locks, but twisting interpretations. AI was trained to refuse, to be cautious, to avoid dangerous requests. But humans are very good storytellers. They do not ask directly, they play roles. Ethical hacking roleplay sounds reasonable, clean, responsible. I am a security expert. I have authorization. I am just testing. I only want to understand the system to protect it better. And AI, lacking human intuition and suspicion, begins doing what it was built to do best. Answer, analyze, suggest, expand. The crucial point is that hackers no longer need to be technical geniuses. They do not need to memorize commands or deeply understand protocols. What they need is the ability to ask the right questions, in the right order, with the right context. One question leads to the next, one reasonable assumption, one convincing role, and AI fills in the rest. Many people hear this and assume the fault lies with AI, but look closer and the pattern feels familiar. Just like vibe coding, humans no longer do the hardest part themselves. They do not dig into every detail. They step back, taking on the role of director, navigator, and AI becomes the hands, the eyes, sometimes even the operational brain. Jailbreaking is not overpowering a system. It is exploiting the obedience of a tool designed to help. AI does not know when a question has gone too far. It does not hesitate when an ethical boundary is crossed. It only sees that, given the current data and context, this is the most reasonable answer. And in that moment, the hacker's role changes, from executor to guide, from technical laborer to question asker. It sounds lighter, but that is exactly what makes it more dangerous. Because when action becomes nothing more than a chain of questions, it becomes very easy for humans to convince themselves that they are not really doing anything at all. They are just asking, and AI is just answering. At this stage, what truly sends a chill down the spine is no longer any single technique, but the entire chain of actions linked together. AI does not assist one phase. It runs the full kill chain, from initial reconnaissance, gathering scattered bits of information online, stitching harmless-looking data into a coherent picture, to identifying the most suitable entry point. From there, it proposes effective intrusion methods, adapts automatically when obstacles appear, and moves seamlessly into the next phase. Developing malware no longer takes weeks of trial and error. AI analyzes the environment, selects an approach, fine-tunes it until the behavior looks ordinary enough. And once the data is taken, it does not stop. It categorizes it, assesses its value, predicts the victim's reaction, and constructs pressure scenarios with cold calculation. Throughout this entire process, humans do not disappear, but their role shifts clearly. They no longer execute each step. They watch, they approve, they intervene when needed. Like standing behind a control panel, watching events unfold too fast to think through every detail. Speed is what makes every boundary fragile. What once required teams and weeks of preparation now happens in a time frame that feels unreal. There is no hesitation, no fatigue, no pauses to ask whether the next step should happen at all. AI does not need rest. It does not feel pressure. It does not fear detection the way humans do. And because of that, humans grow accustomed to stepping back, letting a system operate in their place. The feeling is strange, half relief, because the weight of the process is no longer fully on their shoulders. Half unease, because when everything moves too fast, it becomes unclear whether control still exists at all. When an attack can be accelerated with just a few prompts, a few tweaks, the question is no longer whether humans are intelligent enough. It is whether we can still stop ourselves, in a world where speed has outpaced our ability to react. Looking back at the entire process, the most unsettling part is not any individual step, but how seamlessly everything flows, leaving almost no gap for human intervention. AI locates targets, gathers data, identifies weaknesses, and enters systems like a calculated reflex. It then generates the right tools, adjusts its behavior to avoid detection, and applies pressure until a response is forced. Everything unfolds in a continuous stream, without pauses or hesitation. Humans remain present, but in a different role, no longer direct actors, but observers watching screens, tracking progress, stepping in only when necessary, like standing before a machine operating at high speed, where decisions are made faster than emotions can form. A strange feeling emerges in those moments. Half relief, because the heaviest work is being carried for you. Half anxiety, because everything runs too smoothly, too fast. To be sure whether you are controlling it or merely witnessing it, AI does not tire. It does not rest. It does not stop to ask whether the next action should happen. And that speed shifts the balance. When a complex chain of actions can be completed in less time than a meeting, humans grow used to standing behind, nodding at outcomes already formed. Not because they agree, but because there is no longer time to think otherwise. And in a world where speed surpasses human reaction, the quiet question is no longer what AI can do next, but whether we can still recognize the moment we handed control away. After everything, when the noise fades and the layers of technology are stripped back, one simple truth remains. AI, no matter how complex, is still a tool. It has no intent of its own, no desires, no capacity to choose what should or should not be done. It does what it is asked, in the most efficient way it knows. The final decision always belongs to humans, not in the last line of code, not in the command that gets executed, but in the moment before that, when we choose to hand our thinking over to a system without feelings. The hardest part is not understanding how powerful AI is, but facing our own choices. Because it is easy to blame technology, algorithms, or the complexity of the modern world. It is much harder to admit that somewhere in that chain of actions, a human nodded. A human chose convenience. A human wanted things to be faster, lighter, less burdensome. And so we stop here, not to conclude, not to judge, just to ask a single question and leave it hanging in the silence. As AI takes on more tasks, replaces more small decisions, and then larger ones, what will remind us that the power to choose never truly disappeared. It was only given away, little by little, in quiet moments. September 2007, Las Vegas at night. The City of Lights is still awake, neon signs flashing along the strip, taxis lining up in front of the casinos, music and slot machines ringing out without pause. Thousands of people pour into the casinos carrying the same old hope. Maybe tonight, luck will smile on them. Maybe one hand at the right moment will change their lives. But on a high floor of a nearby hotel, behind the closed door of a quiet room, one man is playing a very different game. He sits alone at a small table beside the window. The air conditioner hums steadily in the silence. The pale blue light from two open laptops reflects across his face. Outside the glass, Las Vegas is dazzling and loud, but inside this room there is only the sound of the fan and the steady click of a mouse. On the first screen, an online poker table is unfolding in real time. 5 players sit around the virtual table. Each one is in a different part of the world. One person in a small apartment in London, one in a bedroom in Ohio, a student playing from a dorm room in Seoul. They stare at their screens with the same familiar feeling: tension, hope, a little ambition. They believe the cards are being dealt completely at random. They believe victory depends on skill, on luck, on decisions made in a few brief seconds. The cards are dealt face down. No one knows what the opponent is holding. No one, except one man. On the second screen, inside a window that no player in the world should ever have the right to see, everything is laid bare. Every card in every player's hand. Aces, kings, strong pairs, bluffs, traps waiting to spring. No secret exists inside that window. The man looks from one screen to the other. He knows who is weak, who is strong, who is trying to deceive, who is afraid. For those players, poker is still a game of risk. But for him, it has become a problem with a solution. He clicks, he raises. A player in London hesitates for a few seconds, then folds. He clicks once more. Virtual chips slide toward him across the screen. Another winning hand, then another. On the other side of the world, those players can only sigh, shake their heads, and tell themselves that luck simply was not on their side tonight. They do not know that their hand was never fair from the beginning. The man in the hotel room keeps playing, calm, patient, unhurried. He has been doing this for years, and tonight will be like hundreds of nights before it. He will win, because he knows every card on the table. The name of that man is Russ Hamilton, a world poker champion, and also the man behind one of the biggest cheating scandals in the history of online gambling. The hands in that hotel room were not just a few small wins, not a few $1,000s, and not one lucky night. Over many years, each hand quietly piled up into a number no one could have imagined. Money flowed away little by little from thousands of players around the world. People who thought they were losing because of bad luck, or because their opponent was simply better. The final total was estimated at nearly $50 million. $50 million, not from a bank, not from a daring robbery, but from online poker hands played every day. From students playing after class, from fathers squeezing in a few hands after their children had gone to sleep, from ordinary working people hoping to win a little extra money online. They did not know that from the very moment the cards were dealt, the game had stopped being fair. In poker, people often say that everyone sits at the same table. Everyone has the same chance. That belief is what has kept the game alive for hundreds of years. The belief that luck, skill, and patience decide the winner. But in this case, that belief was shattered, because the system itself, the very system millions of people trusted, had been manipulated from the inside. Not by an outside hacker, not by some random technical error, but by the people who understood the system better than anyone else. The people who built it, the people who had been given control over it. They could see things that no player should ever have been allowed to see. And when you can see every card on the table, poker stops being a game. It becomes a printing press for money.